surprising.
Zikron
A lot
and
of times about
Zikron of
those things
Hebrew
a
for
little bit more.
remembrances.
Architecturally, the synagogue is fascinating because it has what appears to be
One of the
steps
three
up
Rosh
to the second
Hashanahs
floor,
in the
which may have
sections,
been
Mal
a women's
Juyah,
gallery.
Zikronic,
And
Shofarit.
there's even this fascinating kind of dedication here,
Zikron
which is
Keriwa
written in
Hebrew
Greek
for a
and in
remembrance of
Aramaic,
Peshafar
that
glass.
this thanks the
Biblical title
people
for
who
Rosh
laid out the
Hashanah
mosaic
Best.
and indicates that
When
it was
shofar
paid
is
for
to
by
be
the
blown
entire
on
community,
Shabbat.
which is really interesting. Of course, you can't have a synagogue without some plaques, right? You have
Zekon
some
fellow Hebrew
dedicatory
corpus is the
materials.
rule.
But let's look at
Formula
the
that
art in
introduces
a little bit more
Appalachian
detail.
generalization
Starting
into
at that
Italian.
bottom register, here is a really fascinating representation of the
Zagi,
Akedah.
Zagor, and
You can
Heber for
see
this
that
and that
on
both cause the
the
result.
right, there's kind of some sort
Principle
of
for mixed
some
causation
flames, like
and
that's
effect,
where the
permissibility.
ram will ultimately be sacrificed. And then there's
Abraham,
Abraham,
Hebrew for this one
looks like
benefits
he's got
while
some
that
kind
one
of a
doesn't
halo
lose.
around his head.
Principle in monetary
And
law
he's
about
clearly labeled
uncompensated
with the
benefit.
word Abraham there. And he's kind of throwing Isaac up onto that altar
That is
while
a
he
fact
holds
in
the
the
knife.
mitzvah
Notice
Hebrew
the
for the
style
zealous
is,
hasten to do
really
mitzvah.
primitive, almost childish, which is kind of strange for 6th century Byzantine art, but it's not out of the question, I think, for folk art. You can see towards the left that there's perhaps that is Eliezer, one of the early scholars who studied this was Professor Sukenik, who suggests that perhaps the ram is upright because the artist actually ran out of room putting this thing together and couldn't squeeze the ram in sideways, which is hard to believe, especially when it's in the center of the mosaic, but nevertheless, the mosaic style as a whole is kind of food, so perhaps that's what happened. It's also interesting to note that for those of you who are sensitive to the Midrash, which is a traditional interpretation of the biblical text, according to Midrash, Isaac was a grown man. He was 37 years of age at the time that the Akedah happened. But here he's clearly represented as a child. So that's fascinating because it indicates that the authors of this mosaic, who incidentally we know because we have this really interesting dedication that lists their names. One of them is clearly Jewish, the other is clearly Greek, which may indicate some generational differences. Like for example, I have a Hebrew name too, but I go by the English name Henry, and all my kids have only Hebrew names, so maybe it's kind of like a Balchuva phenomenon, who knows. At any rate, is it possible that the creators of the mosaic were unaware of the Midrash? A lot of the research that I'm presenting comes from Professor Levi Levine, who wrote an excellent chapter on this in his book, Visual Judaism in Late Antiquity, and he suggests that the artist was really working with more of a shared narrative that local Christians had as well. This is in a heavily Christianized area of Israel in the 6th century in particular, so it's not out of the question if you think about synagogue architecture, where the Midrash clearly states that the two tablets of the law were square, and yet you see a tremendous amount of art and iconography by Jews that represents the tablets of the law as having rounded tops. That's synagogues all over the place. So it's not out of the question that the artist simply be working within an art vocabulary that was common to Jews and Christians. Also fascinating and a little bit weird here is this amazing zodiac that appears in the center of the floor. And as you can see, there in the center there is a figure surrounded by what looks like horses, like for a chariot. And around that figure are the 12 signs of the zodiac with the Hebrew names. And then around that are the 4 seasons of the year, the 14 It's very common to see the zodiac as a decorative element in synagogues. You see that all the way up into the 20th century. So that's not surprising. What is surprising, however, is sometimes to see facial representation. Okay? But even more surprising is that you've got clearly the figure in the center is the sun god, Helios, right? Who's like going across the sky with his chariot straight out of Greek mythology. Like, wow, this is like serious about his art. How did it get into the floor of a synagogue? Unless we got to rely on the kind of general artistic vocabulary of the time, it is surprising. Also, on the outsides, the foot, the seasons do not correspond as they do in other 6th century Mosaics that do not correspond with correct months of the year. They're not lined up winter with the winter months and so on. So is it possible that the artist was perhaps a little bit confused about these things? I think that's certainly quite likely. Okay, that's about it for a brief look at this fascinating 6th century synagogue. On behalf of Kosher Riverboat Cruises and my colleague, Professor Eddie Reichman, with whom I will be team teaching. He's an expert in Jewish medical ethics, and this particular cruise has special accreditation. Thank you very much for watching. Check out the website. It's going to be an amazing trip. Thanks again.
Verbal nullification feature. Even Hadmoth is there a Hebrew for time of candle lighting. The pre-sunset time to light Shabbat Yom Tov candles.
Hello everyone, we're continuing with our series on Jewish art and artists, and I'd like to look at a specifically historical context here of kind of a folk art that's associated with the Jewish catacombs of ancient Rome. I originally recorded this video prior to last scheduled trip of Kosher Riverboat Cruises to Venice, and I'm just so fascinated with stuff. I thought I would put it into this video again. Hope you find this interesting. The catacombs that were discovered in a Rantanini vineyard. Apparently some farmers were working in the region of Rome, and they found these ancient underground tombs, which were common. I mean, there are a lot of ancient tombs in the region, and there was only one really external marker that you can see here. This was the lone standing structure that appeared to be some sort of cover over the tombs. When they got in there, it became very clear that the tombs were actually not Christian in origin. They were therefore not protected by the Papal Commission for Sacred Archaeology, because that only protected Christian tombs. Any pagan tombs or Jewish tombs, heretical tombs, in other words, were
how you living, Pam?
From protection of the church, and therefore could be
How's your day going?
with a lot more scientific research, and unfortunately could be exploited as well. That's part of the sad history.
Just one moment. Just one moment, big dog.
That the catacombs discovered there in the next century or so since their discovery, many of the amazing inscriptions and other works of art that were discovered there were actually sold for profit. It was exposed to anti-Semitic graffiti, especially during the 1940s. But nevertheless, the material that remains is absolutely fascinating. It tells us a lot about the nature of life in Jews in the first and second century. Let us recall
Just one moment.
the major population.
What'd you just say, Pimp?
My friend was meant to come pay his stand-up last night, but I was very busy in the hospital and it was raining. So I kind of forgot because I wanted to be with him. Because
So you didn't do stand-up comedy?
Yeah, well, he was in a bit of a state.
How did your friend get in the hospital?
How?
Yeah.
It was a mental upset.
They had a mental outbreak?
Yeah. Let's just say that.
Okay, what does that mean?
But he's dying in the mental hospital.
And so you had to go to a mental hospital to go visit him?
Well, it's a hospital. Yeah. Oh, mental health.
Okay. How are they doing?
Fine.
Are they better?
I think they're better there than their living situation at home.
Okay, what's up with their living situation at home?
Oh, it's just dog shit. Poverty.
It's dog shit?
Yeah, it's just poverty.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, are they going to be okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So you
They
didn't?
said they were relegating their homes fucking passing the house.
Okay. Well, they can't be in there forever.
Opposite Hebrew for righteous moment. Feminine honorific. Kavatara Hebrew for honorable rabbi. A respectful address.
All right, so you didn't do stand-up comedy this week. Are you planning on doing? Okay, what are your jokes?
What's my jokes?
Yeah.
Honorific title Sahabi.
They might offend you.
All right, we'll say it.
What?
Not in Hebrew for leader or chief. Historical title for community heads. Nazi Hebrew
They might offend you.
for president.
Okay, say it. I'm not easily offended.
I find it funny when I meet with autistic children because the Jewish people created autism.
It's just
The
take.
idea of autism.
Why do you think Jews created that?
Because the founder of autism was Jewish. The person who first researched autism was Jewish. The first person who first diagnosed the first person with autism was Jewish.
Okay, so you think we created it?
Created the concept.
Okay. What is your obsession with autism?
No, they tell me I have it.
Did they give you anything for it?
Well, that's the thing, right? It co-occurs with ADHD, so I feel like they're just diagnosing as many people with autism because it also co-occurs with so many other mental disorders and neurodivergencies where they just go like it's like you go get one and then you gotta go, oh, now I have to go get diagnosis for the other thing. And the ADHD thing, they're gonna put you on medication for it. So a lot of it comes back to the pharmaceutical companies wanting to diagnose people with autism, and then they go, oh, you also have ADHD. And there was a $14 million deal with when the DSM-5 was created. The people who created the DSM-5, which were part of the American Psychiatric Association, when the DSM-5 was created, around 60% of people on the board for DSM-5 took a 14 million, all up in total, they took around 14 million in funding pharmaceutical companies.
And you think
Does that make you not trust the mental health system that we're also using in Australia?
I don't trust the pharmaceutical industry.
You don't trust the pharmaceutical industry?
No, and I don't trust anybody who trusts it.
Do you think I should be taking ADHD medication?
I think you were absolutely fine before you started going to these doctors. I mean, aside from Tourette syndrome, you were fine. When I first met you, I didn't even know you had Tourette's until a few months of really interacting with you. And then it's been this continuous devolution into mental health. And I don't think you have what they keep saying that you have. And they don't interact with you as much as I do. I interact with you a few hours a day. And I agree. And so my assessment, which is not as a medical professional, but is just your friend, is that you want something to be wrong with you. And you go to these doctors and be pliable. And
I didn't want to go to these doctors. Right? I didn't want to go to these doctors. My mom made me go to these doctors.
Okay. Well,
my decision.
okay, well, however you got there, and I mean, why did your mom say that you had to go to these doctors?
Well, everyone has been trying to tell my mom that I'm autistic for years. And
Who's everyone?
family members, doctors, family members and doctors who, yeah.
Yeah, but isn't there some kind of law that you said that it makes it financially beneficial in Australia to be diagnosed with autism, then your housing is free?
Yeah.
So how do you know they weren't telling her that, or that she doesn't want to do it so that your housing's free?
That's why she wanted to get diagnosed.
Well, there you go. So, and I understand you're a burden on her, and so she wants a financial kickback. I get that, but that doesn't mean they say that what you have is true. I personally don't think it is either. Look, if you were to ask, if you were to ask me,
in a location where it's very hard, there's a low population, it's very hard to get a fucking job.
Exactly.
I have fucking Tourette syndrome.
Exactly.
And then I have the coordination issues as well. But none of those things that you can, but you can't get on the system of those disabilities that for some fucking reason the autism counts, which isn't even like, no one even knows what the fuck it is. It's just social communication issues, which I don't have. Social communication issues you can just fucking get over and like learn. Like, look, I'm communicating well right now.
Yes, you are.
There's no issues in my communication.
Yes, you are.
It's just
Exactly.
like, it's not the social communication, it's my lack of intelligence, my lack of coordination, and quite simple, like, to put it easily, like, the best way I can put it is somewhat just being fucking lazy, because my mum has allowed me to live like this for the last 29 years.
Yeah, I get it. It's not like you're incapable of working. I understand that you're in an area. Look, if we really want to go through it, we'll go through it. You had Tourette's that was essentially late occurring. It's not like you had it from birth. And that has caused issues in your life. Whether you know it or not, it does. But I know you know it. But even when people have interactions with you, your societal tics are unattractive to some people. And you made it to high school and didn't go to college, which is fine. I think that's okay.
That's pretty normal.
Yeah. But then to earn a position, you've been unable to have long-term work for the last 10 years. And that's not necessarily your fault. It is a combination of societal factors, location factors, but there are a million people where you are, and a lot of them have jobs. Do I think you could get a job? I absolutely do. Do I think you want to? No. And that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you look at the stand-up comedians; they all have jobs. They're just not stand-up comedians. That's like a 10-year process to just do. No, many of them are very good, and they still need a job or someone to support them. And so you have a situation where you can live with your family, and they'll support you. And so you've just been doing the easy route, and you never moved away. and you never explored the world. And I'm not saying that that's what you needed to do, but even explore Australia, you never did that. So you're in a position right now where
I have been to Sydney, I've been to Melbourne by myself.
yeah, but that's
I've
like,
been to Melbourne and Sydney.
I know, okay, fine, but I mean, you didn't live there. You didn't make friends there. You didn't establish yourself there.
I did make friends. I still have friends in mind.
But you didn't live there, meaning like you weren't there for 6 months or a year or 5 years.
No.
Nothing like that. Okay, so you're in a situation.
One week in Melbourne and about a month in Sydney.
Okay, so that's just, those are vacations. All right. So
Yeah.
right. So you were in a situation where your mom would let you stay at home, and she's babied you your whole life, and now you're in a situation where, I mean, why do you want to work? You have a dog. You don't have to do anything. You don't have any pressure on you. And you're like, well, I want to. You wanted to have like 5 different careers, as I've known you, and you've been very motivated for all of them, but the work ethic isn't there. And so then you put in all these, your mom basically sees this and knows that you're a burden to her, and knows that she could be getting financial kickback from the government if you were diagnosed with some of these things. And so she pressured you to go get diagnosed so that she doesn't have she has more money. And I understand that. I understand where she's coming from. And is there a possibility that you have some of these? Perhaps. Is there a much higher possibility, though, that you're just lazy? Yeah, that's absolutely true. And so,
Yeah.
And I don't know if this is a behavior issue, but you're not very good at finishing things. And I don't mean to, that's an insult. It's just my assessment of what I've observed with as your friend. So if I were you, and you're a huge procrastinator, you're a very big procrastinator, and you don't have, and you're impulsive, and but like the biggest issue that you have, Zoot, is you're lazy. You and I both know that you want your money to work for you, and you don't want to have to work for your money, and that's cool. And your crypto wallet may allow you to do that someday, but it's difficult at this point. Now, you did go out and find a job. It just wasn't an ideal job, but you were good at it, and you worked really hard, and I was really proud of you for that, and that's why I wanted you to be able to collect the money that you were owed. But, all right, Zoot, so with all that being said, do you have a resume?
Refers to kosher dietary laws of separating meat and dairy.
Okay, have you put it in ChatGPT and had it been revised?
In Shabbat homes, strict separation is observed.
Okay, well, what are you waiting for, dog? You've been doing it. ChatGPT's been a thing for more than 3 years, or Grok, or whatever you want. I mean, dude, if you want a job and you want to get out of the house and be financially independent, you need a position. If not, you're just going to regress, and you're going to have these doctors just tell you what's wrong with you, and they don't know. They don't interact with you. Literally, they have metrics that they need to meet, and so anybody who walks in their door who is easily to persuade, they just tell them, this is what you have. And even if you do have these things, even if you do, there are people with these issues who have jobs, and some of them are high-income earners. What you could do is take your, if I'm Zoot, this is what I'm doing. If I want to change my life. Now, I've told you how to do it with girls and getting dates and those kind of things. But even without that, I'm taking my resume, I'm going to put it in ChatGPT. ChatGPT is going to make it perfect in 1 second. I'm going to copy that. I'm going to put it in a PDF. I'm going to print it off. I'm going to print off. Actually, I'm not even going to print it off, but not necessarily. And I'm going to apply to McDonald's. I'm going to apply to Hungry Jack's. I'm going to apply to Big W. Places that I know that you can get hired without any experience. You're able-bodied, and you're going to get one of those jobs. You just don't want to work at one of those places because they're not in high finance and the things that you think that you deserve. And that's fine. But I'm going to tell you this right now. At least in the United States, a manager at Walmart makes over $100,000 a year. Some make $200,000 a year. They make very good money. A manager at McDonald's makes close to $100,000 a year, depending, or a general manager certainly does. And if you stayed with these companies and you were consistent with them,
In America?
well, absolutely. A general manager in absolutely. What a general manager in Los Angeles, California makes at a McDonald's.
At a McDonald's?
A general manager, that's different than like a shift manager. How much does a general manager in Los Angeles, California make at McDonald's?
What's a general manager?
You manage the whole store.
What?
All right, so they make $120,000 to $219,000 a year. High earners are $288,000 a year.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm telling you, you live in a, like, I don't know why you aren't applying to these positions. Now, are they going to give you that job right away? No, but you have a lot of advantages on the people who are going to be working there. The people who are going to be working there generally are going to be like high school people and people who don't want to make it their career. But if you were like, you know what, I could make this my career and be making $250,000 by the end of it. Now, let's just, if we want to take where you are, what about in Adelaide, Australia? Put it in both Australian dollars and United States dollars. Now, Los Angeles is a place, you know, it's going to pay more, but not really. McDonald's general manager is 105 to 208K per year. Averages $133,000 a year. Now, total pay, including bonuses and such, is $105 to $283,000 a year. Average additional pay is $240,000 a year. Now, even if you were just a general manager, that's $75,000. You could be general manager in a few years. How far is the closest McDonald's to you?
Emphasizes proper galactic observance and awareness of divine flow. Hebrew for first blessing.
Doug, you know the answer to this question.
20 minutes.
Walk or bike or what?
Oh, sorry, no. It's about 10 minutes. Hey, Rabbi.
What?
With the discussion we just had previously about just like people getting diagnosed with these things, and it's often just like laziness, people wanting to be qualification. What about work on that? Expose how the mental health care system works.
That's cool. And you can have okay, and you can do that and for 16 hours a day. Okay, that's a lot of time to spend on that. But you need to spend 8 hours doing a job.
Rabbi S.H. Zalman of Liadi, the founder of Uzbek, who wrote the Tanya.
It doesn't pay anything. No one's going to pay you to do that.
Founder of the Hasidic movement,
if I get connected with politicians.
Okay, that's fine, but nobody's going to do that immediately. And even politicians want money. They don't give out money.
In Shabbat, a warmly used term.
So, Zoo,
Shabbat is known for its outreach to beats.
If you took the same motivation that you had for the solar job and just apply to McDonald's, you would still be working at McDonald's because McDonald's is a real place to work. And I'm going to tell you this, the reason why I say McDonald's, at least I've never worked at McDonald's, but I've known people to work at McDonald's in the corporate world, and they're the best workers that you can find. 10% of the people who are in the United States have worked at McDonald's at some point. And I'm going to tell you, I've known directors of companies to work at who have worked at McDonald's, and vice presidents of universities who have worked at McDonald's. It is an excellent place to get job skills. And they have tuition reimbursement and they have benefits. It's an excellent opportunity for you. And you have in the sky kind of dreams. And I don't want to shoot those down, but you need a job. And how do you get one? You have to apply. You don't, like, your heart was broken with this solar job, and I get that. But all you need to do is, you don't even need a resume for McDonald's. You just need to go to McDonald's.com or whatever, go to careers, put your area in, and fill out your name, your first name, your last name, your address, and wait for them. You don't even need to do that, actually, Zoot. McDonald's has open interviews many times at locations. You want a job that, like, if you date a girl, you can be very proud of it. And I get that. You don't want to be like, hey, I work at McDonald's. But in today's day and age, getting a job is a lot. I mean, that's very important. And if you had a job, you wouldn't have so much time to be worrying about mental health and all this other shit. I'm not saying that that's not important, but you're good enough to have a job. There are people I see this on social media all the time. People with Down syndrome who worked at McDonald's and they retire after 32 years. So if they can do it, dude, you can do it. The thing that's stopping you is your laziness. And you've got a good situation where your family's taking care of you, and they've been doing that for 10 years. You never pushed yourself. And if you said to your mom, Mom, I know you think I've got all these things wrong with me, and maybe I do, but you have to understand that they're leading me into a mental prison, and it's not healthy for me. I'm going to go out and I'm going to get a job. That would make her fucking month. You and I both know that. You are lazy, and you've been lazy for at least 10 years of your life, and you don't have anything to show for it. You don't have any education to show for it. You don't have a career to show for it. You don't have any certification to show for it. But it's not too late. There are many people who find their place in life later in life, and I'm giving you an opportunity. You can literally go and work at McDonald's. You don't want to work in food. I get that. Then go work at Big W. You can go be a store manager. There are things that you can do. And they give you like things that I think would be really good for you, that are like, you're someone who's motivated by money. And so if your store produces well, you get more money. So that's more motivation for you to ensure that the lights shine brighter, and that the floors are cleaner, and that the produce is fresher, and that the people are as motivated as possible. Like, all of those things are going to ensure that your company, your branch, makes more money. You don't want to do any of this stuff, though. You don't want to do any of this stuff.
There's a need to figure out how to work around this. All those places you're saying, one issue is you have to apply online. Now, why is that an issue? Because so many people applying for them at once. So I need to look for where
Hebrew for blessing.
I can go to that I'm not competing with so many people.
Okay, firstly, they don't all require that you apply online. I have seen many a McDonald's sign just by driving around that say, "Oh, open interviews 2 to 4 p.m."
Are you in Australia?
I am not, but I can tell you this, that the McDonald's Corporation runs essentially identically globally. That's why it's been so successful. And you're just lazy. You are just like, well, I'm up against a lot of people. Dog, you have a clean record, you have a high school education, you're able to work. That's all McDonald's is looking for. You just don't want to put yourself up against anybody because you're lazy. All you have to do is apply. You don't apply, so you're not going to get called. If some 18-year-old kid in high school can get this job, you can get this job. But you're lazy. Now, if you like, Rabbi, I applied to 3 jobs today. Dude, that's great. If you just did that for a month, you'd have a job by the end of the month.
Refers to the intellectual branch of Chassidus founded by Rabbi Rothschild.
I, without a doubt, feel as if you applied to 3 different places every day. This isn't a lot. That's less than 20 minutes of work a day. If you apply to 3 different places in your area, you'd have a job within a month. And then you'd have a motivation to go somewhere and do something. And then you'd be getting a paycheck. And then what you would do is you could put this toward your mission to improve mental health conditions for people. Then you have something. But until then, you're literally, your day is just going to be doing nothing, playing with your dog, and not achieving your
Going to gangbang on Tuesday afternoon because I have nothing to do.
Exactly, and that's not healthy for you. So, Zoo, do you have an Indeed account? Okay. You know they have one click apply, don't you? All right. And you know you could just even get an auto clicker for your phone that would do that for you. You know that, right?
Yes.
All right. So the thing is that I'm hearing is, whether you want to say it or not, you're just a very good person. And you've been babied your whole life, and no one's forcing you to do this. But now that you're being forced to get mental health diagnoses, you don't want those. And you should just want to have a normal life where you don't have to rely on your family, and you have a job, and you have a girlfriend, and eventually you guys get married and have children and have a normal life. That's what you want. That's what we want for you. But you're not going to have that if you don't just apply to jobs. When's the last time you applied to a job? You've been unemployed the whole time I've known you. When's the last time you've applied for a job? Aside from the solar job.
About a week ago.
Okay. What kind of job was it?
It was hospitality. It was as a kitchen hand.
Good. That's good, Sue. Okay, what happened with it?
I just haven't heard anything back.
Okay, have you had anybody review your resume? Like maybe there's a typo in it that you're not seeing. It's always good. I'll do it if you want me to. If you don't want me to do it, have your mom do it. And you would say, how can I make this stronger? I have AI. And you like AI. but you're not letting Grok work for you. This is what you do. You want to be a kitchen hand. You don't even need to do this as a kitchen hand, but if this is what you wanted, if you want that job, you take your resume, you put it into Grok, and you say to structure my resume and create a cover letter that are best associated with being a kitchen hand, and it will do that for you immediately. Literally, it takes seconds.
Last time I applied for the kitchen job, I got to a trial shift, and trial shift didn't end very well.
Okay, that's fine. What happened?
Well, it's been last time. It's been 5 years since I stepped foot into a kitchen.
Okay.
And they just assume for me to pick up everything and know everything. I should know everything. And I made about 3 different mistakes since one of them was a safety hazard. Really badly.
Okay, what'd you do that was the What'd you do with that was the safety hazard?
The kitchen knife for the dishwasher.
Okay, what's so bad about that?
You meant to hand wash the kitchen knife, not put them through the dishwasher.
Okay, but what would happen if you did put it in the dishwasher? What's so bad about that?
It damaged the knife.
How does it damage the knife?
It's the same. With the safety hazard, it could fly. When you open, it can also fly out.
Okay, I mean that's not the big safety hazard that I've ever heard, but okay, I get it. I understand. But you're new, and maybe this place just needed someone with more experience, and this was 5 years ago, so you could try again. Now, if you're willing to do it,
Last year.
okay, it was last year.
I said I haven't worked in a kitchen 5 years prior to that. Been 5 years prior to that.
Okay, and okay, that's fine. Look, we're gonna go. I did this for Caspian Sea, and we were able to get him a job within 48 hours. I mean, he was working within 48 hours, and I'm sure we can do the same for you. So, a great place to do it is go to Craigslist, and I go to Adelaide.
Let's go Gumtree in Australia.
Okay, Gumtree.
Got him a job on Craigslist.
Yeah, and it paid really well, and he was very successful with it. No, he wasn't sucking dick. He was bartending, which is what he had done previously, and we got him a job in and he made $666 his first night. Yep, I'm telling you, he's in Las Vegas, and Las Vegas pays really well for those types of jobs, and he came in and he worked every night. But I'm saying the first night that he worked, he made $666. Yep.
From tips?
Yeah. So what happens? Okay. If you want to know the story, and then we're gonna find you a job. If you want to know the story, here's what happened. He came in to the Discord, and I didn't know him really then. Like, we weren't as good of friends as we are today. And he said, "Rabbi, can I come live with you?" And I said, "I would love to allow you to live with me, but I live with other people, and it's not something that's allowed in my lease." And he's like, "Well, I don't really have anywhere to go or anything to do." And I said, "Why don't you just go live with your family?" And he's like, I'm not really allowed to talk with them at the time. Now he's with them now, so he's fine now. So I'm like, "Okay, so where are you living?" He's like, "I'm just like couch surfing with a friend." I'm like, "Okay. What's your skill set? What have you done?" And he named all these things that he has done, and one of them was bartender. And I said, "Okay, well, you're in Las Vegas, which is the hospitality capital of the world. We can, I'm sure, find you a job." as a bartender. And he gave, excuses like, well, it's really hard to find a job, and they want all these things that you have to do, yada yada yada. And I said, okay, that's fine. I went on Craigslist and I said, look, there's a place in East Las Vegas that has open interviews for a position, and they're going to have open interviews from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. starting tomorrow. So let's get your resume together. And he was like, okay. So I went and I said, let's just put it in ChatGPT, and it put together a perfect resume for him. And I said, let's put together a cover letter for you. And it put together a perfect cover letter for him. Then I said, all right, well, this is like an in-person interview, and you're going to want to deliver your resume and your cover letter in paper. Do you have a print? And he said, no. I said, okay, well, where's the nearest library? And he's like, it's like a mile away. I'm like, all right, well, you're going to walk to the library. You're going to print off your cover letter and your resume. You're going to come back, and then I'm going to quiz you for the rest of the day on bartending knowledge and on bartending questions. And he's like, okay, all right. And he got motivated, and he got his ass up, and he went to the library, and he printed off his resume, and he printed off his cover letter, and he came back. And I'm like, okay, so are you ready to get quizzed? And I quizzed him on all the things that you need to do to be a bartender, all of the drinks that you need to make, and all of the customer service questions that I know that they're going to ask in a job interview, because I asked ChatGPT exactly what questions they were going to ask. And I asked him so many different times that he had his answers down, and he was very comfortable. And the next day, it was at 8 in the morning. I told him, look, they open up at 8. Or they were open 24 hours. It was a 24-hour bar. I said, you are going to want to be there early and show up and meet the people and go get this job. So he did, and he gave him his resume, and they hired him on site, and he was working that night. And then his first night that he bartended, he made $666, and he made way more money after that. And that was just also in Las Vegas, you make an hourly wage as well. And so I think that was just like minimum wage, but that was very successful for him. All right. So there was something that arose that didn't allow him to continue that job, and I understand why. And I don't want to. He could share that with you. I don't want to share that with you, but it was nothing that the job did. The job was very successful for him. He could no longer do that job, and basically in the state you need, it's different from state to state, but you need like a license, and he was unable to get the license. You can work temporarily for like 90 days, which he did, and he was making that kind of money, but then you had to get a license to do it, and he was unable to get the license at the time. I think he could get the license now, but at the time he couldn't. But nevertheless, what we had him do was reunite with his parents, and that's where he lives now. And he's got a dog, and he's got a girlfriend, and he's living a fine life. All right, so for you, what kind of job do you want? Do you want to work in an office? Do you want to work in a restaurant? Okay. You have a clean record, right? No. Yeah, you have a clean record, like you haven't done anything wrong, right? Okay. So
Never been convicted of crime, never had any bodies.
okay, good. So Craigslist isn't as big in Australia as it is in the United States, but so local English educator online, students welcome, apply, local. We're dedicated to providing our global clients with high quality academic writing services. this is something. Let's see here. Qualifications. You aren't some of those things. Okay.
Four initials of Shema. Used in Chassidic meditation on the Shema prayer.
Okay. Well, apply to it.
Davening Chassidic slang. Chassidic style of davening. Slow,
Okay.
meditative, heartfelt. Durer Yiddish slang.
I found something.
Okay, what is it?
To internalize. In Shabbat, used to mean truly getting the depth of an idea. Durer Yiddish slang. With inner grasp.
I found it.
Compliment for someone who really gets Chassidus. Durer magazine Shabbat publication slang among Bakuim.
What up, pimp?
Did you see the new Durer? Dera Beitach Khan in Hebrew for dwelling in the lower worlds. Central Shabbat concept. Making the physical world a home for passion. Dera Hebrew for dwelling. In Shabbat, shorthand for the above concept. Dollar slang. The Sunday custom when the Rita distributed dollar bills for charity 2000.
29 without a license or education.
Did the object a dollar from the Rita? Dollar line slang. Nickname for the long lines of people waiting to receive a dollar from the Rita. Drada Yiddish Hebrew for servant.
Okay, do you know where Bertinia is?
Often used for a word given by a mashpia or rabbi.
No.
Okay.
Bridal Yiddish for singing talk. Hanukkah boy with Hebrew letters symbolizing a great miracle happened there.
So we need South Australia. Okay, fine. Do you know where Balakova is? Oh no. Do you know where Halbury is?
Bridal game for collecting bridles. Rash Hebrew for exposition.
Do you know where Wayville is?
Yeah, I know where it is.
All right. You can be an ice cream scooper.
Person who always sits through
That doesn't sound bad.
No, it doesn't.
Yiddish slang. Nonsense. Garbage.
Ice cream scooper to help out the Royal Adelaide show from August 30th to September 7th. Hours are 11 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Shabbat usage.
So you apply Nick, you contact him, and you say, hey, I can do that.
A slow, soulful Chassidic melody for meditation or prayer.
What is the requirement?
An arm and the ability to scoop ice cream. Do you know where Woodville, South Australia is? Do you know where Hyde Park, South Australia is?
Yeah.
All right. So,
I just got some. Just try. There's exception hand job.
Absolute oneness. Eye-patchy Nami Aramaic for yes, that is indeed so. Classic
so apply to it.
Eyes rapid Hebrew for time of favor. A spiritually auspicious time for prayer or blessing, e.g. Shabbos, Yom Kippur. Eyes Tizera Hebrew time of trouble. Refers to times when extras are set for salvation. A biblical name Esau.
That's all you need, Zoot. If you had a kitchen hand job, it's a foot in the door, and you'll very quickly be motivated to get a different job because you know that you're worth more. But you just need to start.
Also, a title of praise for a righteous woman. Hebrew for mixture.
If you came in here every day and before we played our game, you were able to say to me, I applied to 3 jobs today. Okay. Then we'd be playing for a week and you'd have a job, or you'd have interviews. And then you work for the interviews, and that's what you need. You don't need more diagnoses. Now, do I think that something could be wrong with you? I think there's something wrong with everybody. Nobody's perfect. And your mom is going to be really happy if you had a job that she's not going to be like, well, you have all these issues and you got to go get diagnosed or whatever. That's all she wants. And I can't blame her.
In Shabbat, inner faith and passion that transcends logic. The Hebrew for simple faith. The natural, pure faith about you. Emunachai in Hebrew for living faith.
You should say to yourself, and I think this would be a beautiful thing to say to yourself if you were able to do it. You say to yourself, Zoot, every time I want to talk about mental health, I'm going to think to myself, how could I apply for another job? You live in a city with 1 million people. That's a large city that's going to have a lot of positions available to you. And no matter what you're doing, if you just have somewhere to go for 8 hours a day, you're not going to be thinking about all this other garbage that you think about, and you get trapped in your own mind. And you just need to escape that. And then once you have that, you'll be able to get your photos to get on dating sites, and you'll get a girlfriend, and you'll be having regular sex, and you'll have a good life. That's what you want.
Frantic activity in Shabbat households Friday afternoon getting ready for Shabbos. Have Shiloh Hebrew. Mixture of foods. Halachic ritual to allow cooking on Yom Tov for Shabbos.
Stand-up competition as well.
Okay, that's fine, but that's secondary.
One of the 4 species forcibos. In Shabbat, emphasis is placed on a beautiful,
okay, that's fine, but that's not impressive. What's impressive is if you could get a job as a dishwasher.
Discussed with great care among Shabbat Chassidim.
That's a funny set.
Okay, it may be, but it's the truth. You think that you are so funny, that's cool. You can still go be as funny as you want on Monday nights from now until January, or even after. But you need things to do during the day, and you need a position.
Yeah, I just can't work Monday nights, but I can work Monday afternoons.
Absolutely. So I'm on.
You only work Monday afternoon. You go do stand up and then have something to do, and then go to sleep, and then work Tuesday morning.
Absolutely. You just need something regular. So I'm on Gumtree, and I see pages and pages of jobs, restaurant jobs, pizza maker, busy cafe staff needed, hospitality worker, event staff wanted. You can do all of these things. And you know, it's not like you've got any physical issues that make people say, I don't want this person at front of house. You're not a bad looking person. So that's going to be in your favor as well. So start applying for the jobs, man. Don't worry about mental health right now. Don't worry about stand-up comedy right now. Worry about getting a job as a dishwasher.
Bound by law. Inchasidus symbolizes discipline. And Hebrew for fierce slave. The one who chose to remain with his master. In Chasidus symbolizes attachment to worldly desires.
I know it's an uphill battle because it's a lot of work to get a job, but you'll be able to do it.
I'm just looking at this university one.
That would be great, Zoo.
No, it's $320. $320
over their top
for
display of
28
Yiddish
days.
behavior, usually effective teasing.
It's not very well written.
Medieval Yiddish
It's
exclamation.
a clinical trial based at the Medical Science Building University investigating effects of artificial sweetener consumption on blood.
Zoo, that's not a job. That's a medical trial. Get a job. Get a job as a dishwasher. Get a job as a waiter. You can do that.
Oh no, that one was very well written.
Okay, that's fine. Then you shouldn't even be reading it. That's not even a position that we'd want you to have. We want you to have short to long-term employment that's consistent, that's working for a real company. Zoo, a perfect job for you is to work as a security guard. Because you have a clean record and it'll allow you to be in. Sometimes you're allowed on your phone.
What do you need to be a security guard?
Just a clean record, usually.
Used figuratively for skewed thinking. Far-fetched Yiddish slang for straight, uptight. Used for overcomplicating things. Sparkling vagrant slang. A far where everyone is not overly emotional or crying a lot.
I just need registered security operations from just a security license.
No, you don't need that. There are going to be places where you can do that without necessarily having that. If that's what it requires, that's fine. You don't want to have to pay to get something. If you want to do that in the future, you can. But just if you go to hospitality and tourism, there are 92 jobs in your area. If you applied to all 92 or whatever ones are relevant to you, you would have a job by the end of the week.
Fargo's Yiddish for why. Commonly heard in Germany. Fargo's Zover avoid. Farzine Yiddish for to imagine. Used in Chassidic teaching for picturing higher concepts. Fast day. Jewish calendar day of fasting EGT Zom Gedalia, Asara GT.
Actually, this is actually.
That emphasized as a time for
Why
Teshuvah
not
and
you go
reflection.
rocking
Fast
fucking
act Yiddish for
what
night before
jobs are
fasting.
being offered in Adelaide, Australia right now?
It's not going to be updated enough.
Chassidim for fast preparations. Fat Chassidish slang. Extremely devout for
Zoot, you're being lazy again. You're being lazy again. Literally, Gumtree has 92 jobs. Those are the jobs that are available in Adelaide, Australia right now. All you have to do is apply to them.
Built slang, generally used in yeshiva for being extra Heimish or stubborn. Feldman slang in 770 circles. Generic nicknames by random Walker, like Joshua. First Hunkiner Yiddish himself for stinking. In Shabbat slang, joking term for someone, acting unpleasant. Peter Yiddish for uncle. Used affectionately in family Shabbat settings. Big short slang for Fargren indoor. Big Farb Yeshiva slang. Casual Fargrennen with a couple of guys in the
Zoot,
dorm room.
I'm going to be here I don't want you to leave this call until you've applied to 3 places.
Fifth, pathologic chassidic discussion about possibly extra class of mind that has not practiced, but mentioned.
That's a great job.
Fifth, literature Rita refers to the great Rabbi Rothschild of Dr. Schneerson.
Okay.
For 5 or 25.
I applied at the post office one time, and I got the job, but then I had an offer for a better job that I ended up taking, but I was willing to work at the post office. I went through everything that you have to do, the background check, the interview process, and I had just applied to a lot of positions at that time, and I was offered a really big position, and I took it. But had that not happened, I was actually offered 2 positions. Had I not been offered those 2 positions, I'd be perhaps working at the Irvine post office. And I think, in my own opinion, I think it would have been boring, but in its own way, it's kind of a dream job. At least in the United States, you get federal benefits. Dude, shut the fuck up about that bullshit. Apply to 3 different positions.
What if I start my own business?
Dude, you're being lazy. Nobody wants to work for you. You can't even get a job. Who the fuck wants to?
Becoming overly religious, quickly sometimes used jokingly for Balai Tashuga. Flipping Nigunan slang. When someone keeps changing the Nigan Kupan at Akabrang. Fodder for Fagrang slang. Stories, or latch, or personal struggles shared at Akbar Brennan. 4 cups galactic obligation at 4 cups of wine at the peasant Seder. 4 species Lula, Esrit, Hadasi, and Argos used in Sukos. In Shabbat, discussed deeply in
I'm taking a screenshot of
Zoot, quit that bullshit, man. Just call them.
It's okay, I'm here right now.
Okay, then don't go for any of the ones where you have to call. Put your application in.
When someone overeats at Kiddush. Yiddish for religiously devout. Sometimes used admiringly.
I'm not going to leave this call until you have put in
I already applied for Australia, but
not that quickly. You didn't.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. That doesn't count as one of the 3. Okay, it counts. Fine. How were you able to apply that quickly?
To become more observant. Collision between 2 religious guys in Crown Heights sidewalks because no one yields.
Yeah, or the place I applied for my husband already built to it. My resume and stuff. Because I've used the website before.
Okay, but your resume has been updated, hasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't update your resume that quickly.
I've already got a good resume.
Zoot, you already said that it needed a lot of work.
That is actually just about money appeals.
Just need more experience.
Okay, that's fine. It takes experience to get experience. So, That's fine. So you applied to the.
It's not the what?
Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So you applied to the post office, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Where else are you gonna apply? How about you apply at McDonald's? Just get your resume in there.
Title given to great tourist scholars, e.g. the Vilna Gaiden.
How about I apply for comedy club?
Zoot. That's fine, but apply first.
Head of a rabbinical board. Goodbye Hebrew for synagogue officer. In Shabbat. Person managing alios.
Zoot, have you ever seen the movie? Zoot, have you ever seen the movie The Founder?
Yeah. For charity treasurer.
I don't know about you, but I saw that movie and it was very inspirational to me. And I think that you would be a perfect fit to work at McDonald's.
Gadol Shemeshe Mesh Hebrew for a student who serves a great rabbi. Great stressing closeness.
So Zoot, right now, I want you to apply to McDonald's. Then I'll stop talking about McDonald's. But then the next thing I'm going to say is Hungry Jack's, and the next thing I'm going to say is Big W, and then I don't know any other places in Australia, so you'll be on your own. But then I won't keep harping on these things. Okay, that one too. So apply to. Okay, are you on McDonald's.au.whatever.com.au?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's taking you so long?
Often quoted in Shabbat renditions. Gan Eden Hebrew for Garden of Eden. In Chassidus.
Checking something.
2 levels. Lower and higher Gan Eden. Gan Eden in Hebrew for higher, Garden of Eden. Souls experience deeper divine revelation. Gan Eden Cottage in Hebrew for lower garden open.
So you're gonna okay. So here's our deal. You're gonna apply to McDonald's, Hungry Jack's, Big W, and that other one, and then we're gonna play our game.
Physical things used in carbogens to talk about elevating material. Gehenna Hebrew for purgatory. In Chassidus, a spiritual cleansing process for the soul. There is Hebrew for conversion to Judaism. Nice high-tech Yiddish slang for heat it up. Used in yeshiva when a favorite gets intense. Gemara Hebrew for completion. Talmudic interpreting the Mishnah. For yeshiva study. Gematria Hebrew for numerical value of letters.
No, Zoot, no. You need to apply at McDonald's. You did not. You're so. Zoot, you're lying. And I don't tolerate that bullshit, okay? I want you to apply to McDonald's right now. And the McDonald's application process takes a few minutes. Zoot, I don't want to hear anything more out of you until you've applied and you say, I applied, and then you can send me a screenshot of your application number. Gesundheit.
Hebrew for the true complete redemption.
I'm good.
Shabbat slogans about Moshiach.
Zoot. Okay, so they didn't hire you then.
Whoa.
But that doesn't mean they're not going to hire you now.
Use when
Well, I'll go in there. I'll go in there tomorrow.
Zoot, quit with this. Zoot, quit with this. Apply for the position online. If you want to go in there tomorrow, if you want to go in there tomorrow, you can do that. But your job right now is not to talk about starting your own business or talking about mental health or talking about comedy clubs or talking about what you did in the past. Your job right now is to apply for McDonald's.
I'm halfway through the fucking application right now.
Excellent.
Coming up with the AI shit.
Gezerah Shabbat Heber equal degree. Talmudic rule.
Okay.
Deriving Halacha by comparing similar
Crew
words and
member,
verses.
rest of crew member.
Gimel Tammuz Heber date. Third of Tammuz. In Shabbat.
What?
Day the Reba passed.
Okay, now do the same for Hungry Jacks.
Marked as a day of reflection and connection. Gimel Tammuz Febran Shabbat slang for the emotional Arbrennen held that day. Gimel Hebrew Fortimal, also the third letter of the Hebrew alphabet. Symbolism used in Chasidus. Gimel Ches Heber phrase. Letter Gimel represents giving kindness Gemulus Ches. Gimel K Sabine slang in Yeshiva. 3 notebooks for Gemara, Chasidus, and Halacha. Glick Yiddish for luck or fortune. Used in blessings. Glick Vebran slang. Akbar Brennan where everything worked out lucky. The Hebrew for bet. Halachic category of stealing. Krasdas Hebrew for stealing knowledge. Halachic prohibition of deception. Gold Hebrew for Redeemer. Refers to Moshiach. Gold Zedek Hebrew for righteous Redeemer. Church for Moshiach in prayers. Goalless mentality slang. Exile thinking, opposite of Beulah mindset. Gimel Hebrew for benefactor.
Rabbi.
Yo,
Refers to Bertha's optimal blessing after surviving danger.
go ahead. What?
Gold Hebrew for nation.
They want me to do a 60-second video.
Yiddish for non-Yiddish.
Okay, do a 60-second video.
Sometimes negatively.
60-second video why I should work at McDonald's.
Yiddish slang.
Okay, perfect.
Non-Yiddish head.
So go do one.
English for impractical thinking.
What I would do though is I would go to AI and just say, hey, I have to do a 60-second video at McDonald's. What should I say? Please provide me with the script. And I would just read the script, and if it looked natural, I would send it to them.
When someone starts singing one out off now air. Raw acronym for Gaiden Rabbi Eliyahu Vilna Gaiden. Grand Rabbi title for Chassidic Reba.
Are you going to do that?
Usually means the Reba.
Yep.
Good.
Yiddish for rhyming verses. Some have current Farbrengens, often humorous. Ram and Fabren slang.
What'd you say, Zoo?
Current rhymes and jokes.
I'm getting a new job provider as well.
You're getting a new job for Riser?
Someone who always asks for handouts.
A job provider, someone. I have a job provider who's a big thing. I'm getting another one.
What's a job provider?
Rats Yiddish for belch. Used in slang.
It's the person who helps you book the job.
Rats
Okay.
slang.
That's fine. You don't need one of those for McDonald's.
Where everyone has groaning. Body. In Chasidus, often contrasted with Neshama soul.
You can.
Gupnaki Hebrew for
Zoot.
clean body.
You are wonderful at not doing things. You're like the best person at not doing things. All you need to do is go to Grok and say, give me a 1-minute script for, I mean, you love acting. This should be your deal, man. So go comb your hair or do whatever you need to do and go record a 60-second video and then get to the end of the process.
Minds of Shabbat circles. This fortune Hebrew for welcoming guests. For mitzvah, big in Shabbat community. Practices separate Torah Hebrew for dedication of a Torah strolls. In Shabbat. Celebrated with dancing and upgrade. Hadron Hebrew for we will return. Formula set at the end of studying a tractate of Talmud. Hadlakas Nero's header for kindling lights. Refers to Shabbos and Yom Tov candle lighting. Hafatas Hamayanos Hebrew for spreading the wellsprings. Central Shabbat mission to spread Chassidus. Hafrashas Chala Hebrew for separating Chala. Mitzvah of removing a portion of dough. Kedudah Hebrew for telling. Book read on Passover at the Seder. Shabbat has its own annotated edition. Haggadah Hebrew for lifting. Raising the Torah scroll during services. Hakos Hebrew for circuits. Dancing with Torahs on Simas Torah. Hakful Hebrew for assemble.
All right, we'll go record it again. But come back. I want you to tell me when you're done.
In Chassidus, warns against being overly demanding. Halacha Hebrew for Jewish law. Literally the way. Halacha Levisa Hebrew for practical law. How halacha applies in daily life. Halachic man term from Rav Solovchik. Sometimes discussed in Shabbat as contrast to Chassidic man. Hallel Hebrew for praise. Psalms recited on festivals. Hallel Gadol Hebrew great Hallel. Longer psalm of praise, recited on special occasions. Hamotzi Hebrew blessing over bread. Who brings forth bread eater. Panachos Hebrew for notes. In Shabbat. Transcripts of the Riva S. Brengens. Panacha Bilgi Yuga Hebrew for unedited transcripts. Notes from Ariva S. talk before editing. Panacha Yuga Hebrew for edited transcript. Checked by the Riva. Hanukkah Hebrew for dedication. Holiday celebrating the Maccabees' victory and the oil miracle. Hanukkah Geld Yiddish for Hanukkah money. Given to children. In Shabbat, also given by the Riga. Hanukkah Mezavah Hebrew Yiddish for Hanukkah party. Big in Shabbat outreach. Hebrew for inside.
Spike in the first century after the temple revolt, when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have since then discovered 6 specific catacomb systems in Rome, which are definitely Jewish. It's interesting also to note that they're all centered around the Colosseum, built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves. So Sylvia Cappelletti describes a lot of the history of discovery of these catacombs. They were known, of course, much earlier than 1859. Benjamin Tudela, one of the most famous Jewish travelers in the 12th century report seeing some on the eastern bank of the Tiber, which is probably Monteverde that he saw. And later, early 17th century visitors also confirmed seeing them and described the presence of Jewish symbols, in particular the menorah. The menorah, the seven-branch candelabra, is one of the most famous Jewish symbols. It goes back really to the ancient period, and it's especially poignant to think of it because the menorah was the symbol of the lost temple. So therefore, the Jews kept that symbol as their prime signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the graves seem to have been created in the 1st through the 4th century of the Common Era. It may seem strange to think of Jews being buried in these kind of underground crypts, but this is not at all strange in the ancient world. In Israel, in fact, there's significant descriptions of burial practice and exactly how the bones were observed and so on, and particular practices for reinterment. This is actually in keeping with the ancient, very ancient Greek-Roman practice, the Truscan practice of underground chamber burial. The Romans themselves actually preferred cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds with the Jewish and then, of course, later the Christian belief in the physical revival of the dead, the visitation of the dead that occur in the Messianic period. Therefore, inhumation or burial in the soil as we have today slowly became a much more popular practice. However, for quite a period of time, the practice of burying in crypts was maintained, and that's why we have these catacombs today. Most of these photographs are taken from an amazing website. You really have to visit. There's so much all the things, all the information. Catacombsociety.org. That is an area that still should not direct. Did a tremendous amount of research. There's a lot of her writings on this website. Hundreds and hundreds of photographs. Really worthwhile. Okay, let's have some look at what do you see inside these graves. Here's an amazing picture that shows the interior of the Hebrew for kindness and mercy. You can see that there are these sort of horizontal rack lights on the left and the right that are lined the sides of the hallway. That's basically the main system of burial that's portrayed in this crypt, although it's clear that it was used over many centuries. They even have had usage by non-Jews, either prior to or post-Jews working in this particular area. It is quite long. We're talking about basically a quarter mile of tunnels that are used for the graves. Here's a map from Jessica de la Russo that shows the various levels, but there were also other forms of burial as well. There's also some burials, for example, in coffins. Some of them were apparently much smaller, indicating a lot of child mortality. Here's actually a lid that came from Monteverde. It's also quite possibly the Jewish child, which indicates some of the hesitations about the depiction
Famous random section.
three-dimensional Hebrew for laws of festivals. By some of these populations. Some of these were gorgeously decorated. Look at this image here.
Refers to Vader's the Vatican.
Palm tree.
In Shabbat.
Here you see a painted
19th
ceiling.
Muslim altar Rita has released the Zakilala.
Here is the perennial
In Hebrew for behold. He had prepared formula before certain mitzvos in Shabbat Siburim. And in Hebrew for here, I am. Biblical phrase operating before GD.
Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on that trip, God willing, also with my colleague, Dr. Edward Reichman, who does some fascinating stuff on Jewish medical ethics. We're actually going to be CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested in joining us. So I hope you enjoy the video. Thank you very much for watching.
In connection with the Rita, Isora is Hebrew for awakening. Spiritualizal or inspiration. Isora is Racham Hebrew for arousal of mercy. Prayer E.
Hello and welcome to a new series of lectures.
Mitzvah Allah Hebrew for emotional involvement. A state of inspired prayer in Shabbat. Mitzvah is Hebrew for passing away. In Shabbat. The Reba as Mitzvah is marked on Gimel Tammuz. Mitzvah is Hebrew for contentment. In Chassidus. Being satisfied with little. Mitzvah another spelling of Mitzvah's connection. Ultimate Hebrew enthusiasm. A fiery feeling in prayer. It's a Hebrew for gathering. Used for conferences, like Minus Hashluchim. Impact is Hebrew for extension. Chassidic concept of influence beyond one's self. Media Hebrew for obligation. Halachic requirement. Oscar Par Yeshiva slang for review test. Opens a short for Hafaz's Hamayanos. Studying Chassidus.
Let's go to our topic.
Opens a Bakr Shabbat slang.
And we want to talk about
A student devoted to Equal and outreach. Top sheet Hebrew for free. Used in slogans about Jewishdom.
I specifically want to look at one battle in particular.
Torah Hebrew for ruling. Halachic decision. Torah practice Hebrew for practical guidance. In Shabbat. The Reba and supply directives. Hashem Hebrew for please save. Chanting on Sukkos with Lulav. Hashenos plural prayer.
That is
Hot slang for fiery, intense. Used about hard engines for Basulim. Hot fade ranking.
that is those Jews living in Israel really wanted to assimilate.
Hot fade rank that got very heated and passionate. Also Yiddish slang for spending money. Commonly joked about in Crown Heights.
Get rid of all of those offenses and things like that associated.
Held in Hebrew for Martin.
This led
Source of halachic questions about tribe animals. User in Hebrew for stringency. Meaning extra strict intelligence. Such slang for someone trying to act mysterious or secretive.
They faced a
Such the Hebrew for memorial prayer. Set at yards. Such of Yiddish slang. Settle.
After Mattisyahu died, the leadership sadly went to Yehuda Maccabee.
Used for some onechon, not too excitable. Favorite Hebrew for pregnancy.
So let's look at this.
Intelligent, also interpolation of the leap year. In Kabbalah.
Major support from the Syrian. So here we are.
Temporary dwelling of one soul in another. Favorite Shen in Hebrew for interpolating a year.
Christian thought as well.
Added the Nardi in the Jewish leap year. Figures encoded in Hebrew for holy letters.
40,000.
A section of Tanya with letters of the altar Reba.
7,000. It's incredibly large.
Hebrews coded Hebrew for holy letters. The published letters of the Lubavitcher rabbis.
By peasants that slave traders
Hebrews
all around
Shabbat shorthand for the Reba and letters. Many Chassidim use them as a means of guidance. Hebrews practice Shabbat slang.
By the way, much of this information comes from
Writing a letter to Perez and placing it randomly in the Hebrews Kodesh volume for an answer. Dilu Hebrew phrase these and those.
outside books, known as the Apocrypha, that is ironically
From Calvin and Dictum.
reasons
Those
which are
opinions are words of the living GD. They from Hebrew for main thing or essence.
by some who actually saw the events firsthand. At any rate, these
Common in Halachic and Shabbat discussions. Abraham in Hebrew for the core law. The strict Halachic requirement without stringencies.
very clearly no match at all for this professional art.
Hebrew slang from Hebrew. The main point in Ashi or Sitcha. Galuni Hebrew for prodigy. A brilliant yeshiva student.
They specifically went and looked at the Torah for
In years of Hashem, I Hebrew for the GD wills. Common phrase in
made them look Deuteronomy to the letter dismissing anyone who wanted to
In
fight if they
Hebrew
had been
for
married.
concept or matter.
Here,
In Shabbat. Used constantly when discussing Chasidus. In Loki Hebrew for divine concept.
Which is one of the reasons why I think such a tremendous hero.
In Chasidus, a teaching relating to GBS essence. In Passion Hebrew for simple concept. Yeshiva slang for something basic.
Here's a map of the actual battle.
In Gadol Hebrew for big concept. Something major or profound.
From the larger camp, and he takes them out in a
In AI Mochi and Hebrew for matters of and redemption. A strong Shabbat learning peace since 1991. The 90s Hebrew world for matters. Shabbat slang for stuff. Example. He has busy the 90s. Coded Hebrew for the holy city. Usually refers to Jerusalem. Hitchback sometimes used playfully for crown high. Something like Hebrew for city of refuge. Or mandated asylum city.
And avoids Gorgias.
Certain Hebrew for organization. In Israel, name of three-state militia. In Yeshiva slang. The organizers of that program.
These managers are so their managers are so scared to say
Shabbat term for Chassid known for generosity.
to say yes, yes, yes,
But
yes.
Hitchham's Hebrew format of truth. Chassidic compliment.
Please
Hebrew for big person.
explain to me why you let these guys do this.
Ishbitzer slang for students or teachings connected to this Chassid is not Shabbat, but used in yeshiva conversation.
Fuck is he doing?
Iskopia Hebrew for subduing. Shabbat Chassidus. Holding back one's desires to serve DB. Bishopship Hebrew for transformation.
Now, there's a lot more to say about the Hanukkah rebellion.
Transforming negativity into holiness by higher levels of coffee. Bishop Hebrew for prohibition.
Stuart Smith, in case Skyco still is awake and stable.
Galactic category operable impact. Is Panama Hebrew for benefit prohibition. And item forbidden not just to eat, but even to derive benefit from. Is the header Hebrew for permitted and permitted. Category of galactic rulings on categories. It shall be Hula Aramaic for beginning of redemption. Phrase used in discussions of Israel as founding. Iskopia alternate spelling C Iskopia. Iskopia this slang for someone constantly forcing themselves, lacking joy. Iskashfris C Iskashfris. Iska Allah C Iska Allah. Iskash Jusa di Moshe Aramaic phrase. The extension of Moshe. Shabbat. Every generation has leaders that part of Moshe. This is slang for
Hello and welcome
pieces
to
and divine
another
contraction.
lecture on Jewish
Yeshiva
heroes
joke term
and
for
heroism.
eating
This
small.
lecture is part of a series used as part of my research to prepare
As
for
matches
the
the
kosher
system
boat
Hebrew for
tours
serve, easy
cruise
with
on
joy.
the Seine River.
Shabbat theme and popular Midah.
So today, since we are in the month of Kislev, I thought I'd look at one of the battles. Battle that the lost, but nevertheless, there's a particular moment of incredible courage that left a lasting imprint, especially in art history, but also in the spirit of the Maccabean Revolution. It's the Battle of Bet Zachariah, which you can see here. And this is not too far away from Jerusalem, which is just up to the northeast a little bit. Is near the town of Shut and
Shabbat custom to
Now,
meditate
what
before
exactly
meeting.
happened here? We have a look at the battle. The Maccabees come down from Jerusalem, where the towns were broken before the already learned that the and Judea, and there they had a tremendous battle, and the armies actually had to retreat. But what's the specific moment of special here is associated with Elazar, the brother of Maccabees, from the book of Maccabees itself, and daily edition of the Apocrypha. Now Elazar, called Avarah, saw that one of the animals was equipped with royal armor. What are we talking about? The ferocious elephant, really amazing, terrifying creatures. What's going on with this particular war elephant? It was taller than all the others, and he, Elazar, supposed that the king was on it. So he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He courageously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. When it fell to the ground upon him, the Jews saw the royal might and the fierce attack of the forces. They turned away in flight. So this was ultimately a defeat for the Maccabees, a temporary defeat, but nevertheless, Elazar's heroism was one really great thing, which you can imagine the incredible courage it must have taken to run up to this strange and ferocious looking beast and to take it down. I think this actually inspired the famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. Anyway, let's have a look at this in terms of art history, because what I find especially fascinating about this Gustave Doré, I think, is a fairly realistic kind of depiction of the battle. But in the medieval period, most artists, especially in Christian Europe, had never seen an elephant. So it's really interesting to see when they're reading the Apocrypha. You recall that the Apocrypha is actually preserved in Christian Bibles, not in the Jewish tradition. So we have the Greek translation of this book that's still widely read in Christian church, and they're trying to depict this in manuscript. So they don't know what an elephant looks like. They say it's kind of like a horse thing with sort of a long trunk coming out of his nose. So here's an example in which it looks a little bit like a horse with a trumpet, and notice that the scale is way off. Like, you have no idea how big an actual here's another example. Artist just gave up and said, "Oh, it's basically a horse, right? A big horse." Here's another example in which it's kind of like a happy dachshund or something like that. Another version in which the proportions look about right, but again, the scale is totally wrong. And I have to say that of all of the Elazar's death, this is perhaps the most horrible. Just imagine he's washed in that manner. Here's one in which the elephant gets a little bit closer to reality, but the trunk is totally wrong. And here's one which looks a little bit like kind of a saber-toothed tiger trunk. Again, the artists are just flailing about trying to figure out how to depict the elephant. This one is great. It's kind of like a salamander with the jaws and ears. Here is actually all my favorite. This one I think inspired them. So, all joking aside, the heroism of Elazar is absolutely amazing, and he has Jewish symbols referencing tension with Islam, courage back in the era. Thank you very much for watching.
Job biblical, a figure of suffering and faith, referenced in sermons are rendered.
Give you that impression. People think you're a bitch.
Joseph biblical patriarch, connected to Shabbat Kiddush on Yosef Confidence. Joy and service phrase translating into as Hashem Simcha. Hafi Shabbat principle.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish Heroes and Heroism series in connection with Fellowship of Broken Losers. Today I'd like to speak about a very inspirational young woman named Hannah French. She was born in Budapest, Hungary in 1921. She was assimilated to that. Her father unfortunately passed away when she was 6 years old, and she was raised by her mother together with her brother. She was a very bright young woman, very well in school, and had a quite passionate attachment to Zionism. With admittedly the political situation deteriorated, she moved to Israel. She made Aliyah, she joined the British. But that was not enough for her. She wanted to do something for the people people of the homeland in Hungary, and so she decided to volunteer to work with the British as a parachutist. She was one of 37 individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind enemy lines into Hungary, where they were working with the resistance. Once they landed in Europe, they learned that the Nazis had overthrown the local Hungarian government, and that they were implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism. Most of the men in her group called off mission, but she insisted on penetrating enemy lines and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country. Unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis, she was imprisoned, she was tortured horribly, losing several of her teeth. That led to an entire ordeal. She refused to give up the signals to a radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several other members of the resistance. After a short trial, she was executed to death by the Nazis. One of the things that has come to light since her execution at a tragically young age was the fact she was a very talented poet. I myself have been very moved by her poems and have included some of her lectures. One of the most famous of her poems has become Henry Youth Anthem. I'd like to hear all the translation because Blessed is the match consumed in kindred. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart, strength to stop its beating for honor's sake. Blessed is the match consumed in flame. She composed this poem shortly after landing on European soil, shortly before she would be captured, and shortly before, like the match in her poem, she would be consumed in the heroic flames of her self-sacrifice for the people. We plan to study the lives of many great Jewish heroes in thousands of years of Jewish history. The Normandy Seine River cruise, which will take place in July of 2022, God willing. This is going to be a special opportunity since we will be in Normandy to show special treatment to Jewish service during World War I and especially World War II, marking D-Day and the Somme. I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you very
Terry Hebrew for Typos. Severe spiritual punishment meant in
Premeditated attempted murder, you're doing some real shit. Which isn't fun.
Casper's Hebrew for
So it
fitness.
also depends on the progressive
Refers to filter dietary laws. Casper Hebrew for fit.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure that you are, like me, following the events in Ukraine with great trepidation. It's terrifying to see the impact of this cruel Russian invasion on the civilian population. And I'm specifically concerned for the health and safety of their remarkable president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context of Jews living in Ukraine. It is my small part to respond to his recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices and protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage, unprovoked, and pointless attack. So, first of all, who is Volodymyr Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the number one target of Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived survived several assassinations. Gail Beckerman wrote a fantastic piece in the Atlantic recently, and she wrote, what is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long sweep of history is that his Jewishness has not stood in the way of his disgrace as a symbol of the nation. Now, I would agree that Zelensky himself is a non-person mind-blowing, but in the long sweep of history, I would say it's only remarkable and not necessarily mind-blowing to see a Jew leadership position. It has, after all, happened several times before that Jews have been within very tight leadership of this country, particularly over the last century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics, his mother taught engineering. And note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured, very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet Jew. And the idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological, political, and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient themselves towards the dominant population, and Russians clearly dominated Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I witnessed in my own lifetime, and over the course of my own visits to Ukraine, that it was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in the minority. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky, studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent. He was an adolescent at the time that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, a very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went into comedy. He got involved with a comedy troupe that was called Studia Kvartal 95, or Kvartal 95. And this is also actually a very long Jewish tradition. Let's not forget that for much of Ukrainian history, Jews were much more urban. Yes, they tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them, and you have a very long tradition of Jews being a tradition. Zelensky fits very well into that kind of paradigm of Jews and entertainment. We, of course, see that in America as well, where Jews gravitating and creating Hollywood and the film industry as well. This comedy troupe recorded a TV sitcom that proved to be extremely popular. It was called Luga Nalo, or Servant of the People, and it ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school teacher living at home with his parents, who was caught on a a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral. And in the series,
Parsha, where Abraham is told to journey, often used in slang for time to move on. Lining Yiddish for reading.
Hey, what's up, Sideways? Come down, woman.
Slang.
Yeah, Robinson, like, why you wear that hat?
Yiddish for mockery.
I don't know. Sometimes my head gets cold, but it's like Maimonides, Rambam,
Negative cynicism or positive mocking
Moshe,
slang.
and Maimon.
Lepek Yiddish for honey cake.
I don't know. A lot of times when I sleep, because I could just fall asleep like that. Anyway, my hair gets caught, and then it gets all cray. I don't know. Frankly, but that's what I do. All right, girls, you ready to get a draft update?
Learning Torah with pure intent. Longest Yiddish Yeshivish for analytical Torah
Well,
study.
yeah, rabbits in the bed. Yeah, all right, big dog. So, what are your thoughts on your squad thus far? Frankly, I think it's better than I would have come out thinking it would have been. Like, I did all these mock drafts, and I don't think any of them were this good. Like, I did maybe 35 mock drafts at least. Plus another 25 real drafts. And yes, I did over 50 real. I did dozens of drafts. And I think this is the best squad. Why? Why not? Yeah, Robinson back. Do you wear that hat like a condom hat? No, but maybe, girl. All right, here we go.
One of the 4 species used on sukkos.
You really want to know why I'm wearing it? Because I'm robbing the world, bitch. And that means anybody who wears this, I could be them, baby. Huh? Baby. I'm robbing the world. I'm going from zero to hero, baby. And yeah, Rabbi, so you're wearing a ski mask? I guess. Rabbi, have you ever skied? No. Why? It's a complicated answer to that. I don't like to be cold. I take a shit. Anyway.
Now synonymous with Lubavitch movement.
Yeah, Robin's in the back. All right, can you review the draft with us? But first, tell us how you think your squad's doing. Well, first, I don't know if this is sideways or not or whatever. Hopefully, it's working. Yeah, Robin's in the back. Why do you call it sideways when it's just like this? Because I don't know, the camera orientation is like that. I'm not sure. Whatever. All right, so here's where we're at. Let's just, yeah, Rabbit's in the back. Yeah, can you just give us a rundown of everybody? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, so we had Jamar Chase 1, Justin Jefferson 2, Saquon Barkley 3, John Robinson 4, Jameer Gibbs 5, Derrick Henry 6, CeeDee Lamb 7, Christian McCaffrey 8, Amon-Ra St. Brown 9, Puka Nacua 10, Ashton Gentry 11, Devin Henning 12, Malik Neighbors 13, Lamar Jackson 14, Brock Bowers 15, Jonathan Taylor 16, Nico Collins, college sucks, 17, Brian Thomas sucks, he's fine, I think, 18, AJ Brown 19, Drake London 20, Josh Allen 21, J. Daniels 22, Josh Jacobs 23, Bucky Irving 24, Jalen Hurts 25, Breece Hall 26, James Cook 27, Trey McBride 28, Joe Burrow 29, Mike Evans 30, Kyron Williams 31, Chase Brown 32, Alvin Kamara 33, Brad McConkey 34, Tyreek Hill 35, Terry McLaurin 26, Patrick Mahomes 27, George Kittle 28, 38, James Conner 39, T. Higgins 40, Baker Mayfield 41, Jason Smith and Jugua, whatever it is, 30.
Little Rita slang for
Whatever.
a mocker who acts overly
You're at 30,
chastity or
30,
self-important.
38, 42. All right.
Long favorite and slang for a favorite
So,
that goes
but the
without
squad.
being very common in Shabbat yeshivas.
Well, I think I got I mean, I took a lot of risks. Ashton Gantry, he's a mystery box. No one knows what we're going to get on him. Lamar Jackson, if he stays healthy, he's the best player in. Tyreek Hill, he's the fat NFL, or at least has been consistently, but he's been hurt recently, and he went from the number 2 overall pick, which is what I got him last year, to no one knows what we're getting out of him this year. His quarterback was hurt, and then George Kittle, who some people think is the best tight end in the league. I would tell you this: if I had a real team, like a real team, if I were like a real coach, I would just recruit tight ends because they can block, they're big. You don't really need wide receivers to be all that fast. They just need to be able to catch the ball and then fall down. Oh, I gotta take a shit. And they can block, and you can literally just line them up on the offensive line and just they're huge dudes. All right. So what thoughts on? I mean, I don't know. Has anybody taken a quarterback and a tight end on a team thus far? Yeah, one person. Bitcoin forever. I gotta take a shit. When's the next pick? It's not gonna be for a while. I slept, and they were waiting 3 hours for my Tyreek Hill pick. And Tyreek Hill, I think I got him as a steal. Though, let's see here. He was a number 18 wide receiver last year. He hasn't practiced all fucking summer, though. They better not come out and be like, oh, yeah, he's done. Dude, you know why I fucking picked him? He's super fast. But really, this motherfucker was in handcuffs before the kickoff of opening season, opening game, hours beforehand, and he tweeted out at Cheetah. That's another thing. I think it's tight that he has at Cheetah. He bought it from somebody just because he's that fast. He tweeted out to all my fantasy peoples, I'm good. I was like, yeah, dude, because I picked you number 2. All right. So who we take in the next rounds? Well, here's the strategy, girls. We're just doing the best wide receivers and running backs we can get. And there are some people who are like if there's a guy, let's say guy number 1, I don't really know how to pronounce his name, or I don't really know who he is. And guy number 2, and I do know how to pronounce his name, but maybe he's not as good as guy number 1, but it's pretty close. I'll pick guy number 2 just so I can remember their name, if it's going to be close. This team could have been a boring fuck team. Classical gas. I'll give you some classical gas, girl. I love when they're like dun, 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 dun. Anyway, what are your this team is maybe one of the best teams drafted thus far. Let's see if we have any competition. All right, so the first guy that was Fiat, he got Jamar Chase, Bucky Irving, Jalen Hurts. That's a good team. But I don't know who's got it 4th. The next person, Speed, Justin Jefferson, Josh Jacobs, Brees Hall. That's a good team. Schiller, Saquon Barkley, Jaden Daniels, James Cook. That's a good team. Bitcoin, Bijan Robinson, Josh Allen, Trailing Ryan. That's a good team. That might be the best team we've said thus far. Next is Mike D. Sproto, Jahmyr Gibbs, Drake London, Joe Burrow. It's okay. Next, VMU, Derrick Henry, AJ Brown, Mike Evans. That's good. Next is Halloween, CeeDee Lamb, Brian Thomas, Kieran Williams, Jason Smith, and Nugua. That's a good team, but that's a lot of wide receivers. Next, Christian McCaffrey, Nico Collins sucks. Chase Brown, Baker Mayfield. Getting weaker. Next, Yo-Yo, that was Sproto. Yo-Yo had Amon-Ra St. Brown, Jonathan Taylor, Alvin Kamara, T. Higgins. That's a good team. Now, I could have had T. Higgins, but he's the number 2 receiver on his team, and I like going with Nuts or number 1. Next is Rev Cloud, Puka Nacua, Brock Bowers, Glad McConkey, and James Conner. He doesn't have a quarterback yet, which is fine. You don't necessarily need one. I'm pretty diverse. Ashton Gentry, Lamar Jackson, Tyreek Hill, George Kittle. That'll kill. Ashton Gentry is a mystery box, but I just have a feeling that he's going to be like this rookie sensation and just blow everybody out of the water. Point-wise. Like, he will quickly be the best running back in the history of humankind. I think if he gets less than 121,253 touchdowns this year, he'll be a bust. Lamar Jackson, he was number 1 last year over anybody. You know, I look on Reddit and like websites like who should you pick? Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen. It's basically Lamar Jackson got screwed out of the MVP last year. So I feel he's got that fire in him to get it this year. And Josh Allen, I think, is a less risk to get hurt. But and just has less weapons. The Baltimore added weapons. They're going to be really tough here. All right, Tyreek Hill always has he has 1,000 red flags. But that's okay. I have 1,000 red flags, baby. Oh, I was thinking about this, that the muse from Chabad of Sherman Oaks. I think we're about to know like this phrase. Shoot or shoot, baby. That's what I do. Anyway, what is it? There's a phrase from The Office. Engaged ain't married. Then she wasn't engaged. Really? And the thing is with that chick, I asked all the guys who I knew, like, hey, this girl, I asked them, do you like this girl? They're all like, they like the other chicks, so I was like, green light. Really? Yeah. Do you think Rabbi Lipsker is mad at you? No. Shoot or shoot, baby. Glad we handled it the way that we did, because I would not have been able to dive in with any Kavana that day. It was a shocker morning, beginning of the week, and it was a shocker. So it was a morning prayer, and I just remember being. I remember my emotions. I was like, where was I? I was driving into the Chabad through their little passcode system, and he just was like, slow down, calm down. Really? Yeah, because I was like, this girl is smoking. Really? She's fucking earmuffs, dog. This you look like Princess Leia. Anyway, better looking more. Dude, this girl motivated me to call people and be like, I have closure. And she allowed me to get as much closure as I can get. Really? Over what? Just, I needed to see a face like that. Anyway. And earmuffs, 75-degree weather. Is it really that hot? No. All right, is that the end of your story? No, I have tons of stories from that joint. All right. Do you like Chabad of Sherman? Yeah, I love the people there. They were my first Chabad family. Really? The first. Is this thing still recording? I fucking hate this shit. Is this still recording? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Anyway, I don't know if this is still recording. Then I have to fucking redo all the fucking things. This shit sucks. Oh, dude, the internet's out. It's back. Dude, I don't understand why we can't have connectivity anywhere in the world all the time. It just like doesn't exist. Like, cable doesn't go in and out. Why does Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi, all Wi-Fi should have like backup Wi-Fi routers or like a backup system. It just shouldn't go down. It doesn't even necessarily. Just shit shouldn't go down. Anyway, I love Chabad of Sherman Oaks. Love the people there. It was the first Chabad within Sherman Oaks where I had been part of the community, and I still think of those rabbis as the Beatles. And they inspired me. And I look forward to reuniting with them someday. I saw Rabbi Lipsker years later at a funeral, and he recognized me. I was in my big beard, bigger than this one, my black hat, my tzitzit, and just looked as frum as you could look. And I sat in the corner. It was at
Temple priestly garment. Also, Mihai law equals misuse of sacred property. Vicar Hebrew for source. Slang.
I can't think of this guy's first name. I can think of his first name. It's been years though. Silverman's last name. His funeral, the Silverman funeral, and I had to take off work and drive from Orange County to like Glendale to Mount Sinai or Forest Lawn. No, it was Mount Sinai, which is in Forest Lawn or adjacent or some shit like that. Anyway, and I was there, and another rabbi and Rebbitzin were really happy that I came because they knew the sacrifice that I had to make to get there. And wouldn't you know it, fucker from Chabad of Sherman Oaks walks in, and I'm like, no fucking way, Lipsker's here. And he had to look back and be like, no fucking way are you here. Really? Yeah. All right, are you done with your fucking earmuffs? For now. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Represents the eternal spiritual battle against boldness, apathy. Milton's John Unigog, Hebrew for war of God and Magog. Eschatological word for Moshiach. Milton's Hashim, Hebrew for wars of God. Slang. Sometimes applied to heated Torah debates. Milton's Mitzvah, Hebrew for obligatory war. Halachic category, e.g. defense of Israel.
Hey, what's up?
Milton's Rishis Hebrew for optional. Biblical category for
Yeah, it's Phil
expansion.
Silverman.
Milchonic
But
Hebrew
when
for
I'm doing
source
these,
of
it's
Torah.
hard for me to think sometimes. But yeah, Phil Silverman. I really liked Phil. He's very nice. He had a really beautiful life. He was an electrical engineer, UCLA. And there's another, what is his wife's name? Selma. She had the most interesting accent. I think she was from like, it wasn't British, it was like the West Indies, something like that. And I went to the funeral. I went to the memorial service that we had at Laguna Woods. I almost spoke at his memorial service, but I
originally. Those opposed to chastity.
Hey, what's up, sideways?
Plural of this age. Slang. Sometimes still used for lip fishers. Mikvoy nickname Hebrew for campaigns. Refers to the outreach mitzvah campaigns launched by the
Hey, what's
Lubavitcher
up,
Riga
sideways?
AG.
Come down, woman.
Tefillin, mezuzah, Torah study, Shabbos candles. Maclos Hebrew for dispute. Refers to halachic or Torah debates. Slang. Arguments in yeshiva. Maczer Hebrew for cycle. Prayer book used for the high holidays or festivals.
Hey, what's up, sideways? Come down, woman.
Maczer Vitri medieval halachic prayer commentary by Rashi S. Student Simcha of Vitri.
That hat.
Madrik Hebrew for wide. In Shabbat. Counselor or leader, S. In Kat. Madrich, a feminine form of Madrik. Maggid Hebrew for preacher, storyteller. In Shabbat. Teacher of Chasidus. Also title of the Mezritcher Maggid. Maggid She Hebrew for lesson giver. The main lecturer in a yeshiva. Mashchik Hebrew for supervisor. Either a kosher certifier or yeshiva spiritual guide. Mashkia Shabbat term for spiritual mentor who guides in Chasidus and Avoda. Mashkia Rachani Hebrew for spiritual guide. Formal title in Shabbat Yeshivos. Mesora Hebrew for tradition. Central idea in Halacha and Jewish continuity. Magnus Kemuna Hebrew for priestly gift.
Dog, that didn't record.
Obligatory gifts given to Kohani. Matzah Hebrew for anointed bread. Central to Pesach observance. In Shabbat, emphasis on handmade sh matzah. Matzah Hebrew Yiddish for situation. Slang. What as matzah equals what as going on. Matzah Ruach Hebrew for atmosphere, spirit. Used for move et afar brennen. Mayhalik Hebrew for approach, method. In yeshiva. Met as is Mayhalik in learning. Metuder Hebrew for beautiful, enhance. Refers to mitzvahs performing in the best way. Needle Hebrew for robe. Priest as garment in the temple. Also linked to Mi'ilah misuse of holy property. Mikr Hebrew for source. Slang. What as the Mikr for that halacha? Technical Hebrew for Kabbalist. Melech Hebrew for word. The 39 categories prohibited on Shabbos. Menachem Mendel common Shabbat name, after Fetzman T. Zedek and the Lubavitcher Riga. Often shortened to Mendel. Mendel common nickname in Shabbat Yeshiva for Menachem Mendel. Meseder Kiddushin Hebrew for one who arranges the wedding. The officiating rabbi at the chuppah, Shishist slang for Shabbatniks emphasizing public announcements of the Riga as Moshiach.
Yeah, ribbons in the back. Yeah, let's get down to brass tacks, big dog. How your boss doing? It's an excellent question. Well, okay.
Always looking for spiritual growth.
You know, Yerushalayim wasn't built in a day, and I don't know. I used to get more people who are talking to me in the chat, and that kind of is a way that I can judge how successful they are. But the one on which most people were they were talking to me isn't connected for some reason. I don't know. It's complicated, which it shouldn't be. In the future, I should be able to just take the link from different accounts and then just put them in one unified chat. That's not that hard to do, but these people are so stupid who engineer this stuff, and it's like you have to do it for every new fucking video. And it's like, dog, this is too much work. Just one time I'm fine with, but every single time a new one, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. And you know, the Instagram app I have like years of my life archived on it, but now that you need at least 1,000 followers, that's just. I was reading why they were doing that, and they were like, "It's less resources and things like that." It's like, dog, Zuckerberg, you guys are in the data industry. You should want people to do as much shit on your app as possible. And I get it. You guys are like, well, what if somebody does something that we don't like? Let's say somebody fucking, I don't know, beheads a unicorn on the fucking app. Okay, well then you ban their account if that's what you want to do. And they're like, well, okay. But then they'll just go and create another account. It's like, yeah, you've got enough things in there to stop them pretty consistently. And, you know, like all you have to do is just device fingerprint them and do whatever Reddit does, frankly. Reddit does it better than probably any app that I've ever seen. I remember years ago reading about how Reddit was changing. This is before they sold to Condé Nast and all that. And it was like, you're no longer going to be able to, like, once they ban you, just create an account. And I remember being like, yeah, I doubt that. And it is, I mean, you can, but nothing's, dog, I think, dude, Florida had this law and their stupid ass governor vetoed it or something. It was called like an anti-shadow banning law or something. Like, I feel that people should be honest with each other in business and in life and stuff. And when you are using a platform like, for instance, Facebook or something, and you reply to someone, if that reply isn't going to be shown to the person, aka it's like shadow ban, that should be an illegal practice. But they don't allow it to be an illegal practice, and people type entire sentences to each other, and they're like, oh, I didn't get that, or it went to spam or something like that. I feel that that's an illegal practice, and it's like, well, then how are you going to stop bots? And I would say this: if you want to use these platforms, then you have to upload your ID. But then they can't just ban your account as easily as they want. In fact, these companies are so big now that they are basically like utilities. They're like digital utilities. Like, You have a right to use them. Once a company becomes a monopoly like Facebook or Amazon or whatever, you have a right to use them, I feel. And it's like, but they're a private company. Okay, yeah, that's fine, but they're taking tax breaks and they're basically not paying any taxes. And so if they want to lose all of those incentives, then they should be able to say who they want on it or not. But if they take tax incentives and basically operate within the country, you have a right, I feel, to be able to use that, and the First Amendment should be protected under it. If they want to go and not operate in your country, then that's fine too. But I feel like, let's say Facebook were launched in the year 1800, you would be able to say whatever you want on it. There wouldn't be any libel on it. And it would be because, I mean, like, Congress shall make no laws. It would be like, this is why we had this country formed, was to have these rights. And not only that, if you really know how the rights work, at least in the Constitution, the government does not give you the rights. You are endowed by your creator. Whatever the fuck created us gave us the right to free speech and the right to assemble and the right to religion and the right to bear arms and all of that. Like, and if you don't like that, then find another country. And if, like, that's what I don't like. Like, to me, like, I'm not someone who owns guns or whatever, like, or whatever, but like, even doing like background checks on people for guns, an infringement on the Second Amendment. Do I think that you should have to do that? That's not my determination to make. But then what should be done is there should be another amendment that comes in that says that you can do that. But even still, that goes against the Bill of Rights, because the first 10 were created. So then it just means that it has to be a new country. That's just how it should be. Like, if you want laws to work the way consistently, and whether you want guns or you don't want guns, I don't have a dog in that fight. But what I'm saying is, there's this contradiction that happens where it's like Congress cannot make laws against any of these things, and then you have the Brady Bill. It's like, well, isn't that Congress making laws against, I don't know, handguns or something? Yeah, it is. They're like, well, the fucking Supreme Court said, but yada yada yada. It's like, it's very clear what it says. Is that bear arms, like a polar bear arms? Maybe it is. I don't know. That's what it says. It doesn't say guns. Maybe somebody interprets it as bear arms. I don't know. All I know is that the First Amendment is endowed by our Creator, at least according to the Bill of Rights. Bill of Rights, and you can't take those away from someone. Now, if you want to start another country, then that's a different deal. So, all right, yeah, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about, but so how would you make it work? You're like, well, I feel that you should be able to say whatever you want and write whatever you want to anyone at any time, anywhere. You should be able to say, I'm going to blow up the world, or I don't like unicorns, or I will kill you if you hurt me. You should be able to say all that shit. Sticks and stones might break my bones, but words will never hurt me. That's like a fucking thing. Now, when it comes to hitting people and that kind of stuff, that's different. But words, you should be able to say whatever the fuck. That's protected speech. Now, what about yelling fire in a crowded theater? Dog, you should be able to yell fire in a crowded theater. If there's a fire, and the thing is, well, what if somebody does it and there's no fire? Okay, then people will clear out. But then in the future, everybody's going to know that that asshole's the who yells fire. And
long poetic prayer recited on Shabbos and Yom Tov mornings.
They'll get a reputation, and
for the soul of every living thing.
The society will make its determinations, but that is not for the law to make. Because it's a slippery slope between being able to say whatever you want and then only not being able to say fire in a crowd, and then not being able to say help when you need it. And I don't like that. All right, that's our constitutional lesson. No, okay, so it goes back to these platforms. These platforms have become... What the fuck? It just crashed? Oh, okay.
Each soul contains a divine spark. Nishcha is Hebrew for eternity, often used about Torah and mitzvahs. Nibble pen Hebrew for foul speak, forbidden intelligence. No for glow. In Kabbalah, Telicus note is a neutral spiritual shell that can be uplifted. Novia Vidavar Heber for interested party. Someone biased in halachic judgment. Gnostic Hebrew for practices. Used when describing customs he has Gnostic like the Minag Shabbat. Gnostic Hebrew for before, in front of. Used in prayer. Midnight Hashin Abinopik. Gilad Hebrew for board. Intelligent refers to something newly created immediately on Shabbos. Notion Yiddish for women. Often in yeshiva slang. The notion section. Noter test Hebrew for preserver of kindness. Part of the 13 attributes of mercy. Moy Sukkah Hebrew for decoration of the Sukkah. Yudikah Mitzvah. Nesset Hebrew for virgin, liturgical rite. Shabbat Yubari, as arranged by the Alter Rebbe. Nesset Hari Shabbat liturgy based on teachings of the Arizal, codified by the Alter Rebbe.
Alright, well, we're
Music
recording that other
Ashkenaz
shit.
prayer rite of most Ashkenazi Jews. Music Sekov prayer rite influenced by Kabbalah, used by many Chassidim. Hakol Hebrew for 10. In Shabbat, the Hakol means resting place of the Lubavitcher Riga in Queens, New York, central site of pilgrimage and prayer. Hakol Torah Hebrew for 10 of Torah. Refers to a yeshiva, or means midrash. Or Hebrew for life. In Kabbalah Chassidus, refers to divine emanation or Ein Sof equals infinite life. Or Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite life. A central Kabbalistic concept of passion as infinite revelation. Or Hachain light of life. Refers to commentary on the Torah by Rabbi Chaim Ben Hatter. Or Hatter a Shabbat set off memory by the Tzedek Tzedek. Or Mimi Hebrew for inner life. In Chassidus, the divine energy that permeates and is internalized. Or Mahiv Hebrew for surrounding life. Refers to divine influence that transcends and surrounds creation. Open fact Yiddish slang for in a fancy way. Sometimes used at Argentines. With Yiddish for letter or out finish. Slang. Part is we equals he has done for. Wichos is Yiddish slang for someone who left Ephraim Shabbat lifestyle. Difficult in Yiddish slang for held back or restrained. With a Yiddish slang for cried out. Though is Mark Yiddish for outcast. Used negatively in slang. Though is Birkin Yiddish slang to throw out, reject. Though is Jibbin Sage Team Yiddish for blessed out. Said when someone seems lucky.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music.
Though is Miller Yiddish for fully learned, well educated. Sometimes ironic. Though is Jibbis Yiddish for all read up. Elam Hebrew for world. In Kabbalah, refers to levels of reality Elam Pasiya, Elam Ketzera, etc. Elam Haba Hebrew for world to come. Refers to ultimate spirit Lord after resurrection. Elam Beza Hebrew for this world. Physical existence contrasted with Elam Haba. Elamos Hebrew plural for worlds. Refers to multiple spiritual planes in Kabbalah. Elam Ein Sof Hebrew for infinite world. Mystical concept of the unlimited divine realm. Elam Hadabu Hebrew for world of chaos. In Chasidus, a primordial state of divine light before rectification. Elam Patik Integra for world of rectification. The balanced state where divine light is harmonized. Anah Hebrew for time, period. Infilicha refers to conjugal obligations between husband and wife. One egg Hebrew for delight, pleasure. Central in Chasidus, one egg Shabbos equals delight of Shabbos. One egg Shabbos Hebrew for Sabbath delight. Enjoyment of food, song, and rest on Shabbos. Onkelos name of famous convert who authored Targum Onkelos, the authoritative Aramaic translation of the Torah. Anis Hebrew for force. Infilicha refers to someone exempt due to circumstances beyond control. Orla Hebrew for forested. Infilicha refers both to circumcision and to the prohibition of eating fruit from a tree as first 3 years. Or for you a soul life. Tightly halachic word. Orthos Zadikim pats off the righteous. Classic Jewish mother text. Quran Hebrew for art. Refers to the Ark of the Covenant for Aaron Kodesh Torah Ark. Oseh Shalom Hebrew for he who makes peace. Closing line of Kaddish and Hamidah. Hasidus Hebrew for letters. Refers to the building blocks of speech, Torah, and creation. Hazar Hebrew for treasury, storehouse. Infilicha can refer to produce collection Hazar bins. Hazar Chassidim treasury of Chassidim. Archive and publishing arm of Shabbat. Of Hebrew for serving. In Chasidus, describe as a Jew who serves passion with effort. A passion Hebrew for one who serves God. Hagel Hebrew for murder. Someone within the halachic mourning period. Akdai Alil in Hebrew for idol worshippers. Akdai Hashem Hebrew for servants of God. Akdai Kashavim U Mezalos Hebrew for worshippers of stars and constellations. Term in halachic texts for idolaters. Obi Gaval Yiddish slang exclamation like woe is me. Boy Yiddish exclamation. Expresses surprise, grief, or frustration. Boy get all Yiddish for oh my gosh bro.
Redistricting commission for the entire US.
Strong expression in just boy. Boy get Yiddish for oh whoa. Common Jewish slang for frustration or difficulty. The bait is near Yiddish for woe is me. Expresses being overwhelmed. Boy Yiddish for on, upon. Used in many phrases e.g.
Residents and business owners in downtown LA say time to clean up the neighborhood, make it safer again.
A new survey from the Downtown LA Residents Association shows that unanimous concern with the amount of mental health crises taking place in the streets. As they writing people or people screaming in the air or acting innocently threatens downtown's livelihood. The survey also cites public urination, defecation, crime, vandalism among top concerns. Respondents say more police on foot and bikes are needed. Michael Wilkes, K-Line News.
Public urination and defecation. Isn't that a nice way to start your day? We were in Koreatown the other day. Or no, it was in Chinatown. We had to go pick up something that I had framed. There was a woman right there on the street. Yeah, she gotta go. More overnight lane closures are planned on the 405 through this Dakota Pass. Task crews are going to be working overnight on median barriers tonight, tomorrow, and Thursday. Closures will start at 10 p.m. each night and continue until 6 a.m. Up to 2 lanes on both sides of the freeway are going to be affected between Wilshire Boulevard and Mulholland Drive and Skirble Center Drive. Well, let's check your ride. Early this Tuesday morning, we got a crash in Tarzan on the 101 Good Morning Gold Coast Road.
Start northbound or westbound with that right lanes blocked with this crash. One vehicle overturned, another vehicle on fire. A lot going on there. Don't have heard how badly he was injured, but certainly some big delays starting at around Reseda Boulevard. Again, that's actually westbound on 101. Westbound side of the 10, right?
That's the Dakota. Are you the Discord guy? Fuck yeah, I'm the Discord guy.
Some smoke there across the freeway, so watch out for that. It's Southern California's most accurate traffic. What's not with Pulse right?
Yo, dog, I'm just testing this to see if it's no longer like this. I'm installed it.
Check.
Morning, President Trump pretty busy yesterday signing executive orders, meeting with world leaders, and was in front of the cameras quite a bit. Okay, so what are some of the things that he announced yesterday? Didn't he say something like, I shouldn't order them, we should be invited in, or something to that effect? Did Trump's just seem like genuinely kind of surprised that the governors are more open to the idea of coming in to help crack down on crime in their cities? White House correspondent John Decker, we're going to let you go now because we have other things to do besides just, Thanks a lot, Amy. Let's get back to some of the stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The family of one of the most vocal accusers of Jeffrey Epstein has criticized the Department of Justice for releasing the audio of an interview with his former companion, Ghislaine Maxwell. ABC's Eric Kutursky says the family claims it allows her to try to rewrite history.
The family of continued Ukraine hearings after DOJ released audio and transcripts of Maxwell's 9-hour sit-down with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blank, who used to be President Trump's personal lawyer.
He says the families also upset with Maxwell being transferred to a minimum security prison camp after the interview. President Trump was fired from Federal Reserve Board Governor Lisa Coker.
In a letter posted on Truth Social, he said that he is firing Cook because she committed mortgage fraud. Cook was appointed by President Biden and was set to serve in the role until 2038.
ABC's Stephanie Ramos says the firing comes as Trump keeps up his pressure on Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell to lower interest rates. The president's defending the U.S. government securing a 10% stake in Silicon Valley chipmaker Intel. Critics say the administration is ignoring free market principles by partially taking over a public company. Trump says the deal has made $11 million for the U.S.
There will be other cases where I have that opportunity. And then, you do have stupid people say, well, that's a shame. It's not a shame. It's your business.
Intel says it could pose risks to its business from potentially harming international sales, eliminating its ability to secure future government grants. A former Mexican cartel kingpin has pleaded guilty to drug trafficking charges. The man known as El Mayo led the Sinaloa cartel with El Chapo. During his hearing yesterday in New York, he apologized for flooding the U.S. with cocaine and other illicit drugs and took responsibility for his actions. El Mayo, who's 77, will be sentenced to life in prison January 13th. Venezuela is deploying about 15,000 troops to its border with Colombia in a stated effort to fight drug trafficking. It comes as the U.S. has sent warships to the region in an operation against drug cartels. The Trump administration has accused Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro of working with the cartels and has issued a $50 million reward for Maduro's capture. A powerful dust storm has caused some damage in Phoenix, Arizona, including at the airport.
Tower all in. Driving facing rain and winds up to 70 miles per hour as the dust storm, commonly referred to as a rolled in, plunging the city into near zero visible heat.
ABC Sophie Clay says the storm knocked out power yesterday, grounded flights, and blew off part of the roof of Terminal 4's concourse. Ever been in a balloon? They're pretty tricky.
You're not stuck. When COVID hit, all of the people that worked in our bar, like 7 of them, were living in my house. Right? So we're not stuck here. And 2 or 3 of our friends got stuck here. They were coming over to my house, and the girls were fucking. They weren't even asking for money. They were just getting drunk with us, and we were fucking them.
This is what happened. Yeah, I didn't know what it was. I don't know what happened. Cavalry, bro, listen to me.
Oh, dog.
This is the only song in campaign. And they have other songs. Oh, yeah, that's a nice one. Is it? Okay. That's the only one I know. That's it. It's 5:21 on your wake up call. Good Tuesday morning to you. I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rapper Lil Nas X is pleaded not guilty for felony charges in connection with his arrest last week in Studio City. Remember, it came after he was found wandering down Ventura Boulevard wearing only his underwear, cowboy boots. The singer allegedly charged at and punched police officers. He's facing charges of battery on a police officer and resisting arrest. No murders have been reported in Washington, D.C. since President Trump deployed the National Guard to the nation's capital. The D.C. Police Union is touting a drop in crime since the arrival of Guard members. Compared to the 14 days prior to federal control being taken, robbery is down 42%, violent crime down 25%. No winner from the Powerball drawing last night. That pushes the next one up to $815 million. The drawing on Wednesday will offer the 14th largest prize in U.S. lottery history. There has been a drawing with the prize winner in Powerball since May 31st. It's the headline news coming up at 6:05. President's trying to block California's move to do some redistricting. Texas did. We'll see what's up with that. Right now, say good morning to ABC's Peter Hartolopoulos. Good morning, Peter. Thanks for coming on. So I was just mentioning a couple of minutes ago that fire announced Medina in January. I called on the State Department of Insurance to take immediate action to provide wildfire relief and hold insurers accountable after months of delays and denials of claims. Members of the Fire Survivors Network joined state representatives yesterday to call on Insurance Commissioner Rabbi to comply with 5 requests. They included more transparency in loss estimates and to make the department's claim process more transparent. Transportation leaders in California have announced a new Senate bill to create more funding for high-speed rail, $4 million in federal money. Democratic Senator Dave Ortiz, who chairs the Senate Transportation Committee, says funding uncertainties could delay the rail even more and continue to push up costs. The project is years behind schedule and is now estimated to cost up to $128 million. High-speed rail was approved by voters back in 2008, 17 years ago, and it was estimated at that time that it was going to cost $33 billion. Organizers of the 2028 LA Olympic and Paralympics have unveiled their impact and sustainability plan. It outlines how LA 28 will support local businesses, expand youth sports, and implement sustainable solutions. They say they plan to use existing venues for the games, as well as reduce the games' carbon footprint by using existing public transportation and an electric vehicle, among other things. And doesn't the mayor still think she wants a no-car Olympics? Has she ever driven around LA and tried to get around on public transportation? California aims to cut chronic school absenteeism by half over the next 5 years as it works to restore attendance post-COVID-19. The State Department of Education has released a California attendance guide to help districts. The chronic absenteeism rate rose to 30% in 2021 and 22 when most schools had reopened after the height of the pandemic. Then it dropped to 20% for the 2023-24 school year. And Governor Newsom is ramping up his online trolling targeting President Trump with a pop-up shop.
Recent postings, the Patriot Shop is now open at store.gavinewsom.com and has sold over $100,000 worth of merch. It's the latest move in his recent campaign, mocking Trump's social media style. Customers can purchase items from shopping to the Newsom 2026 model, the Don't Poke the Bear yard sign, a baseball cap, phrase Newsom was right about everything, and it shows in one shirt featuring Newsom having hands laid on him by Key Rock, Tucker Carlson, and an angelic Hulk Hogan. Mark Ron, KFI News.
Yeah, okay. Still ahead on Wake Up Call. We're using our credit cards less and using our debit cards more. On face, that looks like a good thing, right? Yourself into any kind of debt at all? Well, let's talk about money on the upside. Joel Larsgaard's going to join us at the top of the hour and tell us both the upside and the downside of that new trend. Southland weather for KFI, sunny after morning low clouds, a little bit cooler than we've seen. Highs in the upper 70s at the beaches, low to mid 80s for Metro LA, Nickel Sea, upper 80s to mid 90s for the valleys, 90s in the IE and Antelope Valley. We do have a chance of thunderstorms this afternoon in the mountains and eastern areas. Sunny, warm through the week, highs right about mostly at 10. 67 right now in Orange, 70 at Huntington Beach. We got a crash in Tarzan on the Farmland.
Good news here. It's something's completely out of place. It's off all the right shoulder. Bad crash involving a slipped over a car there all the way northbound running. The lanes have been built in traffic. Covered about the avenue. 91 westbound last week. Reverend pickup truck versus a car there. Right, we've not seen a huge delay. Yeah, just double check. You can see a delay, but it's not yet. If you're trying to go south on 14, Escondido Canyon, let's go take a look. And you can eastbound and let it go right after. With Southern California's most accurate traffic, top of the Coast Run. Listen to the Stephen J. Cooley podcast, wherever you get your podcasts. This week with famous attorney Robert Shapiro. Switch to Pittsburgh. Unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month. For Red Store today. Customers miss slow speeds. Customers pay $25 a month as long as they bring it out. You suffer from sore feet, back, knee, or hip pain. If your nervous system is helping you today, finding relief like Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times to let you choose your comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number set. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale and 50% off the limited edition smart bed plus free premium delivery for any smart bed and adjustable base. And it's liberty. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at Sleep Number Store or sleepnumber.com today. You still got it. Your immune system needs to change, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine that helps strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule minutes at vaccinassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. This Labor Day at Lowe's, get up to 40% off select major appliances. Plus, get next-day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Now that I'm eligible in-stock orders through 9/10/25, selection based by location, 4 by 4 p.m. subject to product and member availability. Fees based on purchase exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for more details. KFI. The way they give it the format, it's all really good. KFI is the most honest. The other stations, they do a lot of political correct nonsense. It's rock.
Do everything. The current news.
I love KFI because they tell it like it is. They shut it everyone.
Oh, you like listening to boring stuff? No, listen to KFI 640. I love KFI. I love listening to them. It is 5:06 on your Tuesday morning wake-up call. Good morning, I'm Amy King. Here's what we're following for our newsroom. The mother of the baby that she claims was taken from her in a Big Five parking lot in Yucaipa is sticking to her story. She and her husband have been arrested on suspicion of murder. The father was out with sheriff's deputies searching a field in Moreno Valley for the 7-month-old's remains on Sunday. But Rebecca Haro, mom, is still safe from jail. The baby boy was kidnapped. Relatives of Ronnie Wislavsky, who's being held hostage by Hamas, have made another urgent plea to the U.S. government and the Red Cross to save him and the other surviving hostages. They held a news conference yesterday at the Simon Wiesenthal Center in L.A. The 21-year-old was a security guard at the Nova Festival on October 7th, 2023. His family says he stayed behind to help others and saved several lives before he was taken captive. Gas prices have been slowly rising again in the Southland. Prices are up 1 cent a gallon today to $4.59 for regular unleaded in LA County. That's the highest it's been since June 28. Prices are also up in Orange County to $4.56 a gallon. That's the highest price in OC since June 24. Here's some of the stories we're working on in the KMI 24-hour newsroom. The National Weather Service says the threat of monsoonal thunderstorms will linger across Southern California again today. Storm activity yesterday caused ground stops at 3 major airports in LA and Orange counties. The FAA said operations had effect for almost 2 hours until 3:45, while flights at Long Beach Airport and John Wayne in Orange County were paused until 4 p.m. Severe storms also hit Riverside County and parts of San Diego County. A state appeals court panel has upheld the conviction of Inglewood Mayor James Bunce Jr.'s 39-year-old daughter. She was convicted of assault and conspiracy for masterminding an attack on her landlord in South LA more than 9 years ago in a 56-page ruling. The justices found that the evidence of Bunce's guilt was overwhelming. A man who allegedly stabbed a woman outside the Westfield Topanga Mall in Canova Park has been charged with attempted murder and other crimes. Prosecutors say Shane Suffer first tried to shoot the woman on Thursday at her 2-year-old child with a gun in jail. Suffer is also charged with attempted kidnapping and possession of an assault weapon. The widow of a doctor shot and killed outside his office in Golden Hills is suing the doctor's ex-wife.
The ex-wife and 4 others have been charged by each murder for hiring killing of Dr. Ahmed Khashoggi. During Elmsford Road, Khashoggi's widow began child
stolen assets that they sent in fraudulently transferred.
First been passed as something we need for to employ any sort of civil forfeiture.
As long as it was $600 to property she accuses the ex-wife of keeping. They sued for one had that emotional distress, like the Long's K5 News. President Trump signed an executive order directing the Justice Department to investigate the burning of the American flag and to prosecute crime.
When you burn the American flag, it incites riots and levels that we've never seen before. People go crazy. It'll act both ways. There's some that are going crazy for doing it. There are others that are angry about it.
The executive order challenges a 1989 Supreme Court ruling that protects flag burning as political expression. Trump argues that flag burning is violence and should result in a 1-year jail sentence. So I have to pay more to fly Southwest Airlines. The Dallas-based airline is going to require passengers who don't fit into one seat to purchase a second seat ahead of the flight. They say that they can request a refund after the flight is done if there was at least one empty seat on the flight. There wasn't an empty seat apparently logically for both. Southwest's open seating policy ends January 27th of next year. Happy in your business with Bloomberg's Courtney Donahoe. Morning, Courtney. Today's Tuesday, right? Yeah, it is. You know what? It's like I was watching the news this morning before I came in, and the host said, and it's Wednesday, August 26th. I'm like, no, it's not. And then my editor, Carla, was like, I thought it was Wednesday. I don't know why we're all ahead of ourselves this morning.
It's feeling like the longest week.
Right? Maybe it's because it's before a holiday or something.
Yeah, counting down. And by the way, markets are closed on Monday too.
Oh, I guess that means we won't be talking to you on Monday. Okay, that means I'll be here. Okay, let's get down to the business. AI is making it harder for the young ones to find a job.
Because definitely shaping the workforce, especially for younger job seekers there. Stanford University researchers found that employment dropped 13% in the last 3 years for people just starting out in fields determined to be the most exposed to AI. We're talking accountants, software developers, administrative assistants, but it's better news for people who've been around a while, so that's good news for older workers. Employment trends have remained the same or improved from more exclusively in those same fields.
Okay. YouTube's in a standoff. What's going on with them?
Yes, YouTube TV says it's in talks for a new bids agreement to carry Fox channels, but if the deal isn't reached, Fox News, Fox Sports, and Fox Business will go dark tomorrow in the streaming service. YouTube adds that Fox's asking for movies are far higher than what other networks with similar offerings receive. But by the way, the deadline, so watch out for that. Watch Fox on YouTube TV.
Okay. I am amazed at the Labubu dolls and just losing their mind over them, and people are finding ways to profit from them.
I can't believe I'm talking about the Labubu economy, the movie Labubu economy, which is kind of weird today, especially when I think about my kids everywhere we go. Oh, they have a Labubu. But people have gone blind for these dolls and they haven't seen them. They're plush dolls, teeth in it. But what people are excited about them is that they're in a discrete blind box. That's their packaging. So a lot of people want to go in and buy them. They're scarce. Plus, a lot of big celebrities love to show off their Labubus. We're talking about Brad Pitt there. But
Brad Pitt has a Labubu doll.
but they're more than what they become this big, fast, marketplace. So people are actually making money by renting out their dolls by the day. We're being paid money. So not only are they doing this resale, they're hoping that the values of the skyrocket and resale market, they're doing other things to make some money off of Labubus.
Okay, so here's another little thing that I discovered when we went to Midsummer Scream, which is this horror and Halloween convention, and they had some Labubu dolls, and this, like, there's a market too, like whether they're actually genuine and whether you can tell if they're genuine. Of course, the person at the stall was like, yeah, they're genuine, of course. And I'm like, what if she doesn't something like a carrot and you hold it up to their foot, and if it's genuine, it's got some sort of an emblem.
Yeah, I was talking about the footers. Trying to think of what it is. I guess, you know what? There would be, like for people who have those expensive bags, they have people come in and authorize to make sure that they're real, not fake, and maybe we have that for you people. So you and I can start this other movie to come together with their black light and put together.
Yes. Yeah. Let's talk about stocks. What's going on stocks?
Yeah, you know what that stocks. Paper belly stocks. We're looking at options process. That's what trucks and trailers are companies. There were allegations. He has allegations against him that she falsified documents. That's going on the market because it's all about a battle for control of feedback. It's definitely hurting investors. One point out, no charges have been filed against him. But down for interest down 40 points. This is building on yesterday's losses. The Dow's about shot today.
Okay, and just one last note in case you forgot, things are getting spicy at Starbucks starting today.
Yes, pumpkin spice lattes. Actually, not fall already, but I just been talking to fall too. But then we were trying to add better quality lattes today. By the way, this month we do Italian sausage. So,
Okay, I love Mary Quinn's. This is
yes, big favorite of my family.
getting in your business and getting in your fridge. It's Bert's Courtney, Donna. Oh, thanks so much, Courtney. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
See you later.
I now am craving Starbucks thing by thank you so much. All right, let's take a look at your traffic. We've got a crash in Corona.
Last time I saw it wasn't so bad. It's not bad. Westbound side of the 91 Eastern River pickup truck versus a car in the right lane. You're going to start to see slowing off on way back in the correct. And so let's calls getting out Riverside over there in the slow drive for you. Westbound side of the 405 there in Sherman Oaks right there in 101. Reports of vehicle fixing wrong lane lanes. Some and a whole lot of silver outside of 5 freeway. Anything's telling you to change and then continue north of 101. It stays so almost up to the 110. The Southern California's most unfair traffic. What's that look for, right? Certainly 25 years with American Legion windows. California's #1 window replacement company. Save up to $2,500 off each window and $100 off each door. When you buy 4 or more, look or visit us at number 6 to win a miles of windows free. Don't miss our CBW reopening September 6th, 11:30 p.m. with fun for prizes. Call 888-226-9908 or visit American Legion Windows today. Offers not for other customers. Still I don't see what's up. Details on first match 25 6 on 776.
Seriously, my dealership just fixed the transmission.
We all learn how you go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fix. AAMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Brought to you by Novartis, founding partner of iHeartMedia Sports Network. Sunday night saw the highly anticipated return of the Minnesota Lynx to the face of Colorado, who announced his month second, missing 7 games with ankle injury. Clark wasted no time for a return, picking up on the MVP campaign season, shooting 11 of 16 for 32 points plus 9 rebounds to lead the Lynx to a 97-84 win over the MSU Park. For more Red Sports stories, subscribe to New Game, Sarah Spain. We recognize the importance of dreaming big and ensure iHeartMedia Sports Network is brought to you by Novartis, makers of Kisqali Ribociclib, supporting all women who strive for more in sports and in life. This report is sponsored by Anthem Blue Cross. Anthem Blue Cross and Team Experience have teamed up with the Sparks to help students in Los Angeles learn to grow and prepare for a learning goal. Anthem will provide nutrition education to students and families. Learn more at anthem.com/cx/Sparks.
highest gas prices by far, the highest of interest rates by a 2-to-1 margin, the highest unemployment, the highest poverty rate, the most people on Medicaid, the most homeless people. Imitating John Noble. He's been the governor now for almost 7 years. This afternoon at 1 on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. You worked hard for your 401k, but if you left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things can be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, your fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today, 310-299-9960. 310-299-9960. Advising services are offered through Trajan LLC and SEC registered investment advisor. You're great at protecting your own personal information. You probably even use things like two-factor authentication, strong passwords, VPN. But as much as you try to be in control of how your information is protected, there's lots of places that also have it. That's why LifeLock monitors billions of data points every single second for identity threats. If your identity is stolen, a LifeLock specialist is going to help solve the identity theft issues, guaranteed for your money. Save up to 40% off your first year with a promo code BEG at LifeLock.com. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. The immune system keeps its age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine. It can help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk. The next bill handles how much money would you have to be offered to move from California to Oklahoma for $10,000. $1,000. Not a chance. $100,000. This is Oklahoma. But lots of Californians are moving to Oklahoma for $10,000. See, that's coming up after 7 a.m. today on the next news.
It's 5:52 on your wake-up call this Tuesday morning. Speaking of money, how about this? At the U.S. Open, they're selling caviar-topped chicken nuggets. I know. You should see Kono's face. And they're $100. $100. Would you do that? It just sounds disgusting. All right. Here's what we're following in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Republicans have filed an emergency petition challenging the state's redistricting plan. Republicans are trying to get the state Supreme Court to remove Governor Newsom's plan from the November ballot. Republican leaders argue that Democratic lawmakers violated state laws by skipping a required 30-day public review period. A brush fire in Napa County has forced the evacuation of some residents near Calistoga. Officials say the picket fires burned over 6,800 acres and 13% surrounded. The fires also threatening areas of Hope Valley, Anna Springs, and Haywood. So far, the fire has eaten grapes, but the smoke isn't threatening. It can affect the taste of the grapes, and that can affect the whole harvest. November 1st is going to be Fernando Valenzuela Day in California. State lawmakers made the declaration yesterday. State Assembly Member Sharon Quirk Silva says it's to highlight the Dodger pitching legend's positive impact on the Latino and Hispanic communities. November 1st, birthday. Let's say good morning now to the host of How to Money on KFI, Joel Larsgaard. And Joel, I would think that maybe you would think that $100 chicken nuggets without caviar is not a good way to eat your money.
Hey, you've got me salivating right now. That sounds terrible. Maybe both wrestling separately. I don't know. I think caviar wants super pressed. And if you've got the money, you really want caviar nuggets, do your thing. But yeah, go going into debt for it. That's not the problem.
Okay, so let's talk about going into debt. Credit cards spending is slowing, but debit card use is up. And on the face, that sounds like a good thing.
It does. And so let's dig into the details just a little bit. Like, it is interesting to see that people are turning back to their debit cards and they're putting down their credit cards at least a little bit more than they have been. And I think there has been, of course, an over-reliance on credit cards in this country. We've seen, that headline number of overall credit card debt just continue to increase, surpassing $1 trillion last year. And so you think, okay, good, people are spending a little bit less on their credit card, problem because it's not their debit card, it means there's actually money in their account. And to some degree, I think that is true, and I'm okay with it. But I also, in my case, I'm as well. But I am also, I love credit cards for multiple reasons. You can use them properly, which means paying them off on time in full. And perhaps because of the protections that credit cards afford. Like, if someone takes your credit card, or if you lose your credit card, you drop it on the ground, someone else picks it up and starts spending money willy-nilly, like you're just not responsible for anything wrapped up on the credit card, any purchases that are made. Whereas with a debit card, if you're not paying attention, there is a chance that when you have your bank policy for federal, you're not as well protected. So it might actually be better, instead of switching to a debit card, if you feel like you can't handle the credit card responsibly, cash might be the better idea instead.
Okay. And I used to use my debit card exclusively, and then I switched over and started using my credit card. But the worry with the credit card for me, I don't know how you guys are, but it's that even though you go, I'm going to pay off every loan, then you can slip.
Yes, I like the idea of people using credit cards like they would a checkbooks after the day. And so I want people to know what their limits are on their purchase. I have a friend that literally has a physical book on their kitchen counter. And when she comes home after doing some shopping, she writes down the purchases and she's balancing it with accounts like she does the checkbook. And I think if you're finding, hey, I like the rewards of credit cards, I like the protection that credit cards offer, but I am worried about slipping and overdoing it, finding a way to manually, and use the order apps in a minute that are trying to do this thing that can stand the test of time. But whatever it takes for you to be able to use that credit card without overdoing it, I think is really important. And so implement a system that can help you actually stick with a credit card without going overboard. But if you can't do that, I think cash is a better option. And really, what it comes down to, I'm not completely against debit cards, they're just not my favorite. And so I think if that is a system that helps you stick to your budget, good for you. I think the other thing is there's even been like scientific evidence about having to pay, but just the ease of making purchases in our modern economy. So finding ways to create a barrier between you and either purchase orders, whether it's a 24-hour wait period that you institute before you buy something, because it's so easy to just go, need the thing, go buy it right now. And you don't even shop around, and you don't even think twice about whether or not you already have that thing or you can source it elsewhere. Then that's the kind of thing that gets us into trouble.
So just be cognizant of it, and I like the idea of just keeping track of what you're purchasing your credit card, because it's so easy to get away from.
And that is one of the biggest downsides of credit cards is, they got the protections, they got the rewards, but people assume, I'm getting these rewards when I spend. This is great, and I can't wait to go on that trip that's paid for by my spending. But especially when you look at some, you and I talked about this recently, some of the new credit cards that are out, the business would operate on is essentially, hey, the more fancy subscriptions you have in your life, the more you're going to get rewarded. And so these cards, they don't just become rewards for the purchases you're already going to make. They're trying to influence the things that you're buying, and they're like, hey, no, you should sign up for that time membership. No, you should get a clear pass at the airport, spend $100 and you get 45 half of that. I mean, there's all these ways that these credit cards are pushing us to spend more. They're not just rewarding us with spending. So yeah,
okay, you just mentioned influencing, and so just real quickly, we want to touch on how we're letting our political decisions influence our financial decisions.
Yeah, there was a new politics is driving people's thoughts about the economy, where it's even impacting how they decide to invest. And this isn't shocking. I mean, it's something how people feel about the country largely determined on whether it's an R or a D in the White House. And I think it's why maybe to a certain extent, but I also think we've placed too much emphasis on that singular individual and how they're going to impact the stock market. In history, it turns out that when there's a R in the White House, have a major impact on stock market returns. So I hate to see that optimism and pessimism so extreme, and also people are capitalizing on the fact that we have extreme political beliefs. And for instance, there's a ETF that's backup for right making their rated ETF. It's underperformed the S&P 500 significantly, and at the same time, the expenses are like 15x what they are on the basic S&P 500 funds or total stock market funds that are being paid up. So, somebody's making money on the fact that we're polarized at the same time, too.
Great. All right, Joel Larsgaard, you can listen to him give you lots and lots of great financial advice like he just did just now. Right here on Sunday from noon to 2, it's called How to Money. And you can also follow Joel at How to Money Joel on Instagram. Thanks, Joel.
Thank you, Amy.
Let's see. It looks like time's up. Time to go. Thanks for joining us for Wake Up Call. We've got the Hemlock News coming up next. This is KFI and KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County, South left weather for KFI. Low clouds and sunny highs in the upper 70s. Beaches, low mid-80s for Metro LA and Inland City. Upper 80s to mid-90s for the mountains. Low to upper 90s in Canada here. Low to mid-90s for the Antelope. Chances of showers and thunderstorms again in the high desert and mountain areas today. Overnight lows in the 60s and 70s. Tomorrow about the same as today. It's going to stay about the same as all the way through the week. 66 now in Anaheim, 68 in Redondo Beach, 69 in Studio City, and 67 in El Segundo. Live from the KFI 44-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your Wake Up Call. If you missed any Wake Up Call, you can listen anytime. It's on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's listen to Paul Schreiber, who's going to tell us when to crash in Convoy.
Eastbound French Hollow Park looks like we've got so many people crash. The left lane's blocked and start to back up traffic there on the eastbound side. The westbound side, you might slowly start to Main Street. So that's a bummer. Also, the 91 westbound has River probably your slowest spot right now. Even though everybody's off on the right shoulder car versus the pickup truck there, traffic pretty slow. Back from the 15. The 5 freeway very slow there. Northbound side of the 5 from the 710 all the way up into the east of the interchange. And then if you continue on the 101 out of there, it is slow all the way to the 110 freeway. So just expect delays there. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm a close run. Our iHeartRadio music festival presents Capital One is back in Vegas. Streaming live on Hulu. We can pull superstar performances. Keep listening for the next choice to following the iHeartRadio Music Festival. It is different. In your gear, keep up with the beat. Lenovo PCs are built for creators, dreamers, and fans who don't hit pause. Visit Lenovo.com for the latest AI PCs and game-changing tech. Number 1 on your radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free ever so and so good. Can't find games excluded. Expert parachutists had 80 parachutes jump out of the airplane, and he forgot to put on his parachute. And that was a little bit problematic. I can hear the joy in you. For instance, can you imagine you jump on an airplane and you just forget to put your parachute on? At one point you go, uh-oh. And now, on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Dale. And the morning crew. August. Twice. Yeah, it's 22. Put in your August 22. I didn't. Oh, you can change it for August 22.
they'll say, and you look up a sleeping.com.
That was a miss. That was on me. I'm gonna put that on a t-shirt for you, right?
You literally can't write.
Got it. All right. I know what the hell date it is.
I know. So what you see.
I really don't want me to have a calendar on the computer. I'm using my calendar. No, I don't know how to use it.
Got a clock, a calendar.
Don't miss out. I don't know what the hell going on with my computer. Okay.
Smart.
Really? That's news. Okay. Let's say hello to everybody. Here, nice blue, good teal, I guess. Very nice. Yeah. All right. Good morning. Why did I get okay. My shirt. Fair enough. Why not? You know what I can tell you? It's not so why. Good morning.
Good morning, Bill.
Yes.
How are you?
I'm okay. How was
your birthday yesterday?
It was terrific. Celebrated by working, walking, and working out.
So you got nice cake.
It was cracking up. It was big cake. It was a couple nights ago. That was good. Celebrated big dinner last night. Pizza from Domino's. Domino's pizza. We put some candles in the pizza. And pizza is so special. Like a candle in there. And I love candles. Does that make me better? Yeah, you saw that.
So you're trying to blow out the candles.
Yeah.
Then you are the only blow apart I've ever had. You can't blow out.
I think that's a virus. If I'm not mistaken.
It is.
In the Kono, good morning.
You want to go how old are you?
It's just 7. Yeah, I'm no youngster. And gravity, the habits in the Delaware girls are, there is no question that we are, yeah, there they are. One down. My dad used to wear boxer shorts, and they're below the bottom of the boxer shorts by about an inch or 2 inches. There they were, swinging back and forth. Boxer shorts. Okay.
I do worry about your obsession.
There's a lot of things I'm obsessed with. Yeah, I'm obsessed with gravity. That's true. I am obsessed with gravity.
So, you're obsessed with what is the shirt Katie wears, what color shirt Bill wears, that's the main clothes.
If we're talking about just graduation, and we were just talking about the 1103 talking about the issue,
I've talked about it on the air.
like consider gastric surgery.
Yeah.
Consider gastric surgery.
Just talk to me, like right now.
And I had that 2 years ago. 300 pounds.
And you know, one, right?
I had a little
Cadillac.
well, I think it's not the sleep. It's not what I was saying. Like, it's sleep. I should sleep during the summer and long sleep during the winter. And what I did is I lost weight really weird places. One of them being my ass. And so what I have is fluttery ass. So July 4th, I actually painted red, white, blue, and it's a windy day, and I'm out there. You can actually see it's very flat.
And if we paint
There's a piece there.
This servant of the people, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in service of the people to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. Now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians. But those are skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz, in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called a traditional Jewish Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially, if he were to leave the government this time, it would be very destabilizing, would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a deep-seated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's actually true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora for two reasons. First of all, because there was a certain degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. That is, of course, Putin's go-to line, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be denazified. That's ridiculous. But there is definitely a history of this that I've explored in other videos, a little more sophistication and length. The second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directed against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible pogrom in 1113, the pogroms of 1648-49 under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course, the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary Era and the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all this, however, you would only get to about 4% of the entire scope of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over the much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern Europe is essentially Ukrainian cooking. We're exchanging, linguistic terminology. The Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukraine. Even in the most intimate of terms, like, for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic and Hebrew word, or Abba is actually the Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Vater, because that's like a German term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them tato or tati, which is based on the Ukrainian tato. And we can go on and on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and not now. Let me just conclude this small with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2018, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. What does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens? Only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of the states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. I mean, those are serious at 18%. But I wonder if the United States would even come close to that 5% number. That's pretty remarkable. Well, the election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes. So, one thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrate in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the center east of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European ways of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Who are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the more agrarian, rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet, would be one way to translate it, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians. A civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, although not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelenskyan in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country, the Soviet invasion, the remnants of anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility, a very brief period of time, that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening in fairly restricted form during the 1920s. This is the era known as Korenizatsiya, a period which was, it's hard to translate that term, it's kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian, you see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was partially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression. We see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize through very effective propaganda a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the Bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941. The Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the Bloodlands, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stetlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babin Yar, in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babin Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people at this point, including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population of our Hills-Viliga, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who are also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps I'll just say one last thing. One of the heroes of this period is a remarkable clergyman named Metropolitan Andrei Shevitsky, who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in his own hand. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and convents to save some 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish, yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. And like people have said, how is that possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Sheptytsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, "Why are you silent? Why?" Saying we need more support for the Jews. We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is the period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their identities. It was incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures or even historical periods. And this is the era when there was tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to the Gulag, sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged, specifically by that generation of dissidents, people like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestisyatniki, the 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev would call glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989, it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which claims to be, it could be, the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here it has some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a 7-branched candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because originally it was named Yekaterininoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. I'm comfortable speaking about contemporary events because I studied in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kyiv. He is really, like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that, you'll hear the expression right now. People say Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. That itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, and it was used during the revolutionary period at the beginning of the 20th century. But it was also really capitalized by some of the much more pro-Nazi groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase, and hard for me to really say it with full enthusiasm. But what I can say is it's a must-see, as a Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently. This T-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv in Western Ukraine. It says "Kavod zu Ukraina," glory to Ukraine in Yiddish. And to that I could say "Kavod zu Giborim," glory to the heroes. Thank you much for watching. Let us hope that the Russian advance is halted and that a ceasefire is declared and that the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying my research and preparation for the Kosher River Book News on the same this year, where there's three main attractions. First of all, there's the natural beauty of the Seine River and the countryside of that part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in that region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of Jews in the armed forces of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II. And today, I'd like to speak to you about Jews involved in D-Day. But let's start by having a quick look at the route that we're going to be following. Here's where we'll be beginning at Paris. Of course, the Seine River flows sort of to the northwest into the English Gulf and ends up at Le Havre and Honfleur. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating ancient Jewish community that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader there with such importance that referred to the local Jewish leader as the King of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval organization in the road of the Jews that exists in Rome today. It was also the site of some fascinating Portuguese and Spanish refugees from the Inquisition, including João Pinto Delgado, who in the 7th century wrote a lot of really interesting polemics to defend the Jews who had returned to their Jewish identity after fleeing from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus today on D-Day, because some really interesting things associated with Jews and their military service related to this event. D-Day is, of course, Tuesday, June 6th, 1944. It is the day that marks the major Allied landings at Normandy in a huge step forward in the fight against Nazis in World War II. It's also known as Operation Neptune. It represented the largest seaborne invasion in history, with 24,000 paratroopers landing in it. Prepare the region as best as possible for the landing of 7,000 sea vessels and nearly 200,000 naval personnel participating in total. About a quarter of those, by the way, were American. There were tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans, about 20,000 casualties. The Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The Seine River flows just to the east of the major landing sites, including Omaha Beach, where we'll be spending time looking at the region and a remarkable museum that's located there. It was an incredibly punishing and difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was going to be coming eventually, so they had reinforced the region, and there was a tremendous amount of difficulty and effort in trying to make the landings with several regions. us understand how Jews related in particular to this war and especially Egypt. Jews, of course, coming from America, had a perspective on the war because they realized already by 1942 reports were circulating of the concentration camps and the horrible persecution that the Nazis were leading out of Jews. So Jews had a special sense of responsibility with regards to beating back Nazism, and they realized that if they were to be considered more dangerous for them than regular American POWs. And so you see Jewish efforts in several different regions of activity. The arts, for example, Jews like Ludwig Berlin, who was a very well-regarded composer of popular music in the first half of the 20th century. He devoted his talents to writing what has become a major anthem for the American people, God Bless America. And in the lyrics of that song, Berlin specifically alludes to the war in Europe that was on the horizon in 1938 when it was first broadcast. The lyrics include, while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, the Sudetenland crisis, and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, land that I love. Understood in this context, when a Jew had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent, how much he really did attach himself to America. And this kind of anthem has a tremendous impact on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews active in intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish codebreakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It was really an important place for the intelligence activity during the war. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish refugees, somewhat like Berlin somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy, a math major. These are characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. He headed a department that was casually called the Newman, that called for the design of the world's first programmable electronic digital computer, the Colossus, that was instrumental in determining what were the German war plans. Also in the preparation for D-Day, you have people like Fred Balcom, shown here in this photograph, fourth from the left on the top row, who flew meteorological flights at 20,000 feet to determine the best weather conditions to allow the invasion to happen. He actually was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landing themselves, so looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there are about 550,000 American Jews who served in the U.S. armed forces during World War II. 36,000 of them were decorated, 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,500 were killed in action. About 40% of all Jewish physicians served in the military, a remarkable number. In the landing at D-Day, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin, and that is, like all these other numbers, quite disproportionate because at the time, Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them because they're really quite fascinating. Let's look first at Lieutenant Robert Halpern, who was the child of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Ara, and I think this combination of Ukrainian and Jewish and heroism is something that we're seeing in our own day as well. He was a part of a South Force U, which was one of the first units that made their way ashore to mark the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stoneman, that Halpern was involved in an intricate job calling for as much brain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job on which the success of our assault depends. and which not one man in 1,000 would like to have. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew, among the first to arrive on the beaches of Normandy, was Abraham Condotti. His boat hit the shore 67th of each hour, and he was possibly the first of all American soldiers, and maybe even of all Allied sources, to actually attack the beach. He was 22 years old at the time, a Sephardic Jew from Brooklyn. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported at the time that when his parents were told that their son was involved in invasion, they went straight to synagogue and they engaged in 4 hours of prayer. I think as a parent, I probably would have done something like that too. On that same boat was Captain Leonard T. Schroeder, a 25 from a Baltimore neighborhood. He was featured in a French magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy, and he said at that time that, "Today I realize that to be the first man ashore is an immense honor, yet I do not merit it more than anyone else. 5 of my men died down there in Normandy. They alone are the heroes." I hope this video gives you a sense of the importance of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those hallowed beaches that absorbed the blood of so many soldiers who went on to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. If you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the Seine River, 1,000-year history of Jews in the region, and specifically focusing on the Jews in the armed forces, I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you on this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching.
But if the precedent is set, the Supreme Court makes the decision, isn't it supposed to be done?
Yeah, it's a question of interpretation, because what I think what a court will say is this particularly adhere exactly to what has said. As I said, specifically as to you cannot.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, am really looking forward to our scheduled July trip on Kosher Riverboat Cruises as we explore the Jewish history of the Seine River. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel and especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day we spoke about in the last video. Today, I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise, that is the medieval city of Rouen. Now, Jews lived in Rouen from about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual architectural evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century Palace of Justice in Rouen. And we knew that it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood from before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps up to the appeals court. It was really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building, and upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually the yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, the grandson of Rashi himself, a really important commentator. Oh my gosh, I can tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing. It was published in January 2020 in the city of Rouen. And the title, by the way, is Focus. La Maison Sublime, the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they call it that in a minute. The oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Legault, who's really written a lot about the ancient world, the medieval world, wrote fantastic stuff on Khazarian document found in Giza, and also great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, rather controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic for the estimate 11th century architecture with some amazing views and some interesting kind of decorative elements throughout. And when reconstructed by an artist, obviously these are like kind of the basement and foundations of the building. It probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house, it was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was when they discovered some graffiti scratched into the walls of the basement. Here's a photograph of the rabbi of Rouen at the time, Solomon Perez, who's showing the graffiti to the great rabbi of France, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan, and Jean Le Cornet, who was the mayor of Rouen, and he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, it's a quote from the book of Kings. This house refers to this temple, right, in Jerusalem. In this context, it's kind of like a pun saying this great yeshiva will remain in place. How ironic, it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about amazing building is not only the fact that this is the oldest in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Golb's research that the Rashba actually taught here. And when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rashba himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Avraham Ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. And so just to be in the same space where these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. This whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos that we make as we visit these remarkable sites in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Here's the why. Is it Cat My 24 Hour News? Yeah, that's it. Okay, here's the latest. The mom claims her baby was kidnapped. This sticking her story from behind bars, even as her husband lost sheriff's secretary.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the kosher riverboat cruises along the Seine River later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy in particular. And I came across something just recently that was just so fascinating. It may be a little bit geeky and a little bit specifically for those who are interested in a deep dive to how history is actually written, but I just can't help it. I got to tell you about it. This is so fascinating. This is a discovery of Professor Noel, a great scholar who really was one of the most prominent scholars looking at things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot of really unusual discoveries in the He's specifically. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholarship that I barely remember from my graduate school days, because with the internet, everything has changed. Basically, he came across a published text. He saw something funny in the way the text was published. And he said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are the things you have to do before the internet was invented. And by looking at the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick, breakable book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance, because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book in advance, and then we'll have a lot of fun talking about it. At any rate, what's the story here? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin as a whole. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts written in Hebrew characters, whereas Jews today still have the custom of not disposing of works that are written with religious intent. For example, if they include the name of God in them, those are called shemos. They put them instead in a place called a geniza, which is like a storeroom or a treasure house, something like that, and then eventually they are buried. But of old Cairo, a place called Fustat, actually regarded anything written in Hebrew characters, regardless of the nature of its content, as deserving of, going into the Geniza, and they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finished going through all these little putting together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews in Egypt and Palestine under the Fatimid Caliphs, which was published in 2 volumes in Oxford in the 20s. And he found one particular document that has such pathos that he actually printed it in full. It deals with a man, Mar Ruben Ben Isaac. Mar is like a title of respect. He apparently was some landowner. And Jacob Mann identifies his place of origin as one Rodez in France, which is in the region of Languedoc, which is nowhere near Rouen or Normandy. It's in the south. But the spelling of the Hebrew text did not seem right at all. It would have had to have been spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet, Rodez, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like Rodos. Now, it's unusual for the scribe of an original document to make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document, kind of like a notary public. They don't want to make mistakes. So how is it possible that it was recorded as Rodez? So Professor Gold went to England to find out. Now, for those of you who were born after 1980, you might be wondering, why would you go all the way to England to find this document? Why don't you just look it up online, right? Like Google? Now, you have to remember, of course, this is the era before Google. It's the only way to see these things nowadays. But I did, in fact, since I'm in that transitional generation. I was born sometime before 1980. I went and looked it up at the British Library, which has wonderfully digitized so many of these Cairo Geniza manuscripts. You can see here that the catalog information still records it as Rodez, according to Professor Mann. They'll probably update this once they see this video, or once they read Norman Gold's book on Jews in Normandy. And here is the actual document. Isn't this great? We can actually see the document up close. What does the document say? Well, basically, it's a letter of introduction. One Mar Ruben Ben Isaac went to this scribe named Abraham at a Mediterranean port, probably the city of Ar, and that would mean that he likely took the same river and then connected in Paris to get to the Rhone River, and then it made its way south. And if you're curious, yes, kosher riverboat cruises does cruise both the Seine and the Rhone, so you duplicate Mar Ruben Ben Isaac's itinerary. At any rate, why did he leave this place in France, Rodez, apparently? It's because he tells this very sad story that his son was killed in a forest by brigands, and he went to the local authorities to seek some redress, to find the criminals and things like that. But the authorities, discovering that this was his only child, so sad, the authorities decided to simply dispossess him of his land since he had no inheritor. They said, fine, you're not going to leave the land to anyone else. We're going to take it for ourselves. Now, this was, by the way, a huge transgression of medieval law in many different places, as Professor Gold describes in his book. And part of the reason why this document is so fascinating is because it indicates a breach in what would have been the normal circumstances of that era. At any rate, Mar Ruben Ben Isaac, heartsick at the loss of his son, devastated by the loss of his physical property. He was, of course, a landowner, which is also significant. He decided he wanted to go to Jerusalem and to settle there and ultimately to be buried in the land. And he made his way down to the Mediterranean and then over to most likely Beirut, and he stopped a very large Jewish community of Damascus where this letter served as a letter of introduction. Right? Okay, so fascinating. Now, let's look at the kind of geeky stuff about how do we connect this from the road days to Quran. So if you look at the key passage in the text here, I've blown it up. You can see here where I've circled the text. That's the place name. Meir, it looks like Rados. That's how Professor Mann read it. And it could be Rados or Rhodes, but he identified it as Rhodes, which would have been in the south. However, this bothered Professor Gold. If you look more carefully, consonant by consonant, this letter, and you see in the next line, there's this word kesef, which is a very common word. It means with money. And if you look at the third letter, of course, Hebrew written right to left, it is the third from the right, there's a samach there, an S sound. And it looks significantly different from the final letter in the first word of the dose. And in fact, if we zoom in a little bit, you can see that the samach and the final mem are very, very slightly different, especially if you look at the lower right corner, where the final mem in Radom is slightly more, it's got more of a 90-degree angle, and the samach is more kind of like a 45 degree. This tiny, tiny difference makes all the difference in how we read that word. Rather than reading it like Professor Mann does as Rhodes, reading it rather quickly, a very, very careful look at this text suggests that it's not Rhodos or Rhodes, but Radom. That makes a lot more sense. Where in Radom, the original Latin name for Rouen was Rotomagus, and the medieval period it was shortened to Rotom or Radom. That would be the Hebrews, and the pronunciation later shifted to Rouen. So, in other words, what Professor Gold did, consonant by consonant, is he was able to shift the location of this letter from the south of France to Normandy to the city of Rouen. Now, there are tons of fascinating implications of placing this in Normandy rather than the south of France. I don't want to make this video much longer. Please have a look at Professor Gold's book for all of the discussion. He wrote about 50 pages to it. But let's just finish the story of Reuben ben Isaac specifically. So, if you look at the other side of this document, the verso, you see there it's written with several different hands, not described from Arab, but that comes the story. And amazingly, by looking more broadly in the Geniza archive, another document turned up, which deals with this same person and continues the story. I'm going to quote from that second document found in the Geniza now, which is clearly identified, without doubt, as being associated with Reuben ben Isaac. This man, the other document states, the bearer of this letter, was one of the most important members of the community where he lived and was wealthy. The ruler of his land cast a punishment on him, and he fled, coming to Damascus for the land of Israel. But brigands attacked him and plundered all that he had, inflicting wounds on him. He was thus in great despair, and when he came to Jerusalem, he said, I will go on to Egypt. Perhaps they will give me some provisions for the way, so that I can return to my place. Your custom, dear associate, is to do good toward all who come to Egypt. Do so the same with this man. Perhaps he will eventually return to his place. Right, so now we can put the whole story together. The man suffered tremendous tragedy in Normandy. He decided, I'm going to retire to the land of Israel and be buried there. He made his way over to Damascus, got more letters of introduction, but on the way to Jerusalem, unfortunately, he was attacked again, lost all of his possessions. He was not able to make a go of it. He could not make Aliyah. He decided, I'm going to head back to France. I'm going to go via Egypt, which also had a strong Jewish community. I will get, one last burst of support in Egypt, and then I'll make my way to Rouen. I'll try to put my life together again. It appears that he was unable to return to Rouen because he would not have left such important documents behind. Chances are he simply ran out of energy and decided to settle in Egypt and eventually died there. And his documents eventually made their way into the Cairo Museum. It's a fascinating story. Sorry for taking you down a little bit of a geeky path into how historians really do the tough work, but I hope you found this interesting anyways. I hope you'll be able to join on this amazing cruise on the Seine River. There's some fantastic, amazing medieval Jewish history in Normandy, and especially on the coast, we're going to be focusing, of course, on Jewish military history and Jewish military heroism because of the tremendous significance of that location for World War II and World War I as well. Thank you very much for listening. I'll be able to
issue with what's going on and the Republicans, what they're saying versus what the Democrats are doing here in California. KFI 816.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that very soon we will be embarking on yet another kosher riverboat cruise, this time on the Seine River, and it's going to give us a phenomenal opportunity to explore the amazing history of the Jews of France. This cruise is also specially themed heroism, primarily because we're going to be going up the Seine River to Normandy and then visiting the beaches where D-Day occurred, and we will be marking with special ceremonies those who served in the armed forces. But today, what I'd like to do is look a little bit more closely at our origin on this cruise. That is, of course, the famous city of Paris, and specifically, I want to look at Napoleon's role in creating really the basic framework of modern Jewish identity. So let's just look at what happened in the late 18th century. Of course, France has this amazing revolution in 1789, and they proclaimed this document, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen. And it's, it's basically saying, equal rights for every man at any rate. There would be something separate. And so Jews began to say, wait, what about us? What's the schlecht? What's wrong with us? Why don't we get this as well? And so the French revolutionary government thought about it for a little while, and they realized that they had gotten themselves in a conundrum because the Jews were traditionally considered aliens. However, there was a big split in the Jewish population. Let's have a look at this map here. This is what France looked like. This is an ecclesiastical map of the 18th century. While I'm on this map, let's have a quick look at where we're going to be cruising. We're going to land in Paris, and then we're going to take our boat up the Seine River to the English Channel, and then where the tip of that arrow is where along the beaches, and then we're going to head back down. So back to our discussion, there's really two significant populations of Jews in France this time. There were in the south, Sephardic Jews, and in the northeast, the Ashkenazic Jews. The Sephardic Jews, the Bordeaux, Bayonne, for example, tended to be far more acculturated to French norms, spoke French fluently. They dressed like French citizens. They had a much more diverse economic profile, and so they really were much more integrated into French society, even though they lacked the same rights as French Catholics. In the eastern section, bordering Germany, you have the huge mass of English-speaking, largely much more Orthodox Germanic Jews or Ashkenazic Jews. And so there was a lot of concern in the French population, primarily with these Ashkenazic Jews, actually these very different foreigners or foreign-seeming people, even though they've lived in this region for 1,000 years, and we really just consider them Frenchmen as well. So basically, in 1790, the French government said, all right, we will accept the Sephardic Jews, and then a year later, it was inevitable, it was the logic of the whole idea of the revolution, they accepted the Ashkenazi Jews as well. There were a lot of complaints, however, for the next decade, went back and forth with a lot of people appealing to the government saying, all of our rights changed, and the economy changed quite a bit because now Jews have much more freedom, they're no longer artificially restricted by discriminatory legislation, and so they ended up appealing to Napoleon. Napoleon was troubled by this question. He said, well, why don't we assemble a representative group of Jews and ask them what do they really intend to do here as citizens of France? Can they ratify their patriotism or not? And in his typically grand kind of way, he said, I think we should assemble the Sanhedrin. Of course, the great court of 71 judges that had not sat for 900 years, but Napoleon liked to think big, and so he said, let's put it together again. He issued a call, and Jews all over Europe, primarily those who are feeling bent, much more open to modernization and reform of Jewish tradition and so on, but nevertheless headed by this remarkable individual, Rabbi David Sinsheim, who was a very well-respected, highly orthodox author who had created the Yad David commentary on the Mishnah. He was a very well-respected erudite scholar, and Napoleon gave him this great hat. I wish I could get a hat like this to wear to shul on Shabbos. That would be amazing. Anyway, David Sinsheim became the president of this unruly body of Jews from all over called the Sanhedrin. And when they came together, first actually under the name the Assembly of Notables, Napoleon presented them with 12 questions. So these 12 questions were basically designed to try to measure to what degree do these French consider themselves essentially French. If, for example, France were to be attacked by Germany, which happens with regularity, would these Jews on the border defend France, or would they, God forbid, join with the great enemy? This particular question, by the way, the Assembly of Notables stood up and said, "Jusqu'à la mort, we will defend France to the death." Napoleon asked a lot of really interesting questions, 12 of them in total. Rabbi Sinsheim was in charge of formulating the written responses, and essentially his draft response sort of articulated a way in which French Jews could maintain their communal identity and degree of independence, while nevertheless being patriotically attached to the French nation, recognizing their responsibilities to the larger civic polity of France and so on. In a word, he really brought it down to a concept that has been advanced by the great Rabbi Shmuel of the Talmud, Dina de Malchuta Dina, the law of the land is the law. There's a lot more to say about that concept, but basically this satisfied Napoleon and confirmed the earlier decision from 1790 and 1791, granting the Jews equal rights in France. There's more to say about this, but let's just have a look at some of the artwork from the period. Here's a remarkable print that shows Napoleon, the great Napoleon, reestablishing the religion of Judaism in 1806. And you can see he's got kind of like this imperial sort of robe, like Caesar with laurels and things like that. And he is graciously reaching out his hand to lift up the fallen Judaism. The Judaism there is like forlorn, and the Ten Commandments have fallen from her grasp onto the ground. There's the menorah from the temple in the background, and sort of like this Judean wilderness receding off into the space. And Napoleon, who was holding, the tablets of law, is the great hero. And here's one more that I find absolutely amazing. This is actually something that was a medallion that was struck for Napoleon in his honor by the Jewish community in France. And you can see on the left, of course, the profile of the emperor, and on the right, mind-boggling, there is Napoleon in like a godlike sort of posture, actually handing the Ten Commandments to a servile Moses. I don't know how they were thinking this was anywhere near acceptable, but nevertheless, I think this was a kind of, slavish honoring of Napoleon that went on, at least among some circles of French Jews. I should point out that while there were some Jews that regard Napoleon as being tremendous, and in fact they looked at his name, Bonaparte, as translated as Kelek Tov, good portions, and they had almost messianic pretensions for it way. There are other Jews who violently opposed him. The Hasidic groups further to the east, of course, regarded him with great suspicion and so on. And in fact, there were some measures that Napoleon put in place that would lend credibility for that particular cause. At any rate, that's a very quick moment in French Jewish history that had implications really for Jews in Madeira as a whole, as many countries moved towards a kind of civic democracy. What was the rule and how do they deal with distinct communities like the Jews within their populations? So, more to say about that. I just want to put in another plug. I'm really so excited that we're going to be cruising again. It's been so long. For those of you who are interested, it's an absolutely fantastic experience. We have, about 100 people on these boats, and they're kind of like floating shtetls. We have maybe 3 times a day on the boat. We have amazing food from Mountain Green. And I imagine those bus tours are a lot of fun too. But one of the really nice things is you don't have to unpack and go to another hotel and unpack again. The hotel travels with you on the river, and all you do is you stop and you get off and walk and so on. And it's a manageable group, like 100 odd passengers. Just beautiful. Get to know people, and we have friends that my wife and I have made for years now on these cruises. So if you're able and interested, I would love to see you on this cruise and spend some time with you. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed this particular video, and I look forward to seeing you. Thanks very much for watching. Hello, students of Jewish history. On Sunday, we'll be marking Yom Yerushalayim, May 29th, 2022, which falls out of the Hebrew calendar on the 28th day of the month of Iyar. And Jerusalem Day is a modern event that was commemorated by the State of Israel on the first year after the conquest of Eastern Jerusalem, which allowed the city to be united again after 1948. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is to give just a little bit of a historical overview of how this came to pass, and look very briefly at some of the ongoing political controversy that surrounds this particular event, and also a little bit of the religious controversy, because even though the unification of Jerusalem is something that obviously Jews look upon with tremendous favor, there are nevertheless differences of opinion over what to do about this particular event. Okay, so let's do the history. First of all, Jerusalem. It is the ancient capital of the Jewish people. The earliest mention of it, however, is in the pre-Israelite period, when the Egyptians mentioned it in their execration texts. Execration texts are really amazing things. They are these kind of like clay tablets, or sometimes they're shaped like figurines, and the Egyptians would list all the people and places that they really didn't like, and then they would, have some kind of ritual humiliation or destruction of that object, smashing them up, burning them, sometimes even worse things. So Jerusalem is mentioned in an execration text that dates from about the 19th or 20th century before the Common Era. The Canaanite inhabitants were the Jebusites, and they are described in the Bible as the inhabitants that were conquered by King David, and that's when David named it his capital. His son Solomon, of course, would build a temple there, and ever since then, for the last 3,000 years, it has been the undisputed capital of the Jewish people. Although they did have Samaria, became a very important site, so on, but we'll skip over that. The city was conquered many times over the next 3 millennia, and it received many other names, such as Isla Capitolina by the Romans, Beit al-Maqdis by the Fatimid dynasty, and finally Al-Quds by Arabs in the contemporary world. By the time we get to the 20th century, Jerusalem is held by the Ottoman Empire based in Istanbul, and when it fell in the context of World War I, then the British took it over on December 17th. The next few decades are known as the era of the British Mandate, because technically the land of Israel and also surrounding areas as well was given to the British as a mandate from the League of Nations to basically administer it. There was always a Jewish presence in Jerusalem from ancient times right through to the modern times, but sometimes it was very tiny. But when we get to the 19th century in particular, from about the 1870s and 1880s, there is a growing stream of Jews who are seeking to make Israel their home, and the population in Jerusalem in particular is expanding. There is also a growing Arab population at the same time, as there is increasing wealth and prosperity in the region, that these things go hand in hand. There's a lot more migration from outside the land of Israel, both Jewish and Arab. After several decades and World War II, the British are ready to leave. They ask the United Nations, which is the successor organization to the League of Nations, to say, we're having a really hard time. Tensions between the Jews and Arabs in Jerusalem and in the region as a whole are increasing, and we'd like to leave, please. So they asked the United Nations to come up with a plan to somehow deal with the competing claims for Jerusalem and the entire region. The United Nations come up with this partition plan in 1947, which was actually pretty bizarre. It involved dividing the land of Israel into 7 distinct sections. Here you can see a period map that shows on the left the 3 green areas belong to the purported Jewish state, and this basically corresponds with more or less where their concentrations of settlement were. And on the right, you see the sort of goldenrod color. That is the regions that were to be given to the Arabs. And the 7th, so there's 3 and 3, that makes 6. The 7th area was Jerusalem, which was to be an international zone because nobody could agree exactly how they would divide the holy city. What ends up happening is the Jews, even though it is kind of a strange plan, they agree to the plan because, after all, it represents the very first moment that Jews are able to reestablish their sovereignty in the land of Israel since they were exiled in the 1st century of the Common Era, and war ensues almost immediately. The war lasts for a little over a year, as you can see in these 3 maps, but in the end, remarkably, the Jews are able to consolidate the territory and even expand it as the armistice comes place in 1949. So between 1948 and 1967, Jerusalem is a divided city, think Berlin, with the primary areas of Jewish settlement prior to the war trapped on the Jordanian side of the border. In 1967, there is another major war, the 6-Day War, which there's a lot to talk about. It has a tremendous impact on politics in the region even to this day. But basically, the Israelis staged an impending attack from the Egyptians and the Syrians in particular, and remarkably, largely through very effective use of air power, they actually consolidate their territory even more and expand it to include, as you see in this map here, which is provided from a more left-wing source, so you can see some of the names. People will always argue about what names you use for different places. I don't want to get into that, but the map on the left, you can see that Syria loses territory on Heights. Egypt loses a massive amount of territory, the Sinai Peninsula, and including the Gaza Strip, and then the so-called West Bank, because it is on the west bank of the Jordan River. Many Israelis prefer to use the Hebrew names like Shomron for this region. That is occupied by the Israelis. Now, there's a lot to say about this as well. It's heavily populated by Palestinians who are certainly not happy to be under Israeli sovereignty at this time, but the Israelis do not annex it outright. What they do annex, meaning take for Israel permanently, is East Jerusalem with a large Arab population. And that means that Jerusalem, the city, is once again united, but at great cost, which of course still has contemporary political ramifications to this day. It is the reunification of Jerusalem in 1967 that is specifically celebrated on this day, Yom Yerushalayim. Now let's just talk very briefly about 2 ongoing issues regarding Yom Yerushalayim. Obviously, for Jews, especially for religious Jews who see the establishment of the State of Israel as perhaps the unfolding of the Messianic era, that this is the Reshit Tzmichat Gehulatenu, the beginning of the flowering of our redemption. This is a hugely important event, and it's really of cosmic and metaphysical proportions. So there are many Jews who find themselves in that particular ideological camp who say, oh my gosh, we should go full on with a holiday. We should, like, recite specific prayers that are only recited at times of great celebration and so on. And others I would say that, wow, this is really a great political news, but maybe we should hold off on some of those other things. Who says we're qualified to establish holidays? And still other Jews will say, no, we disagree with this either religiously or politically and want to downplay Yom Yerushalayim. I leave that up to you to decide exactly where you want to fall in that particular spectrum. And at the same time, the second issue is, of course, that Jerusalem is reunited or reunified, at least on a political level, on an administrative level, but it is hardly unified in terms of the peace and stability of the region, which of course sees Jerusalem not as the city of peace, but rather as a city of strife. Hopefully we will one day see a resolution of all of these events, and we will be able to celebrate Yom Yerushalayim with enthusiasm for the happiness of all of Israel and the Middle East and the world as a whole. Okay, that's taking you very quickly through a historical perspective on what exactly is this day Yom Yerushalayim. I also want to say that I prepared this video as part of the promotion for the Kosher Riverboat Cruises, which is an organization that I'm really happy to be working with. I love cruising with KRC. We're going to be going to the Seine River in just a little over a month now. And we're going to cruise from Paris along the Seine River up to the coast of Normandy. And we're going to have some special moments there on our visit where we will be commemorating Jewish heroism. That's really the connection with this particular topic. Not only does Yom Yerushalayim fall out on the 28th, this coming Sunday, it's also a moment of great Jewish heroism as the Jews were able to reestablish themselves in their ancient capital after 3,000 years. Okay, I hope you enjoyed, and if you are free and able to join us on this Kosher Riverboat Cruise, we'd love to have you and talk a lot more about these things. Thank you very much for watching.
Listen to Go, GOT, greatest of their era on the iHeartRadio app.
Welcome. My name is Paula Billis, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapist, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak to you about the Blois incident of 1171, which is a disturbing moment in French Jewish history. This video is intended for educational purposes only. I prepared this video, of course, in context of my research, getting ready for the Great Kosher Riverboat Cruises trip to the Seine River, which is going to be so exciting. It's just a few weeks away, and we have only 6 cabins left. I'm very excited to see the response to this particular trip. But to dive into our material in particular, the scope of Jewish history in France, which is so fascinating, has nevertheless a big lacuna in it. Basically, from the early 14th century until the later part of the 18th century, there's not a lot happening Jewishly in France. And why is that? That's largely because of the series of expulsions that the Jews endured in France from the early 14th century on, few of them earlier. These tend to be localized until they got larger and larger and drove many of the Jews from the region further east, which we'll talk about at the end of this video very briefly. During the cruise, of course, we're going to look at the grand scope of history, particularly along the Seine River. We'll spend some time visiting the amazing medieval yeshiva in Rouen, which was the home of the great Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra for about a decade. There's also, of course, fascinating populations of Jews in the south of France and Provence. But for the most part, there's a big gap for a few hundred years because of those expulsions from the early 14th century on. Part of the reason for those expulsions is what we're going to say, this Blois incident that occurred in the early 12th century. It is, of course, an infamous example of the blood libel, and a fairly early one as well. We've already talked about the negative impact that the First Crusade of 1096 had on the early Ashkenazim in the region of northern France. But emanating from England came a new challenge, and that would be the challenge of ritual murder. This first surfaced surfaced in 1144 in Norwich when a young child was found, and the Jews of that region were blamed for some kind of like mysterious ritual murder charge. I want to underline the fact that these ritual murder and blood libel charges are malicious in intent, and they do not correspond to reality. We have no evidence of Jews ever engaging in any of this nefarious activity. The whole idea of some kind of strange cabal, unfortunately often involving children, it just seems to like stick in the popular psyche like an ice pick to the brain, and it lasts right up until the 20th century. Some of the crazy fever dreams of QAnon and things like that seem to involve, pedophilia and God forbid these kind of terrible things. So there's definitely a medieval connection to this that fortunately is attached to the Jews, and it's just one of those self-perpetuating myths. At any rate, you can have a look at this map here, for example, which shows the scale and scope of blood libel charges, which start in England in the 12th century and then spread slowly to the continent, become very popular in Germany in the 13th and 14th century, and make their way all the way out to the Russian Empire and right up until the 20th and even 21st century, we believe. Some of the ritual murder and blood libel charges had a special longevity, such as this 15th century example of Simon of Trent, in which case the church was actually involved to a certain degree, even extending beatification, which is like one of those stages towards even sainthood, to the victim of this supposed plot. And the relics of these children are sometimes, entombed and later even incorporated into the Catholic worship, which is completely bizarre. At any rate, let us return to the 12th century in France. Blois was one of the early charges in France, and it was especially powerful in its impact on this tiny, struggling Ashkenazi community. We have a lot of accounts that corroborate the essential story of what happened in Blois. Many of these accounts were reported by Christian sources as well as Jewish sources, and we see them not only in terms of personal letters and communal documents, but also transformed into poetry and even liturgy, which of course has survived the centuries. Especially important for understanding are well-corroborated accounts that emanate from nearby Orléans and from Paris, and they especially involve one particular figure who was the recipient of many of these documents, the Tosafist Rabbeinu Yaakov Tan. He was the grandson of the famous Rashi, extremely important in interpreting the Talmud, and this is one of the incidents that occupied the last years of his life, as Jews from around asked him for direction and guidance. Here, by the way, is a map that shows you where Blois is. It's just to the southwest of Paris, and while I'm on the same map, here's roughly where we will be traveling on this trip as we make our way down the Seine River from Paris to Normandy and then back. One of the most important secondary sources that analyzes the events of Blois in 1171 is an article by Robert Chazen. Dr. Chazen is one of the greatest medievalists that we have in the field. I had the great privilege of studying with him at Oxford on an NEH seminar, and it was absolutely fascinating. He wrote research on Blois in his youth. He published an article in 1968 in the Proceedings of the American Academy of Jewish Research, and he essentially takes through the story. What exactly happened? So apparently there was a Jewish traveler named Isaac ben Elazar who was passing along the Loire River, a load of untanned skins, right? The leather worker, basically, to make leather, you've got to flay an animal, and then you've got to, scrape off the excess meat. You have to soak it in various solutions until it finally make it into leather. So apparently he had some skins, I imagine it was on some kind of wagon load, early in this process where they were still quite bloody and so on. And as he's passing along the banks of the Loire River, one of those skins came loose, and it frightened a nearby horse that was connected with a Christian servant who mistakenly took this bloody skin for the body of a child. And perhaps he had somehow heard about the incident in Norwich from 30 years earlier, and he thought that it was happening here in France as well. Who knows? but he went and reported it, and it reached the local nobleman, a Count Thibault of Blois. Now, Thibault of Blois was an interesting character. He had kind of unspecified relationship with a Jewish woman named Salina. Now, this relation, one of the sources, the word that's used to describe his feelings for her was ohev, from the word ahava, or love. In Hebrew, the word can mean love or like, and so many scholars have tried to interpret this as perhaps a closer relationship, more romantic relationship even. But other scholars have said it maybe meant more like favor, that he favored her. Who was this Poselina? She was apparently a very successful moneylender. And we've discussed in other videos the role that Jews played in early commerce and credit at this time of year. So Poselina was arrested by Thibault. Why she was arrested may have more to do with Thibault's wife, Alex, who, although we don't necessarily know the nature of Thibault's relationship with Poselina, we certainly know that Alex was full of animosity for Poselina, some kind of jealousy perhaps, or it could also be due to the fact that she was heavily indebted to this moneylender. And this is a pattern that we also see in many Jewish communities, where moneylenders, if they're good at their job and extend a lot of credit, then at some point, sometimes the debtors begin to feel resentful and they expel the Jews. We see this happening throughout Europe at this time. At any rate, Thibault, perhaps acting with the strong urging of his wife Alex, imprisons only Poselina, but also the entire community, about 31 adults, and later they would actually be burned at the stake. The entire episode, by the way, was so moving that I mentioned how Robert Chazen wrote this article in his youth. The great Genizas Goitain, he wrote a play on this in 1927, which is really quite amazing. At any rate, the community responded right away with collecting a bribe of 220 pounds to try and release this community of people who were arrested. And this amount was rejected. Professor Chazen suggests that perhaps the amount might have been too low, because after the incident, they ended up having to find 1,000 pounds to indemnify the entire region against further attacks of this nature. They organized an appeal to the king, Louis VII, who agreed with the Jews, as is something that typically happens in these blood libel cases, where the secular authorities, and quite often the church as well, will say, no, it's not true. The Jews don't do this. Please stop, inflaming the passions of the local population with these crazy stories. But nevertheless, they're typically not able to control them, and quite often they result in something as terrible as what happened in Blois. And what is especially amazing about Blois is that there's no evidence that any crime was committed. Typically, with these blood libel cases, God forbid, there is, the body of a child found. It even happens, of course, even in the 21st century, where, God forbid, horrible people will kidnap children and do terrible things to them. It should not happen to anyone. But, then when people look for an excuse, they want to find something to blame. The Jews, who are frequently the other, they often are a very convenient target for the justified community. But in Blois, there was no body ever found, and there was no child ever reported missing. There was no evidence that anything happened at all. But nevertheless, the charge was recognized by a governmental authority like Thibault, Count Thibault, and as a result, they actually exited the entire population that they had imprisoned. This occurred on the 20th of Sivan in the year 4931 in the Jewish calendar, which corresponded to 8/26 of 1171. The martyrs included Poselina and 2 of her daughters. In terms of the scope of this, we should recognize that the entire population of Blois, the entire Jewish population of Blois, was only 40 people, most likely 40 adults, according to one of the contemporary sources. So basically, wiping out almost the entire community. We don't know exactly what happened to some of the others. The children, however, were forcibly converted to Christianity and were lost in the Jewish community. As a result, a fast day was instituted that is observed even up to the present day in many communities because of the many other tragedies that happened later on this date, such as some of the Khmelnytsky massacres in 1648-49. This particular date, the 20th of Sivan, which is coming up as I record this, is recognized as a fast day, 1,000 years later. Dr. Chazen makes some very salient historical observations about this entire sad tragedy. This was a formative element in the development of a centralized authority among Jewish communities in Ashkenaz. Let us recall that we're speaking about tiny, essentially pioneering settlements. They're only there for 50 years, 100 years, 200 years. These are relatively new settlements in terms of the scope of Jewish history. We can trace the dates of their arrival with some degree of accuracy, not only by the historical records that we have, but also by some fascinating DNA research that shows the path of Jewish migration through the Italian peninsula up into the region of Ashkenaz in particular. It also, Dr. Chazen points out, really emphasizes the role that great rabbinic leaders like Rabbeinu Tam played in the response to a crisis like this. Nevertheless, even with these heroic efforts, the Jewish communities of Ashkenaz could not rise the swelling of anti-Semitic fervor, which only increase over the next couple of centuries in this region and drive Jews further and further to the east, not only because of this negative pressure on Jews, but also because of the positive pressure or the vacuum that was represented by the economic opportunities extended to Jews in the Polish-Lithuanian compound. Okay, that's a very quick look at this very sad incident of 11/7. We're going to be looking at the entirety of Jewish history in France, with specific focus on the Seine River and Normandy right up until the 21st century. A lot of emphasis, for example, on the role of Normandy in World War II, the location of D-Day, and so on. I hope you'll be able to join us, and if not, I certainly look forward to sharing with you some of our experiences via video. Thank you very much for watching.
Because the players get dribbling. The dash recording, roadworthy, but also the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids. What did the Buffalo say when he dropped his son off for school?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you're doing well. Today, I'd like to speak to you about someone who has become kind of a hero, a scholarly mentor to me. I'm speaking about Cecil Roth, the great 20th century historian. I found that, quite recently, his work has intersected with my own work and my own choice in three distinct ways. So I thought, hey, let's make a video about Cecil Roth. So let me tell you quickly about those three ways, each of which is a small plug. The first is I'm going to be going on 2 history cruises this year, in which I'm going to rely very heavily on Cecil Roth. One of those trips is along the Seine River, and in fact, the video that you see behind me is this really cool kind of panorama of the various rooms and places in the boat that we'll be sailing on. And the second cruise is going to be to Venice, and Cecil Roth, of course, is primarily known in his research specialization as a historian of Italian Jewry, so I'll be relying very heavily on him. The second major way in which his work is intersected with my own is that, God willing, I'll be speaking in New Jersey twice this month. And I'll be speaking about the meaning of Jewish history, looking at how historians have made an impact on the way we shape our understanding of the past. We're going to start by looking at Josephus, looking at the Great Roman Jewish War, the 1st century, and then we're going to move in the second talk to the medieval period, looking at people like David Gams and several other historians, and then finally we're going to look at the modern period, and Cecil Roth is one of those figures that is so important for us understanding how we got to be where we are today. So I'm going to put details about where I'm speaking in Teaneck and then in Fairlawn in the information box who are available, and in New Jersey this month. The third, I'm really excited to be working with Cecil Roth Scholarship on my own attempt to create a survey of Jewish history. This is a forthcoming 3-volume work that's going to be appearing under the impression of foreign publishers in Jerusalem. So Cecil Roth has become so important to me in these 3 distinct ways. Let's talk born on March 5th of 1899, although some of the official records actually record his date as March 11th. The family history indicates that his father, who was a Polish immigrant, somehow missed a date to register his son's birth properly, and so it was delayed by several days until March 11th. Some records apparently reflect that later date. Cecil was one of four brothers. One of them, Leon, actually became a professor of philosophy at University. He received a traditional secular education, and his father enjoyed a private Hebrew tutor. His mother was English born, and so Cecil Roth had kind of an upbringing that was open to the Eastern European influence, but also firmly rooted in his English background. He served in World War I as a private, and he saw combat as a religious Jew who was sometimes brought in to actually serve as a officiate at the funerals of some of his compatriots. After the war, he returned and he entered Oxford University in 1919. Here's a picture of him in that year. He was at Merton College, and he showed an early great talent for history, ultimately graduating a doctorate in 1925. His graduation was especially interesting in that because of the exams were held on Shabbat, he had to miss them unless he was able to graduate with distinction. He married Irene Davis 3 years later, and she actually wrote a very important memoir of their life together, which I relied on very heavily for this particular video. Now, it's so fascinating when you look at their early life together because he did not have a permanent position as an academic until 1939. Almost all of the 20s and the 30s, he was a freelance historian. There's not a huge amount of demand for freelance historians. He was well published. His dissertation was a huge success, but he had to basically cobble together a living by writing, short pieces for newspapers and going from lecture to lecture and things like that. Part of the reason for his being passed over for positions was certainly the general, challenging situation, especially the Depression. But there was certainly some anti-Semitic prejudice as well. And despite his stellar career as a student and then as a young postgraduate, he was never honored by becoming a fellow of the college from which he was graduated. And he overheard that no students of the Jewish persuasion would be welcome in the senior common room. This came apparently from senior fellows. He engaged, however, in incredible output, despite his precarious finances, and his total number of publications, as we shall see, numbered in the hundreds. He ultimately was appointed to be a reader in post-biblical studies at Oxford in 1939. The position was created specifically for him, and he remained at Oxford teaching as a beloved instructor until 1964. Later, he went on to have some visiting appointments at Queens College in New York City, also Stern College and Yeshiva University. We shall see a rather unfortunate appointment at Bar Ilan University at the end of his life. His activity during the late 30s and into World War II shows a tremendous unification of his scholarship and a personal heroism as well. He was interviewed for a position with the British war effort that would have taken advantage of his Italian skills. He was, of course, fluent in the language and one of the world experts on Italian Jewish history and Italian history in general. But he was turned down ostensibly because he only held the rank of private for the 1 year that he was eligible to serve in World War I. It's not impossible. There was some anti-Semitism that held him back as well. His life was personally threatened several times by Nazi sympathizers in England because he was such a vociferous opponent of Nazism. And he did this in two ways. One way was by collaborating with Arthur Szyk on his really impressive Haggadah that had an anti-Nazi tone to it. There's some excellent research that's forthcoming on some of the hidden messages in the Szyk Haggadah. We should also mention, by the way, that Cecil Roth had a lifelong interest in Haggadahs in particular. He was very deeply involved with the Sarajevo Haggadah. He published a version of the Chinese Haggadah, the Haggadah of the Chinese Jews, and so on, which I understand has an absolutely delicious set of recipes. No, just kidding. I added that one. His major work, The Holocaust, was a book called The Jewish Contribution to Civilization. He published this in 1938 as a direct response to the rise of Nazism, whereas Hitler and the Nazis wanted to show how the Jews had somehow ruined Western civilization and were responsible for his downfall. Cecil Roth pushed back with the skills that he had at his disposal, which was to demonstrate over and over again the tremendous contributions, as the title indicates, the Jews made to civilization. There's a fascinating note in an article by Elisa Lawson, who wrote the dissertation on Roth's contribution to English history in particular. And I hadn't seen it, but apparently he dedicated a different book directly to Hitler himself, a book on the Sassoon dynasty. Again, speaking to the idea of the Jews making tremendous contributions to world history. And with his uniquely fluid style, Elisa Lawson quotes an open letter to Adolf Hitler that Cecil Roth published in his book on the Sassoon dynasty, expressing, here I quote, profound execration and abhorrence, not merely as a Jew and as an Englishman, but as a human being, for you, your ideas, your ideals, your methods, and all that you stand for. Very powerful kind of statement. He and his wife Irene also engaged in heavily charitable activities. They opened up a soup kitchen for refugees, serving 1,600 meals a day. He resigned all of his honorific posts with various Italian learned societies because of his opposition to Mussolini, who was, of course, an ally of Hitler. But in the 1960s, the Italian government reached out to him again and reappointed him to many of these honors, including awarding him the Order of Merit from the Italian Republic for his tremendous contributions to their history. Here's a rather remarkable coin, a medallion that was minted in his honor. He was, of course, subject to scholarly criticism. It's impossible to avoid this. And one of the reasons why his work was because he had kind of like a level of scholarly ethnocentrism, which demonstrated deep enthusiasm for the history of the Jewish people. He once said, a man can call himself a Jewish historian only if he loves his people and if, in the light of that love, he presents the events in their history. It should be noted that a lot of this criticism was really overblown, and in fact, lumping him in, as some historians have done, with the lachrymose school, that is most notably associated with the criticism of historian also of the 20th century. Lachrymose means full of tears, and there's this kind of idea that historians have huge this notion that Jewish history is all about books and pogroms, right? Like there's discrimination and all kinds of violence, followed by scholarship and huge achievements. Now, there's some merit to looking at history that way, but Cecil Roth could hardly be called a member of that school, and he often pointed a penetrating searchlight on some of the darker aspects of Jewish history as well. And he has been defended by no less a scholar David Ruderman, who wrote a tremendous article, championing the kind of work that Cecil Roth did and criticizing the critics who overstate his idealistic view of Italian-Jewish relations in particular. He was really a much more objective Italian than some of those critics give him credit for. Nevertheless, he was definitely a strong proponent of Jewish people in a much more nationalistic sense. She wrote, and he would have been overjoyed to hear that one of his most popular works, A Short Jewish People, was translated into Russian and published in a samizdat edition, meaning a self-published, pirated edition, which was circulated, hand to hand during the repressive era of the Soviets, when people would get a book, they would translate it, and then laboriously type it out with like tiny onion skin thin papers, trying to type up to 8 copies at a time, and then circulating them just through networks. And she says he would have been delighted to hear that his book was pirated in this way. And she wrote that he used to say, if any work of mine has been the cause of even one Jew of uncertain allegiance to Judaism to return to the heritage to which he was born, he often said, I would not consider that my work had been in vain. So you get a sense of his attachment to Judaism and how he expressed that in his works. He wrote tens of monographs, general histories of the Jews, works on art history, analysis of Haggadahs, things like that. The last count of his bibliography extends to 779 publications. I mean, incredible. Many of them translated into other languages. He loved biographies in particular. He wrote, when he was criticized sometimes for looking at strange individuals, he said, "If I have preferred the picturesque to the drab, and devoted space to the curious as well as to the important, I do not feel that an apology is needed." He gets a sense of humor as well. I wish there was some YouTube of him speaking. In fact, I'm going to go search right after I make this video. But his most colossal contribution, which is often overlooked, is the fact that he served as the editor-in-chief of the multi-volume Encyclopedia Judaica, which is without doubt the largest, most far-reaching of comprehensive piece of Jewish scholarship since the Babylonian Talmud. It is a massive work of scholarship. I myself use it quite frequently. I refer to it very often. And every now and then when I'm reading, I come across a passage and I'll say, wow, this is like so well written and well expressed. And I'll look down and I'll see the little initials CR that in fact that particular article was written by Cecil Roth himself. But just to get a sense of kind of his approach and his skills that he could bring to bear in producing this particular massive work of Jewish scholarship, when he wrote that aforementioned book, The Jewish Contributions to Civilization, 1938, he had one of his senior students prepare an index. When he went and he looked over the index, he was horrified to see that it did not include any names of women. So he went back to the student and said, well, how come there are no women mentioned here? I wrote about so many women. And he said, well, I didn't think they were important enough to make it into the index. So he chucked the index, and he went and he asked his wife, Irene, to go over and repair that law. And, of course, that's how it was published. Irene Roth says this was her primary contribution to her husband's scholarship. But it gives you a sense how here in the 1930s, he's thinking very seriously about these things. He was a great popular historian, involved in all kinds of multimedia activities as well. Here you can see an interesting picture of him with Cecil B. DeMille, the great director who produced the Ten Commandments and many other films like her. And he once wrote a note to him from one Cecil to another Cecil. Although Cecil Roth's Hebrew name was Bezalel, I don't know if Cecil B. DeMille had a clear name. Towards the end of his career, he made more and more trips to Israel. He had visited when he was a much younger man, but ultimately settled there for the last decades of his life, as he was especially working with the Encyclopedia Judaica, based in Jerusalem and later also with an office in New York. Here you can see a photograph of he and his wife Irene on the tarmac arriving in Israel. Back then, I actually remember getting off and across the tarmac. I don't think they do that too often, especially in international airports. Unfortunately, at the end of his career, achieved already so much, he was a subject of a terrible defamation that had a tremendous toll on him and unfortunately cost the larger world much of his energies as a scholar. In 1964, he had been appointed to be a professor at Bar Ilan University, a great school that has strong ties to the observant Jewish community. And a scurrilous account was published in an Israeli magazine in Hebrew that misquoted Roth in his writing The Short History of the Jews. Specifically, there's one passage, I'm going to read it to you in full, and then I'm going to say how it was abused by the author of this article to indicate how far-reaching this was. So here's the quotation in full. It is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so if we are to regard potsherds as more significant and more reliable than the memory of people or written records of immemorial antiquity. In other words, just reading that in full, he's clearly arguing against those historians who deny the historicity of the figure of Moses. But the quotation, published in a religious circulation, stopped after words that may be so. In other words, the only thing that was quoted was, it is said by some critics that not a shred of evidence for the historicity of Moses exists. That may be so. Stop, period. Oh my gosh. So this portrayed Cecil Roth, contrary to his personal lifestyle, his personal religious views, and so on, not to mention his scholarly views, that he denied the historicity of Moses, which of course is a terrible thing to say for someone working in a religious institution. There was a huge controversy that ensued, and ultimately Cecil Roth suffered a heart attack. The university strove to defend him, but ultimately decided that he would resign from that position, and he did not continue as a professor there. It's just horrible to see this example of what we call today cancel culture, attacking a scholar of great merit like Cecil Roth. At any rate, he continued his work lecturing and teaching at other schools, and especially his work on the Encyclopedia Judaica, and died in 1970, and here is a photograph of his tombstone in Israel. So by way of conclusion, here's a beautiful photograph of him, part of work in his Oxford library. Cecil Roth is one of those great scholars of the 20th century that, saw so much publication and had such a tremendous arc of a career, unfortunately ending in this kind of infamy in Bar Ilan, but at the same time, also achieving this massive, enduring success with the Encyclopedia Judaica. I have to say that I myself really am drawn to him as a figure in so many ways. I really appreciate the fact that he hated correcting galleys. He used to hate, galleys are like when they typeset the book, things like that, then they send the author back the copies, and you have to read every word that you already wrote. And you can make small changes like, correcting spelling errors and things like that, but you really shouldn't add big chunks of paragraphs because it throws off the formatting and so on. I hate that too. I hate looking at counting. I also appreciate his tremendous sense of humor. He was once asked why he studied the history of the Jews, and he spoke, there are Jewish historians whose involvement carries with it a search for theory, even a sense of destiny. I commend to the young in heart among you my ultimate answer. It is because it is fun. He clearly had a great sense of fun when he was studying history. It really just radiates from the page when you read his work. And you know what? It's fun too. So I really feel a tremendous amount of sympathy for Cecil Roth. I hope that some of you will be able to join me in discussing Cecil Roth's work, either this Shabbos or the next at Congregation B'nai Yeshua in Teaneck and at Congregation Darkei Noam in Fairlawn. I'd really love to see some of you on these cruises who will definitely return to his work. We hardly touched on his role as an art historian, but he has this affinity to finding antique works and analyzing them. And last of all, if you're not able to join me in New Jersey, not able to join me in Europe, I hope you will join me on the page when we publish this book with foreign publishers that is going to rely very heavily on the approach of Cecil Roth. Okay, I thank you very much for watching this longish video, and look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Anywhere, the same money, $2,400. What do they get in Tulsa? 5-bedroom, 3-bath house with a yard. Not much of a yard in an apartment building on the west side of LA for $2,400. And there's another reason.
A great pleasure to see all of you here today. I'm so excited. This is the first time I've been on a same cruise. Very excited about it. But I've been with David for about 5 or 6 cruises now. And if this is your first time here, I guarantee you're going to have an absolutely fantastic time. This is like a little floating shtetl, or like a summer camp reunion for older adults. And it's absolutely fantastic. My goal here, the part I play, I give some historical context to the things that we will be seeing. So my goal in this very brief talk, about 10 minutes, not very long at all, is just to give a sense of what to expect over the course of the next week, divided into our journey in space and our journey in history, and then we'll have a couple of remarks about what this might mean for us today. So I didn't introduce myself properly. Henry Abramson. Here is an old picture of me from before I grew my beard. Great. I am a dean at Touro College. I'm a Canadian by birth. I had the good fortune of studying at some of the world's greatest universities. I was at Harvard for a while, Cornell, Oxford, the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. My area of specialization began, as I mentioned, with Soviet Jewish history. Later, I moved into art history, intellectual history, and right now, my major project is a 3-volume survey of the history of the Jewish people published by Foreign Press. God willing, and starting 2 years from now. So here's where we're going to travel. You see this map here. Paris is right in the center of this blue line. If you were to go upriver, you would get to Troy, which is one more place, of course, associated with Rashi, the flourishing of the great medieval civilization. But we're going to be going to the left, up to the north here, to Rouen, and Le Havre, and we're going to spend some time at the embarkation point D-Day and so on. Downriver to the beginning of our trip, stopping off at some of those major places, and then we'll be coming back, of course, to get to Paris. This is a region called Normandy, and it's actually very deeply associated with a high point in Ashkenazic civilization. So we're going to spend a lot of time talking about basically 200 years of incredible creativity, really, a kind of explosion of Jewish spiritual activity that continues to nourish to this very day and constitutes a staple in particular of the yeshiva curriculum. We're going to look at Rouen. This is the Palais de Justice, which is a place where they're kind of like their, not city hall, but their court system. And we're going to spend a lot of time in particular discussing the Balei Tosafot, the grandchildren of Rashi and the surrounding culture, which especially invested a tremendous amount of energy into developing the ancient texts of the Talmud and trying to understand how they could be applied to the High Middle Ages. And of course, the teachings of the Balei Tosafot continue to inspire this very day and have tremendous relevance. We're also going to be looking, of course, at some military history because we'll be looking at the Battle of the Somme. We're going to be looking at the embarkation point of D-Day, and I have my colleague Captain Herb, who is going to give us some real insight into what it means to participate in the military as an individual historically and so on. So we have a very history. It's going to look at the medieval period in particular, when you have great high point of cultural activity here. And we're also going to be looking at the 20th century with the battles as well. What to expect? I mean, there's so much history. It's absolutely fantastic. I myself have been absolutely fascinated with the history of Abraham Ibn Ezra, and noted biblical commentator and scientist. You can see a medieval representation of his holiness astrolabe. He was one of the very few medieval Jews, there are more than one, who actually have a crater on the moon named after them. So we have a lot of fascinating things to say about Ibn Ezra. He spent the last 10 years of life here in Normandy, then went to London for a couple of years before he finally passed away. He has a lot to teach us. Really looking forward to talking about him. We'll be looking at the period of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Hasidei, the pious ones, it's been used. Hasidim today generally referred to movements like Chabad and Breslov and so on, which come out of Eastern Europe in the 18th century. But the term Hasidim goes way, way back. It goes back to King David. The followers of Yehuda Maccabee were also called the Hasidim. So there was an unusual, bizarre period in Jewish history, lasted about 150 years. It was very active here that adopted a tremendous amount of strange Hasidic practices, which they're quite foreign to the way Judaism developed afterwards, but it was quite fascinating. You'll see here in this image. I have a printout for Shabbos, but this is, for example, a beautiful illuminated manuscript from the holiday of Shavuot. It's actually held now in the British Museum. It's called the Tripartite Machzor. You can see on the left, you have Moshe Rabbeinu, Moses, receiving the Ten Commandments here, hanging off to Aaron, who is the high priest, and looks like he's wearing a bishop's mitre, like an actual ecclesiastical hat. And then behind them, kind of like a hierarchy, you have a group of men all wearing the Jewish hat that Jews were required to wear from the 13th century onward. And then behind them, you have this really strange grouping of animal-headed women, where because of the strange way of thinking of the city Ashkenaz, they did not want to portray women's faces. Unfortunately, in some parts of the world, we've actually gone backwards. Now we don't portray women at all. They were not so close back then. But you can see they're all portrayed with kind of calves' heads or dog heads, things like that. They're actually, though, rather sympathetic in nature. They're sort of cute, which is they're not meant to be like ugly. It's fascinating. We'll look at that. We're also going to look at the period of modernity, when the Jews of France were the first ones to receive full legal emancipation. It was a huge shock. Here you have a remarkable depiction of Napoleon, who is shown here in a rather self-serving depiction that was not unlike his character, where he's raising up a fallen woman that represents Judaism, holding on to the Ten Commandments here, and Napoleon is giving Jews a hand, literally, by raising them up to status. Unfortunately, that legal emancipation was not anywhere near a social emancipation, as we shall discuss in the later lectures of this cruise. And then we're also going to look, of course, at the Dreyfus trial and its implications, which were global in nature, and see quite a bit to really what's happening in France today, where we're in an extremely challenging time. Jews in France are quite threatened in many ways, and there's a massive departure of French Jews from this region because of the multifaceted anti-Semitic forces that have come to bear on that population here. So that's basically the scope of my presentation. To do a quick survey of all of French Jewish history. I find it fascinating. I hope you will as well. And with that, I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Captain Nelson.
Michael Trocher, KFIU. National Dog Day. This is the day that's been in place since 2004, set aside in recognition of our coaches.
So why am I here? I'm here to answer this question. Is being in the Army or in the military a job for a nice Jewish boy or girl? Before we go into that, I want to tell you a little bit about myself. As I said, my name is Captain Herb Elson. Just a little shy of 6 years ago, I retired after 35 years in the Navy. My flight plan is here with me. We came into the Navy right out of seminary, and 2 weeks after ordination, we were already on a plane to Okinawa, Japan. Now, we came into the military for only 3 years. We was able to serve 3 years to do a little travel and, get a little experience. And 35 years later, they finally kicked me out of the military. The joke is that they still have a claw mark on my vest as they dragged me away. It was really a great experience. Currently, I'm the director of the JWB Jewish Chaplains Council. We're a not-for-profit Jewish organization, God help us all, its mission is to provide meaningful Jewish living for Jews in the military. Just to tell you a little bit about what we're going to be learning about during this cruise. You're going to be learning a lot about battles of World War I and World War II. We're going to be learning together about the Battle of the Stones and then the invasion of Normandy. But we thought it's important also that we're able to connect the Jews that fought then to the Jews that are serving now. And I really like these two pictures. The picture on the left is a picture of a Jewish service in France in 1944, and the picture on the right is a picture of a service in Iraq in 2013. Moving ahead, here's a picture on the left of 2 service members in Vietnam. Does anybody know who the service member is on the right? No, it's definitely not. The name of this gentleman was David Bruckenthal. David Bruckenthal was originally from Long Island. He served in the Coast Guard, and he was the first Coast Guardsman killed in combat since World War II. As a matter of fact, he was awarded the Silver Star. He passed away about 12 years ago, and he is one of the first Jews to have a U.S. Coast Guard cutter named Yasser. So one of the things that we're going to do in the next couple of days is we're going to hear these stories of valor, not only the Battle of the Somme, but not only in Normandy. But we're going to be hearing stories of valor of men and women who are serving today, serving now. Now, I'm going to talk a little bit about choosing the military. I'm going to give you some numbers you're going to forget, but I want you to remember the date, April 9th, 1917. All right, April 9th, 1917. Because we're going to talk a lot about how the beginning of World War I, the American Jewish community came together to support the men, not men and women serving, to support the men who were coming into uniform. We're going to learn a lot about some of the choices that the American Jewish community had to make when it came to coming together. Dare I say it, please don't take me off the ship. Reformed, conservative, and Orthodox Jewish came together to support the men and women in the military. On Shabbos afternoon, we're going to talk a little bit of electric challenges that Jews in the military are facing today. We're going to talk about what is different in the military today, what's different about wartime today that really challenges us as Jews and challenges our principles. And finally, we're going to hear about stories of heroism. We're going to hear what Jews did then and what Jews did now. All right, so I'm just going to get a little question just to whet your appetite here. All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew that died in the Revolutionary War? But no? We're going to play this group against this group. That one's cut. Yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. His name was Francis Salvador from Savannah, Georgia.
Yo, what's going on, Spoingy?
Started by supporting the rebels.
Can you hear me?
Revolutionary War financially, and eventually he fought for the Revolutionary War. The first Jew killed. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely correct. We had said originally it was the Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in the Civil War, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes? All right, let's start. Who was the first Jew that died in the Revolutionary War? But no? We're going to play this group against this group. That one's cut. Yes, do you know, sir? No? Okay. His name was Francis Salvador. He was from Savannah, Georgia. He actually started by supporting the rebels, the Revolutionary War, financially, and eventually he fought for the Revolutionary War. Was the first killed. All right, here's an easy one. Which army had more Jews during the Civil War? The Confederacy or the Union? The Union. Wow. Okay. Let me shake your hand. Well done. Did you read my notes while I was talking? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Absolutely correct. We had said originally it was the Confederacy, but about 10,000 Jews fought in war, 3,000 for the Confederacy, and about 7,000 for the Union. Okay, very good. So this group has 1 point. All right, the next one. Another easy one. I'll give you hints. He was a Navy guy, okay? Who was the biggest Jewish hero of the War of 1812? You're going to love this. I'm going to tell you later on a fascinating story of Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Commodore Uriah P. Levy. Does anybody know what made Uriah P. Levy so famous, besides being the hero of the War of 1812? Yes, ma'am. Well, that's later on, right? You talked about the preserve Monticello. Yes, sir? Yeah, sadly, he abolished corporal punishment in the Navy. He also instituted grog aboard Navy ships. Anybody else? What made him famous? Yes, okay, you don't count your wife. Commodore Uriah P. Levy was the most court-martialed admiral in the Navy. He was court-martialed 6 times. 6 times. All on made-up charges because of anti-Semitism, and he beat the rap each of those times. Okay, Commodore Uriah, good. All right, how many Jews won the Medal of Honor World War I? That's a hard one. No, actually 4. 4 Jewish service members, 4 Jewish army guys won the Medal of Honor. Okay, next one. This one's easy, and if you don't know the answer, you'll get the answer tonight in the movie. But who was a famous Jewish comedian served as an artilleryman during World War II? Not that. I heard it over here. Mel Brooks, yes. You're going to see him in the movie tonight. Mel Brooks, God help us, enlisted in the Army, and he trained to be a radioman, but typical Army, they sent him to be an artilleryman, and he fought in World War II. All right, very good. Let's move ahead to Korea. This is an amazing, amazing story. What's the name of a Jewish hero who won the Medal of Honor during the Korean War? I'm going to spend a couple of minutes, and please tell me when my time is up. The name of the person is Timur Rubin. Timur Rubin was born in Europe. He was sent to camps during the Holocaust. He survived the camp in the United States, and at 17 years old, at the beginning of the Korean War, joined the U.S. Army that thanked the United States for liberating the camps. Timur Rubin fought in Korea. He actually was sent by an anti-Semitic sergeant up to this one hill saying, you get up at that hill and don't give up that hill so the rest of us can retreat. And the Jewish masses came. Timur Rubin protected the hill. His entire unit escaped, and he was captured. He was captured by the Chinese. He served 2 years in a Chinese prisoner of war camp. But what made it really remarkable was that Timur Rubin at night would escape from the camp and steal food and bring it back for his fellow inmates. For that action, he was first awarded the Silver Star, and many years later, he was awarded the Medal of Honor. Timur Rubin passed away 2 years ago. Really fascinating fact. And then finally, I'll give you a little gimme. What's the name of the TV commentator? I believe he's CNN, who's a Jewish Medal of Honor winner from Vietnam. You'll see him every once in a while. Yes. No, not Larry King did not win the Medal of Honor, but he did serve. Anybody else? Colonel Jack Jacobs. We'll see him on CNN every once in a while. The military expert, Jewish Medal of Honor. I am so excited to be here. I'm so excited to share with you about the men and women in uniform today and some of the really magnificent things they're doing while proudly being Jewish. Thank you very much.
Here's the latest. State and local officials are getting together in Pacific Palisades today to mark another milestone in the city's recovery efforts following wildfire. Drug kingpin El Mayo has apologized for flooding the U.S. with cocaine. The government continues to troll President Trump. He's now got a new online
again, and now we're back. So thank you so much for joining us. I want to give who's been with us before? Can I have a show of hands? Okay. Right. Talk to these guys they came back. So that's a good thing. All right, and on the count of 3, everyone, I want you to say where you're from. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. All right, we got the loud Scott here. Oh, there it is. So we're going to keep this short. I know everyone doesn't want to sit there and talk 24/7, and just give you some quick information. Everybody can relax. We have a very, very, very packed schedule, but that gives you time to get off the boat and you're around. We have some basic information with everybody as well. I first want to introduce the crew, so you know who is who. And then you can go, if you have any questions, ask them. Okay? Don't ask me. So first, I want to say David Krause is our tour director, our European director. We have Cohen, who is our hotel manager. Cruise director, sorry, he's been demoted. doesn't love it. We have Henry Abramson, our Dr. Henry Abramson. We have, where is Stuart White? Stuart White, Rabbi, oh my gosh, we're all on first name basis here, it's fine. This is very work, so that's how we're going to do this. I am David Lawrence. We also have, I didn't wear my name tag. We have Captain Irv Elson. Rabbi Captain Irv Elson. Sorry, I'm missing out everybody. So, basic information as we get started. I know we just, I don't know if you saw it when we just arrived for those early people. We had an 18-wheeler that just showed up from England, from London. And you take everything off the boat. Oh, Naomi! You're right in front of me. Naomi Nachman, our food extraordinaire. I'm so sorry. I haven't slept in 3 days, so. I'm not going to say Naomi every other minute now, so because I forgot about you. So I'm just going to say the name. So at around 11 o'clock, our semi showed up, had the brand, everything came off the boat, all our stuff came on it. You turn over a ship, we make it kosher. It is quite something only mountain can do. Who's downstairs getting your dinner ready for you. And so, and I want to thank you for everybody's patience. I know going through the airport during Fashion Week is interesting. Going through Paris during Fashion Week is interesting. If you ever get an Uber or a cab, congratulations, you did it. It only took me 45 minutes. So, a couple of things we want to talk about. If anybody, and again, our basic policy is on board to make sure that people have had, their vaccines or somebody had their vaccines. Also, if everybody, and everybody does have their vaccine, so we want to make sure that they do. That is the ship policy. If someone for any reason is not feeling well, just let us know and take it easy. If people want to get administered a COVID test, I think we have them on board. But again, we're not going to test everybody. It's just something that we don't do. And again, we're just asking people if they're not doing one, just let us know. Also, just a quick thing about drink credit. So every boat that we're on is different. Some include everything, some don't. So these boats are in all meals within breakfast, only morning breakfast. Ordinary. Right? It's fun. You gotta have it. Okay, so for lunch and dinner, all beer and wine and all soft drinks and everything included. During dinner as well. We have our coffee service. We have our early morning coffee service. We have it at breakfast. We have it at tea time. We have it during the meals as well. So that's how we work. Then any other additional drinks that we have we purchase from the bar, and we give everybody an onboard credit. So everybody has $100 of onboard credit to go use to get jobs at the hairdresser, get a massage, whatever you want. So we will be extending that to everybody as well on board. I have literally a couple of minutes, and then we're going to go over the schedule. So every day is going to be like, you're going to get on your pillows, you're going to get a schedule. That's basically your times. What we're going to talk about the board talks. We won't spend too much time doing it, but we're going to do a brief update of what we're going to be doing the next day, so you can prepare for it. We had also, I'm sure you had asked by Tanya, or bugged by Tanya, this very strong Colombian lady who has to get all her information on the spreadsheet, about the 2 tours that we have on one of the days. We either have home floor or we have the Somme, which is a World War I day. So we wanted to get a basic idea of who wanted to do what. We have that list. If people want to change, should not be a problem. Just let us know ahead of time so we can make sure we have room on the bus. We have 2 buses going to one floor. We have 1 bus on the base floor to the Somme. We'll go over that as we go over. All right, I do have 3 questions, but I'm sure you'll have a lot to fill us out afterwards and talk to us. But again, thank you so much for joining us. And we're going to have beautiful weather all week long because it does not rain on our tour. And this is a fact. People have been on our last cruises, did it rain on the tour? I'm not. We've been doing this for about 11 years. It doesn't rain when we tour. It can rain in between when we're traveling. But it can't rain on the tour.
Starbucks is the unofficial start of fall, actually. Pumpkin spice latte season has arrived. I'm sure they'll be talking about that and their new turkey stuff.
Good morning. It was an absolutely fantastic Shabbos here in Rouen. Really enjoyed it. Very late night though, because the sun goes down quite late. Shabbos didn't end until after 11:15. Today is a more somber day. We've got an early start because we're heading over to the Battle of the Somme, which is a very important site in the history of World War I, and it's going to be more of a tour of the battlefields and a tour of the cemetery. Apparently they have a fantastic museum there. Looking forward to seeing it. I'm sure it's going to be a very educational experience, although a very somber one indeed. And right now, I'm at the Back Memorial for Australia and New Zealand troops at Montreux Nobly Hill Ridge, not too far from the location in Amiens, France, and we're able to secure this particular location from the German advance. Considered a turning point in the war in 1918 and really allowed the Allies to actually win the region. There are primarily Christians buried here from those forces, but there are also Jews and also Indians buried here as well. The markers are all uniform, basically name, rank, and date, but families were allowed to add personal epitaphs as well. And some of them are very heartbreaking. These are young boys, 17, 18, 19 years old. Behind me here is one fallen Jewish soldier. You can see that his epitaph reads, his name was N. Marks, an Australian man, age 18. And the quotation, the personal epitaph, the family reads, a young life nobly given, God rest his soul. I'm always a little torn when I see the military cemetery overseas. On the one hand, this young lad was 20 years old, died away from family, away from friends, away from his community, and it's sad to be a part. On the other hand, he's buried amongst his shipmates, he's buried among his fellow soldiers. The military is the only profession where you work with people that would literally die for you. And that's what we surround by. I actually feel a little guilty just putting one stone for every single one of them. I want you to chant me breath. Tell Mother Racham. Shochet Bamromi Ametze Menucha Nechona Al Kanfei Yashina Bemalot Kedoshim B'Torim Kezohar Arakia Ma'asiri למשפט אחינו אנשי חיל אשר העלו למוות נפשם בעד ארצנו לחירות העולם לכם בעל הרחמים אז תראה וסתר כנפיך לעולמים וסור בשור החיים את נשמותם לא יישא גוי גוי חרב ולא ילמדו עוד מלחמה Exalted and compassionate God, grant perfect peace in your sheltering presence among the holy and the pure. To all the men and women who gave their lives in defense of our country and the defense of freedom of the world. Master of mercy, may they find eternal shelter beneath your sheltering wings, and may your souls be bound up in the bond of life. And let it that nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they study war anymore. And together, let us say. Behind me is a dramatic memorial to soldiers and Newfoundland who fought here in World War I. You get a sense of the nature warfare. You can see the landscape behind me is studded with, studded isn't the right word, it's just filled with all these trenches. You see that we've actually been for some of them with spikes together to walk along, and they're set for various purposes and communications. And if I just turn around here so you can see what's going on the other side, behind me, you can see that stone flint. That's actually where the German front lines were. And you can see that the actual trenches extend for something like 100 meters. And then beyond it is the actual no man's land, which is where that sort of fencing is located. There were about 6,000 people killed here on July 1st, 1916. An incredibly awful battle, terrible charge as they came out of the trenches, which were by then clogged with more dead, and tried to make their way across no man's land to the so-called danger tree, which you might be able to see in the background there. And the German machine guns, which could fire 500 bullets a minute, just simply mowed them down. Some of the most horrific massacres of World War I on this location.
I often think what it would have been like for that 18, 19, 20-year-old sitting here in his trench, cold, scared, hungry. And what motivates him when he gets a signal to step up and climb over the trench and walk across the battlefield? And what kind of motivation does this person have? Does he do it for king and country? Does he do it for his brothers to his left or to his right? Does he do it for greater honor? And just find newfound respect for the people that fought in this war, for the ideals of freedom that they fought so valiantly for. And this trench has really become sacred space.
I think it's extremely poignant, and I want to specifically give appreciation to David Krause for putting this cemetery specifically on our agenda, because it allows us to go a little higher above our particular sensibilities and understand that war is so destructive to both sides, and especially in World War I. I want to just harken back to something that Vic said earlier in our trip, and also place it within the significance of the Jewish calendar. So Vic said that World War I was in many ways, part two of a three-part war, with World War II, of course, being the third. The first being the Franco-Prussian War, the second being World War I, and the third being World War II. There's no question in my mind, there's no question in my mind, and I would talk to graduate school, that World War I was definitely World War II Part 1, because of the disastrous arrangements made in the treaties afterwards. It virtually guaranteed that the Second World War would be fought. The Second World War, of course, is something that we do, especially associate with horrific consequences. But what I'd like to specifically point out to your attention is that the time of year that we're in right now, we're just about to begin the 3 weeks, the period of national mourning. And when you go back to 1914, of course, World War I, in many ways, if you want to pick a specific date, you could look maybe at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which happened around Sebastopol, but I think one of the most widely recognized dates would be August 1st, 1914, which was the date that both Russia and England declared war and armed hostilities with Canada. And that, of course, occurred on National Jewish Memorial Day, Tisha B'Av, the same date that represents a series of cataclysms in Jewish history, from the destruction of both temples in Jerusalem on that day, from the expulsion, liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. So many terrible things happened on Tisha B'Av. In many ways, the events that we are commemorating with this specific tour are really looking back to that long arc of Jewish history, which seems to cycle around Tisha B'Av as a day of national distress.
69 now, Fulton 70 in Mission VAO. We've got some slowing at Van Nuys on 405.
Good morning. We're docked in Le Havre, which is near the mouth of the Seine River. It's going to just very close by empty into the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. And we're at what is, for many of the passengers on this particular cruise, a destination that they've been waiting for a long time, because we're going to go visit the beaches where D-Day occurred. We're going to Omaha Beach in particular. It promises to be a very meaningful day. Many of people on this excursion with Kosher Riverboat Cruises are actually descendants of young men who landed on these beaches in the defense of Western civilization against Nazism, and so it's going to be a very moving day for all of us.
We are now in Normandy, on the Normandy beaches, where one of the, arguably the most important historical event of the Second World War took place, which was the 1944 6th of June D-Day invasion of Europe, when Allies, Anglo-American forces, joined by many fighting nations, Canadians, Czechs, Poles, about 20 different nations fighting the Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of the armor, is known as mulberry, which was actually the backbone of the first couple hours of days of the invasion, through which millions of tons of equipment was shipped to support the advancing units. And all of these concrete blocks were prefabricated in England by the Allies before the invasion. They were brought here on ships, this giant fleet of Allied ships. They were dropped here, and they created this artificial back of the advancing Allied units.
So right now I'm on Omaha Beach. This is where the Americans landed. You can see, looking out behind me, the ocean looks like a fairly flat, sandy beach. Everything makes sense. But what's absolutely terrifying about this thought of making the landing here is you look at the bluffs behind me, and I never really could until I see this for myself. They're so close to the sand, and they're really quite steep. And they were riddled with German bunkers. In fact, they have a replica of a bunker right up there. You can see what it must have been like. That's actually one of the bunkers, but they had the bunkers at the top of the ridge there. And how would it be possible to actually make your way up those really steep cliff-like hills to get onto the rest of the territory here? It's absolutely terrifying. The air support was not able to take out the German guns on the ridges, and it was just simply a brute force attack on this particular beach. But ultimately, this was what saved Europe. This was the attack that really began the end of the Third Reich. And just imagine the amount of blood that was spilled on these sands.
My name is Michael Kurzman. We're here with Kosher River Cruises at Omaha Beach today. My dad was Marcus Kurzman. He landed here several days after D-Day. Born in Berlin, came as a young man, and then at 18 joined the military and fought here. Don't know much about his battles. I do know that he fought the Battle of the Bulge, and he was very proud of having been an American soldier, and went on to lead a very good Jewish life, with wonderful family and friends, and we're very proud, and I'm just so incredibly moved. I just crying all the time knowing he was here. I'm wearing his dog tags today, and it's very meaningful to me.
I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, just standing on this sand. You can feel, even though there's kids playing and people bathing and running, and you can feel that there's something special about this place. As in a lot of these places, I'm torn. My wife and I were talking. If I feel offended by, this is such a holy place, and there's people, sunbathing and so on. So on the one hand, you say, yeah, it's terrible. How can they do that here? On the other hand, I think the boys, the men who were here in 44 said, that's exactly what we're fighting for, so that people can lay at the beach in peace and, not be scared to be sent to prison to get shot. This is the freedom that these men brought for us, and it is the debt that can never be repaid.
if you were a Christian serviceman, you certainly wanted to return home to your family, like everyone who fought here. But if you were captured, at least if you were an American, you could be assured that you would be treated theoretically under the Geneva Conventions of War. But if you were a Jewish serviceman, you were captured, and chances are you treated far more harshly and sent directly to the concentration camp. So many Jewish servicemen were aware of this and either elected not to have their religious designation marked on their dog tags in case they were captured, and for other reasons, people may not have indicated their Jewish background. So in an unknown number of circumstances, we know that about 4.2% of the soldiers who landed here were Jewish. That, by the way, is slightly disproportionate. There were about 3.6% of the American war-ready population was Jewish, so we were participating at a higher number than our proportion. But an unknown number of them were Jewish and were buried under Latin crosses like these. A man named Shalom Lamb and Rabbi J.J. Schachter of the Yeshiva University discovered this, and simply by coming across the name of this individual, Benjamin Garadetsky, and they thought, it sounds a lot like a Jewish name. It's rather unusual to see a name Garadetsky on a non-Jew. So they went back and they did quite a bit of genealogical research, and they discovered that, in fact, he was of Jewish origin. So after tremendous work, contacting the members of the family in America, they were able to recreate that he was, in fact, a Jewish individual. And with their permission and with a massive file documenting their research, they made a petition to the American government, which agreed to change the cross to a Star of David. And in fact, they've done several others, and one more at least in this particular cemetery, another one in the Philippines, and their work continues. It's very hard. It's a chesed shel emes. It's just a mark of kindness, and all I can think about is, I wonder what Benjamin Garadetsky did in his lifetime that he should merit to be buried with Gvuras Yisrael in this unusual place.
Peggy, come in your chat. Okay. Oh, dude, the real
This was a place
dog.
where the future
We're gonna talk.
of the entire world would be decided. Would Hitler and the Nazis have their way? Would the whole world come under their evil dominion? Or would justice and liberty and goodness triumph? Thank God we know the answer to
please
that
join
question.
the real Shukan.
It was
You got it,
certainly
dog.
a question of
Where is this
existential
shit?
survival. For we
Make that
know
little girl
what
with
the
the
plan
fucking
was
Anyway.
of the Nazi regime to eliminate and murder
Shook,
every Jew
baby.
in the world. Indeed, D-Day was proceeding, thank God, successfully. The Nazis were intensifying the extermination
Is that Mud City?
of Jews throughout Europe. I wear this shirt, my father's army uniform, my father's Yukon and Libraka. We spent 3.5 years in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines fighting against the Japanese. But as
Hello,
he
Rabbi.
told me,
Let's get
as soon as
Jesse
the
the fucking
declaration of war
helicopter.
was given, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush, to come to the ad hoc centers that had been set up to enlist every able-bodied American who wished to serve. And there was no question, there was no hesitation, there was no regret, there was some trepidation.
Let's see here.
But there was a certainty that this was the obligation for everyone. In order to come to the aid
real
not only
Shukan 3 Discord.
the United States of America, but to all good people throughout the
The
world.
real Shukan
This
3.
should not be lost either on we ourselves or on our children or grandchildren, to teach them that there are things worth fighting for and even worth dying for. God willing, we should live for it, but be prepared as well to give everything in order to ensure that this is a safe and good world in which to live.
Our God and God of our ancestors, give salvation to nations and strength to governments. Bless and safeguard our country, the United States of America, and the people who dwell therein. Supreme Sovereign of all, protect and help our president. Shield him against all sickness and injury, and grant to him and to all constituted officers to our government such wisdom and understanding that they may lead our nation in justice and righteousness. We beseech you, O God, to shield and protect our armed forces in the air, on the sea, and bless them always with victory, and may be your will, that with the dominion of tyranny and peace be brought to an end, and the reign of righteousness be established on earth with liberty and freedom from all mankind.
Let's get just now. What is this shit? What do you want it to be, baby? Dude, shook you, man. I was a member of your fucking this before you even told me. Shout out to Mod City.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Recently, I spent a couple of weeks in Budapest. I came across this really remarkable, unusual memorial statue. It was a creation of Thomas Sabo in 1991, commissioned by the Karl Lutz Board of Switzerland and supported by the Budapest City Council. And it's really an unusual kind of...
Shout out to Duck, to a duck.
It's a sculpture, a 3D sculpture that takes advantage of...
Shout out to Adam Duck.
Low to the ground. A lot of it is like right on the ground, and quite a bit of it is actually attached to a nearby building. So it really uses space in an unusual way. And it features this strange kind of prone figure who is somehow wrapped in a long article of clothing that appears to be binding him uncomfortably. He's prone and he's like trying to get up. He's got some kind of like, it looks like either a turban with a sort of a knot on it, but I think it's some kind of like maybe an impression of the tefillin shel rosh that Jews wear during the morning prayers, the kind of black leather box. But anyway, he's reaching up with his right hand, and looming above him is this kind of angelic figure in a very different color, in a very shiny bronze kind of color, who is like lowering down to him some kind of like article of clothing, some kind of textile that appears to be sort of like a lifeline, and it appears like the angelic figure is like trying to raise up this downtrodden figure. I had the great privilege of spending 2 weeks in this beautiful city of Budapest as a guest of the Ashkenazium, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi history. They're doing some really high-level work that I found absolutely fascinating. I gave a course on the birth of Ashkenaz, followed by a symposium on the Piaseczna Rebbe, who is someone who's spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about, but that's going to take us a little far afield. My wife and I stayed in a beautiful apartment at the edge of the Budapest ghetto. This is a representation of it, which is actually just outside the currently very active Jewish school in Budapest. And the statue of Lutz is on Dobruza, which is the largest east-west thoroughfare that you can see sort of going up towards the right on the image of this map. At any rate, there are many, many monuments commemorating the those who rescued Jews in the Holocaust. The two most famous are Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who has many monuments in his memory. He was deeply involved in saving Jews in his diplomatic capacity, and just after the war, he disappeared. He was most likely taken away by the Soviets and later killed. A statue was created commemorating his heroism that shows a man with a club upraised, about to strike a horrible snake that he's grasping in his left hand.
Oh, I saw this guy jumping crocodiles in Australia.
Probably because the Soviets were responsible for killing Wallenberg. It was taken away just the night before it was supposed to be unveiled in 1949. So the statue was placed in front of the factory, and when it they asked for permission to move the statue to where it was intended to be displayed in the capital city in Budapest. That was denied, but later they were able to create a duplicate that stands there today. So this is one of the many monuments to Wallenberg, who did very similar kind of work to Karl Lutz during the Holocaust. Also, a very different kind of memorial to Angel Sanz-Riz, who was a Spanish diplomat who did the same kind of work as these heroic individuals, Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz. His memorial is a very large and colorful mural that is quite prominent on the streets of the Jewish center. Anyway, let's try to understand something about Karl Lutz. When you look at the plaque below, it's not going to help too much unless you read Hungarian, but basically it starts with a quote from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves a single life, it is as if they've saved an entire world." And it is a memorial to a man named Karl Lutz. Now, who is Karl Lutz? I was so taken by this unusual statue, I had to find out more about this particular individual, especially because just nearby, on the other side of the statue, there's this monolith that is taken from Karl Lutz's own personal writings, in which he speaks about how he felt so privileged to be able to help save people. And then he asked the question, where was God? Just, problematic, troublesome, like where was God in saving his people? Why am I left to do it? Is what I think of when I read this passage. Let us return to Karl Lutz. What is the story behind his rescue of the Jews? He was born in 1895 in Switzerland, and at a very young age, he immigrated to the United States, where he lived for 20 years. He ended up working in the Swiss consulate in Washington, and then he was stationed in Jaffa, which was in pre-state Israel, Yishuv, mandatory Palestine, and he served there from 1935 to 1942. So he really got to know a lot of the contemporary 20th century politics of the Jewish people as a whole, as viewed from that crucial posting. At one point in 1936, when there was a riot against the Jews, this is during the darkest period of the white paper era, he watched a Jew being lynched and was very much affected by the violence of that particular riot. Later, he was posted in Budapest, and when the Nazis took over Hungary in 1944, I should mention one thing here, for those of you who are less familiar with the history of the war, one of the unusual aspects of the Holocaust in Hungary is that Hungarian Jews specifically were largely protected from the worst aspects of the Holocaust until very late in the war. The Hungarians were actually allies of the Nazis, and that meant that they had a considerably high degree of autonomy with how they were to implement a lot of the anti-Semitic regulation. And to be sure, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism, and it was a fascist party, but they kind of slow-walked the worst aspects of Nazi anti-Semitism, specifically the deportation to the death camps, especially for Jews who had Hungarian citizenship. They were much less tolerant of Jews who were refugees in Hungary at that time, but that takes us beyond the scope of our discussion. At any rate, when it was very clear that the Nazis were going to lose the war, Hungary, pushed hard against them, and that's when the Nazis said, okay, that's it. They took over Hungary, so rather than it being an allied state, they simply took it over, and that's when a rapid drive to deport the Jews of Budapest and the rest of Hungary was undertaken by the Nazis and their Hungarian collaborators. So in that rush to murder as many Jews as possible in 1944, that's when Karl Lutz and others got extremely active. Lutz did have the right to issue 8,000 protective letters. Here you can see an example of one of those letters. He pushed the envelope of the law as much as he could to extend those letters not to individuals but to entire families. And he wrote all of them as rapidly as he could to try and extend protection under the Swiss flag to these Jews. He was personally quite heroic. At one point, he even saw fascists abusing a Jewish woman and throw her into the Danube, which was one of the most sadistic methods of choice of the fascists at that time. And he dove into the Danube after her and rescued her and then scolded the fascists themselves. A great amount of personal courage that he took on behalf of people that he didn't even know. So as a result, tens of thousands of people were rescued by his diplomatic heroism, and he was later recognized by Yad Vashem, the Israel Holocaust Memorial Authority, as one of the righteous of the nations. So that helps me put a lot of that particularly evocative statue in Budapest into perspective, and I see much more about how this represents Karl Lutz extending a hand of rescue, literally extending a textile that's meant to be a rope to rescue the downtrodden Jews and to bring them out of their dire situation. Very, very moving. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. The late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to quote the classic Jewish telegram, "Start worrying, details to follow." I thought that given our specific moment today, we should have a look at what does the greatest Jewish pessimist of all Jewish history have to say about the possibility of shaping our destiny. If I had to pick one person who is a candidate for that competition, I would say it has to be Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, an incredibly brilliant biblical commentator and scientist of the 12th century. He was reduced to such terrible situation that he would write out his manuscripts and sell them. Sometimes the only copy of a manuscript, a book that he had written, and then he had to write it all over again from memory. Let's have a look at some of his poetry to get a sense of his personality, and then I'd like to talk to you about how did he suggest that we orient ourselves towards the future. Please forgive my Ashkenazic attempt to reproduce the Sephardic pronunciation. Ashkim lebeit asar omrim kvar rachav. Avo leit erev omrim kvar shachav. O yale mishkav. O yale ish ani nolad likrochav. So great translation by T. Carney. When I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he's already ridden away. When I come in the evening, he says, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or he climbs to the bed. Woe to the poor man born to misfortune. Now that phrase, born to misfortune, nolad likrochav, has a lot of weight in the Jewish tradition. It means literally, or translates literally, he was born without a star. Or if you want to get more colloquial speech, he's born without mazal. Without mazal, we say mazal tov, right? Which sometimes that's understood to mean something like congratulations, well done, things like that. But what it really means is good constellation, an auspicious horoscope. This is a reflection of the long tradition of astrology in Judaism, which goes well back into the Talmud period and before. This was something deeply important to Ibn Ezra because not only was he a tremendous expert of the biblical text and the Talmudic text, he was also a scientist. And he is often depicted, for example, holding an aspect, which is this very important medieval device that allowed people to navigate using the stars. So he believed that he was born with an exceptionally poor mazal. But the fact is, he also had an optimistic streak. So you see in a fascinating book he wrote called the Sefer Moladot, Jews, like everyone, are affected by the constellations. However, there is some wiggle room. Like, let's say, for example, if your mazal is to be the chief, the boss. Then, if you're born in a lowly socioeconomic state, then you might only become the boss of, I don't know, the foreman of a construction crew. But if you're born in a higher socioeconomic state, you become the king of an empire, right? You're going to be the boss, but it's going to be within the parameters of your socioeconomic status. You can, however, change these things by, for example, moving to a different time zone, quite literally, because your relationship to the stars, as they circle in the night sky, will change based on where you live on the globe. He also, of course, is heavily reliant on discussions with Talmud about how a person can change their mazal through acts of kindness, through acts of chesed. But even though the Ibn Ezra was known for his lament of his Shlechta Mazal, of his unfortunate constellation, his biblical commentary is brilliant, his poetry is absolutely sublime, and his contribution to astronomy is recognized in the broader world because there is actually a crater on the moon named after Ibn Ezra. I hope you found it interesting, and God willing, we'll speak in the future. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I spent most of my professional energy thinking about the long history of Jewish. It says at the beginning of tractate Megillah in Talmud that the Reish Lakish says, "En HaKadosh Baruch Hu Makin es Yisrael Elohim Gen Borlem B'Furt Jew." This is the source of the proverbial statement that Hashem first sends a kind of affliction to the Jewish people without first creating a remedy for that affliction, without first creating a cure for the illness, without first creating the solution to the problem. And I think in terms of what's going on right now, what could possibly be that cure for the horrible Makkah of October 7th? And we continue to agonize over the men, women, and children who still remain in unspeakable conditions. And I wonder, we see the Makkah, but where is the roof? So, one of the occupational hazards of being a historian is that dates tend to reverberate throughout its history. It's dates from my PIN numbers and all kinds of things like that, because you just have to remember things by numbers. And there are certain events in history which are so big that we can't even think of a word for them. We actually end up using a date, like, for example, 9/11. 2001, which is a horrific time in America, so we just simply call it by the name. The British had the same thing with the attack on the transit system in July of 2005. They call it simply 7/11. So we too have simply October 7th. So we think of a name to describe this, that's where we so that makes me think of another October 7th, which is here in my historical memory, and that is an unusual moment of Jewish heroism that initially went almost unrecognized. This, of course, was the revolt of the Zombi Commando against the Nazis in 1944, in a very tiny circle in Auschwitz. The Zombi Commando were the most degraded, most abused prisoners of the Nazis who were used to process the bodies of other Jews through the gas chambers. Now, we know about this particular killing, but highly symbolic, which actually shut down the crematorium, allowing time for the Allies to get in there. But there were records of the perspective of the Jews who participated in that revolt, reportedly amazing horrific writings of a man named Zalman Brodowski. He was one of these on the commando. He wrote about his Holocaust memoirs, little fragments, little bits of paper when he would get something. And he literally buried the little bits of paper all over Auschwitz in the actual ashes of Jews burned in the crematorium. He figured that at some point in history, people would come back and dig up those ashes, and they would find these No, it's when he described what he described how there was a turning point in his turbulent march of 1943. There's a large group of women from Czechoslovakia, Jewish women, who were to be gassed all at once. It was such a large affair that the Nazis had actually invited senior officers to participate in watching the murder of these women. And they humiliated them and stripped them and forced them to march naked into a central room. The Sonderkommando were there, standing with their backs to the Nazi officers, watching this large group of Jewish women. All of a sudden, to Brodowski's amazement, the Nazis scored something very unusual. It would be directly from memoirs that were discovered in the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, saw rings up. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there, in that bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, raise their voices in song. The melody of the song does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage comes pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the hunting. An amazing description of something that turned Brodowski around. He said, if these women who knew they were going to their deaths would stand up to the Nazis, they could be stiff-necked at this moment. Certainly he and the others on the person. That was the genesis of that heroic. And I believe this is an example of two other countries. But the heroism of those women, the heroism of the Sonderkommando, including Dr. Brodowski, that represents the stiff-neckedness of the Jewish people. They refused to give up. They refused to abandon the captives. They refused to abandon their own security, their own right to exist in their assets. That's really the school that was created for the we all have parents. This crisis is a safe return. Glory to a safe return of all of the hostages to their families. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment of reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support and the fact that you're willing to sign on and say, yes, I'd like this unusual people and their long history. So thank you so much for participating as subscribers. And then let's go very quickly through the history of this channel. I think it has some utility for us to understand where we've been. The first upload was on November 12, 2009. Back then, I had a small adult education group, about 10 students. This was when we lived in Miami, Florida. It was really nice to see you on this experiment. I'm going to try and do a little YouTube thing. Let's see if it works. We're in my office here. And I just wanted to say a great thank you to Penny Nash for offering her home to the Shear, and also to Eileen for putting the whole thing together. It was really a tremendous source for me. It's so nice to be together with them. Then in 2012, again, at the suggestion of my wife, I was teaching these adult education lectures at the Young Israel of Bal Harbour, Florida. Very wonderful place to teach, a wonderful community. And we had about 50 participants every week in these, lectures. And I was initially giving them without recording them until suddenly I thought, why not just put the actual lecture online? I know we're trying to get people to come together in person. That's great, but you know what? Let's open up the audience to the entire global classroom. So the first upload there was January 26, 2012. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kehila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. And we talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here and do the things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home, I think. I then experimented a little bit with direct to YouTube videos, thinking about like what are the essential things that people should know about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series in October 2014. And that allowed me to experiment a lot more with the technology end of it, which is not something I learned in graduate school, but I'm thinking it's really important that we teach our graduate students specifically this. And those came out starting in October 2014, but the experiments would be especially important when we got to the COVID pandemic of 2020, where it was no longer possible for us to gather in large numbers. And all of a sudden, YouTube became especially important for teaching Jewish history. Then the personal change in my life in fall of 2015, I was promoted to the campus in Brooklyn, New York of Touro College, now Touro University. And I started doing the same kind of thing there in the college campus with the Jewish History at Avenue J series. This was also great. Larger audiences enjoyed it quite a bit. And we raised about $1,000 for student scholarships with voluntary donations and sponsorships of lectures. And that was also, really nice too. I have to add to that in the spring of 2017, after some political events that were happening at the UN, I realized that there's a lot of power in these videos and this growing audience for social advocacy. And so I began this series, which I called Israel, the Land and Its People. And it went beyond the academic blah, blah, blah to providing information that could be consumed on a much more popular mass level and hopefully educating people about the situation in the Middle East and helping them to understand the kind of difficulty that Israel finds itself in. I want to say three institutional cues. First of all, when we moved to New York, we Israel I especially appreciate my relationship with Rabbi Trump, who was open to the spirit of experiment, also was gracious enough to let use the synagogue together with Rabbi Moshe Teitelbaum, his predecessor, and offer the adult education. We also had some opportunities to really things like, for example, when I discovered we had a wonderful tasting ceremony in December of 2022. Luckily, I found one that was actually under coaching supervision. That was really exciting. The second major institutional vacuum, this is all due to YouTube. I'm really grateful for all of you. A great organization called Kosher River led David Lawrence and friends of mine now. They invited me and my wife to join them on their cruises of discovery along the great rivers of Europe, looking at Jewish history. So when I got involved with Kosher River cruises, all of a sudden, most of my learning was basically book learning, archives, occasional trips to specific locations. All of that was able to travel tremendous luxury. Together with large groups of people who are really motivated to study people and actually go to the sites and that. It was absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm really grateful to continue this partnership with Kosher River.
Yeah, I love that. They were like, you ever see this thing, the stat where it's like, people who play tennis live longer than anybody else. Racket sports. That's just their range. That's not just tennis. It's because more tennis without concentration, less stress. To play tennis, get stress.
And finally, I have to specifically thank the Rothschild and Rabbi Rothschild, who approached me way back in 2019, saying, "Hey, we're enjoying your Jewish history videos. We're about to start the next 7-year cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi. We're creating a new app called All Daf.org. They want me to record Jewish history videos every day
and that's the thing about it. Research to
2,700
So can you not turn all golfers into
It's also like it's a very like title.
You gotta have some money.
this is a way to dude, because think about it. If you take, just think about it, if you take 5 boys and you go, hey fellas, we have 5 tennis rackets and we have a football. And if those 5 boys are going, give me a football, put some mascara.
Produced the Gemara
And there's also a makeup over there. No,
today. I'd like to look at a character.
Spanish or like
Fascinating.
like it's
such a strange thing.
like the Spanish. It's not, dude. It is. No, please. It's a softer vibe. It's tense is a current word. Yeah.
And second,
It's work.
perhaps even more important,
Fucking
intended
ballerina. No, gymnastic is work. Yeah, swimming is work.
That's quite ready to jump off that
If you have a young boy,
so this is a way
it's like, no, we're going to take the tennis. He doesn't say, I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that. He does this. If he's tall, strong, and athletic,
I think it's really important for us to recognize what a strange historical moment we are in. That there are 100,000 plus people who are sufficiently interested in Jewish history as to commit to subscribing to the videos. That in itself is mind-boggling. It's also strange from an academic perspective because, I grew up before cell phones, before the internet, before the web, and most of my academic career was structured around the usual things that historians do. I wrote some books, I taught a lot of courses, I gave a lot of adult ed lectures and so on. And I had those professional milestones, like, thank God I received a PhD, I got tenure, and did all those things. But YouTube,
it's a very Cali,
it's a totally different category of milestone. I was talking to one of my kids just this morning, and he's been through all of the academic trajectory, and I think he's proud of it. I think he says, yeah, my dad, he does that academic stuff. But when he heard about this award, he was story.
It's a lot of money.
And he said he told some of his friends, and I don't think he told a lot of his friends when I wrote my first book, but getting 100,000 subscribers,
I think Ari
a different world. So I'm really grateful to have that opportunity. And I have to say, I was really warmed by the fact that your 100,000 subscriptions have made my son more proud of me. That's the best.
Yes.
Finally, let me return
piece guys on that tour 266. The Taylor for 66 hands and shit.
Deeply gratified
some of these guys are that Italian guy
recognition
handsome
that,
guy,
again,
6'6",
it's not me, it's all of us together come together to and more importantly, I am encouraged and inspired to do more. I want to
don't tell them to run into each other, bro.
Just increase the awareness of Jewish history. I'm very grateful to be a small vehicle of doing that, and there are many other great YouTubers online who are doing that as well. Sam Arno, for example, who does great videos with animation and stuff. Wow, really fantastic. I love working with the team at Unpacked to produce explainer videos.
There's not a lot of Samoan tennis. He's too big to walk. You gotta have
to deal. I want to continue experimenting. I have new ideas in mind about what we'll do for the next 100,000 members of this community. So please stay with the channel and send me your comments. Very, very grateful for your attention and your endurance. And I look forward to many more years to come. Thank you.
I did convince you and
That's all right. No, that's all right. No, it's not that. You got indoor racquetball stuff? Absolutely not. Sure.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me tell you right up front, this might be a somewhat different video than most of the ones on the channel. The reason is because it's actually a product placement. Now, just bear with me. We will have some Jewish history, and I think some interesting Jewish history, and I've actually had a lot of fun making this video. I got this really nice email from Jimmy at Flexistron, and they make standing desks. He said to me, hey, would you like to include one of our desks in your video? And I said, great. And I was really happy for two reasons. First, because my daughter and son-in-law, who do a lot of work at home, they both have standing desks, and I have long coveted them. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why I coveted them later on in this video. And secondly, because now I officially say I am an influencer. I actually signed an influencer contract that I would talk about in this video. Now, I do get lots of offers to sell this, sell that, and typically they're either spam, crazy things, or they're products that I have no interest in whatsoever. But a standing desk is something that I'm really keen on. So now, I thought to myself, though, how am I going to talk about standing desk in a channel devoted to Jewish history until my son-in-law, the owner of a Flexus Spot desk, says, why don't you look at the history of Jewish furniture? And it's perfect because there's one humble piece of Jewish furniture that I happen to have a deep amount of attachment to, and I believe it's pretty uniquely Jewish. What I'm talking about right now is, ironically, the Shten. Now, those of you who have spent time in yeshivas, I'm sure you have seen these things. The Yiddish word Shtender means literally stander, and it is a fixture in yeshivot anywhere where you have traditional Jewish study. Here's a look at my Shtender from the base measures downstairs where I do a lot of my studying. And you can see it's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a podium or a lectern, and it allows you to set a book on it, a little lip there. It's a very efficient way of actually working with text. Now, this is especially important because in Jewish history, of course, the Jews are known as, in Arabic, people of the book, that have long been associated with long hours of textual study. And how exactly was that done? I mean, how actually did people learn these texts? There is a lot of suggestions and passages in early rabbinic texts that suggest that students would typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi, and that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about when you're actually working with a physical document, either an old manuscript scroll or even a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like an early book but with handwritten pages? I mean, it's hard to like hold these things where you're sitting down, and especially if you want to jot these things down on the side or something. How do you do that? So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text moved to kind of like desks, whereas we see from this 14th century example of a medieval copyist, some kind of like angled thing that was set on a table. You can see that there's a second one that's kind of like sticking up, kind of like a second computer screen that allows the original to be placed, and then the copyist, the scribe, can actually write the letters out like that. And this is great for like writing and larger text and so on, and I'll come back to when we talk about the standing desk. But what about for individual study where you're just focused on trying to learn the text? That's where the Stender comes in. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent, who took these pictures of me in the base measures this morning. Here's me standing at my Stender, and you can see obviously it's great for standing and learning a text, or for prayer as well. And in fact, it's not impossible that this kind of lecture may have been either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them, I gotta tell you, they will not do the job the way the Jews need it, because it's obviously intended for only standing, whereas a Stender has much more flexibility than a standard podium. I'll show you why. Here, you can lean over with the lectern, and this is really good for like changing your posture and changing your blood flow and stuff like that. And most importantly, you can also sit with the Stender. I know it's called a Stender for standing, but it's often used sitting. And in many yeshivas, you will see hundreds of these things, with each individual student having their own Stender and being able to move between standing, leaning forward, sitting, as they wildly gesticulate and argue about the meaning of their text with their study partners. So the Stender is like a really humble, basic piece of study furniture that proved to be extremely functional and durable. We have photographs that clearly show it being in use, but it's centuries upon centuries. But we don't have much literature on it because, you know, it's a piece of furniture after all. Here's my own Stender from my home. It's a little bit different. It's also a stripped down version, but it has a couple other nice things on it. You see these wheels here on the side. Those are kind of like screws. You can loosen them and then not only change the height of the Stender, kind of like a flexor spot, but without electricity. And you can also, with that sort of thing, you can see you can loosen it up and you can change the angle, which I like to use in some camps flat on top. For holding big heavy books when I'm not burning, but then I angle it when I'm standing and burning, which is really helpful and useful. Now let's do the actual product placement. Why would you want a standing desk? Why would I want a standing desk? Well, specifically because I read this book with my wife. You listen to it actually on audio book on through the long road trips. There's so much fascinating information about why a standing desk is good for your health, specifically for weight loss, because when you stand, you actually burn a lot more calories than when you're sitting. I mean, it's that's the reason, right? You're sitting sedentary for sometimes 8 hours in front of a computer. Well, not healthy, right? So let's have a look at the standing desk itself. It's basically like, you can see it's a flat piece of desk, and you can put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight-bearing capacity, and I think it would be beneath my dignity to actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have done that, and it can easily hold my weight and possibly two of me, at least two of me. It goes up and down with a triple button. I really love it here. I'm going to do it while I'm talking to you right now. Here we go. Here's down. Wow, look at that. That's great, right? Nice and smooth and easy. And here is up, right? And I can't tell you how convenient it is to be able to do this while I'm making videos. It is quiet, really super stable. Here's one other thing that's kind of cool. Once I got this standing desk, I found that a lot of imprompts are a lot shorter. Because when people come into my office to talk to me about one thing, and I'm already standing, and they feel they should be standing too, and they don't get comfortable, and we talk about what we talk about, and then I get right back to my study, what I really love. This all makes me think. I love my Stender, which is pretty basic, and I love my new Flexus Spot standing desk. What would happen if such a spot made Stender to be a really niche? So those of you who want to get a traditional Stender, go to your local Judaica store. There's some online. There's kind of a funky one with curved metal pipes used for the legs. Here's a much more traditional set. This is the I love this. This is like giving it as a chassan gift. Every man's best friend. You thought it was a dog, but no, it's a Stender. But if you want this beautiful standing desk, then you gotta go to Flexus Spot because the G7 is just fantastic. I'm just so delighted to have this Flexus Spot standing desk. Thank you, Jimmy, for reaching out to me and asking me to include this in the video. I think it's going to make my work life a lot more healthy and pleasurable, and I look forward to using this desk to make lots more Jewish history videos for all of you. Please be sure to check the links in the description box and use code YTE730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for watching.
Comedy. We want to do comedy. Yeah, we just, you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like, I don't think anyone's coming to us for great ideas.
Hello, most valued members of the Lander Culture Men based registered timeless community. So delighted to invite you to our first annual breakfast, which is scheduled for Sunday, December 15th at 9:30 a.m. here on our beautiful campus in Queens, New York. We're going to have a keynote table that is specifically directed at the question of Jewish education, and it will be moderated by Rabbi Marcus, our Mavi Chair, and the participants will be none other than our Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, and our Menachel, Rabbi Yosef Sonnenschein, who promises to be an extremely enlightening and inspirational event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic institution, and thank you very much for watching. Please see below for more information and to RSVP.
A lot of people do that. Like that's when the boys, they're football driven. So it's like, there's a place for all of it.
Yes, all of it.
And then with the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, they're never going to run out of content.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that this Shabbos I'll be serving at the community of Roslyn, New York, at the famous Roslyn Center. I'm really delighted to be invited by Rabbi Dansker and the community to serve as a scholar in residence there on the topic of research in Jewish history. And here's a quick like they can tell on Friday night, just beginning this time of year, we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told very very clear-cut good guys, very clear-cut bad guys. When you actually get to the nuts and bolts of the story, it's quite a bit easier. You can tell like it's darker. That's why we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah, because there's a lot of material from that unique period of history that we can derive for holy times as some kind of guidepost. Secondly, on Shabbos, we're going to have talk specifically on the ways in which Ashkenazic Jews and Sephardic Jews have dealt with the communal traumas that they were exposed to over the course of their history. And the Muslim community is very diverse. And so we're going to look at a comparative approach to Ashkenazic to see if it derives some anything as to how we can handle the challenges. Then after Mitzvah, I'm looking forward to examining one particular population that is so fascinating and very rarely spoken about. This is the Saga of Bukhara Jewry. Sometimes that can be Central Asia. What a phenomenal, amazing story that they have to tell us. I'm going to provide under incredibly difficult circumstances. It's a story that's not often told, and I'm looking forward to discussing with all of you. And then finally, after Shabbos is over, we'll break out the laptop as a projector and we will look at a much more political topic. Specifically, I want to focus on the topic of the issue becomes between them. I want to focus on the very crucial period of state building that occurred in World War I and 1948 as a trilateral conflict between the Jewish population on the land of Israel, the Arab population there, and the British mandate authorities. We're going to go through maps and talk about the back and forth. I know it's a story that has been told frequently, but now that Israel is under so much international pressure, it's especially important for us to review how did we get to state building.
This guy sucks all like kimchi. Funny is if it was actually Germany, he has a split personality.
We will go beyond it up to the Austrian parts in our own time, but that would be kind of like a fast addendum. Just so we get a sense of how Israel came to be a state in the 20th century.
Or your imaginary personality.
I'm really looking forward to
there's also that. Or you're so lonely. I mean, never imagining friends up there.
No.
You spend too much time alone in your house. Or yeah, when we go back to it's a ghost. Hey, Chen, you want a dating app? No, I don't like those. You don't? Okay, why? Well, I feel like dating apps are great.
Hello, fellow citizens of Jewish. You know, I consider myself incredibly
the single break band, the rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick Six with DraftKings. Pick your favorite player, QBs, running backs, receivers, and just hit more or less on two or more player stats.
Right now, we are about
Texas, Ohio State,
annual charity campaign where we raise funds for scholarships for our
outplay the field and Pick Six dishes out payouts way beyond the minimums. DraftKings just dropped $5 on your first pick set, and you'll score 50 bonus Pick Six picks. Right now, to kickstart it, Pick Six app, use the code FIRE to get $50 and Pick Six bonus picks. And ride the upside with Pick Six all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. Partnership with DraftKings Pick Six, the ground jewel.
4 times over. It really gives your dollar an incredible impact here on our campus. Now, let me just tell you something about our campus. If you're not familiar with this information, you should understand that our students are really
including New York and Ontario.
almost all of them have spent at least 1 year in
14 days,
both high school and Talmudic institutions, usually in Israel, and many of them have spent 2 or more years full-time studying in advance before they come to our campus. And here on our campus, oh my gosh, they're just mind-blowing. Not only do they come here quite often with like massively high SAT scores and tremendous records of student achievement and volunteers and all kinds of things. They get up early in the morning, we walk into our basement, our study hall, just walking with noise through much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of students. By 7:45 a.m., I'm there with them. My day goes from 7 a.m. till 7:30 p.m. I love it here. But at 7:40 a.m., when they start with their morning prayers, after after they wrap those up, then they have quick class in Jewish law, breakfast, and they get right into like deep Talmudic study. Their study of Judaic texts with a brief break before lunch and afternoon prayers goes until 3 p.m. These are really intense, motivated students. And only after 3 p.m. do they really get down to their secular studies. Oh my gosh, do they ever dive into those secular studies? Organic chemistry and biochemistry and advanced marketing and management and artificial intelligence. These students are really at the cutting edge. They are going to be the leaders of the Jewish people of the next generation. They have already demonstrated tremendous success in our online network. It's fantastic. I can't believe I'm so fortunate to be coming to work every day, dealing with these kinds of students, these kinds of faculty, these kinds of student service personnel. Everyone here is totally committed to the same thing. We have extra activities that literally go till midnight.
Honestly, if the girl is somewhat interested, she's gonna let you do that. Like,
I love these students. I love whatever. And I really want
just being able to approach and talk
to help support them.
Guys,
some of our students come with very, very high financial needs. We try very hard not to turn away anyone for financial needs. We bet on our students to succeed and lead the Jewish people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support. Please do consider giving to this charity cause on March 25th and 26th. And right now we've got a 4 times match in place. I really hope
what's happening. Yeah, so he was live on, you know what Kick is? It's like a streaming and people comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA. Yeah. He's in on it. It's a work, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head. And he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologized to him, like, dude, this is what we do, like a fucking wrestling match. And then another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can get him back. I got your back. Go as far as you want, I got your back. So then he's ringside. He's on Kick. You know, it's a toxic environment. Haters and trolls and talking shit, like hyping him up. Like, oh, you're gay, you're a bitch, I can do shit. He's like, I bet I will. Well, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Watch this. Because if I can get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And you know, online's like, you won't do it, you won't do it. Say less, watch this. And he goes in there, because this was planned for him to go in there, slams him, knock the guy out, and then he just gets him out, unloads 18 unanswered shots, 22. Skull fracture, facial fracture. Wow.
Yeah.
So I'll just play this for you. This was brutal. Yeah, we actually can't play this.
Yeah, I've seen it actually. I'm sorry. See it. It's so brutal. So bad. It's so bad, and it's so insane, and you gotta be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
No, he was doing something else with another streamer.
This way,
you got it to his attention. You can see, he's like,
you and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because you have a great relationship with his son. But I love watching them mess with each other. This is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him where he's a young kid, finally gets some fame, and he's reading the comments, because that's the way I think Kick works, and they're calling him a bitch, and he's soft, so he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh, fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this, it's worth it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not worth it. So he's going to watch his own show. I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Jim on the shop show, it's like when you're in elementary school, you know, all those kids would circle around and you go, fuck them up. Fight. They're spectators. They just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. Because they're not going to get in trouble. Like, yeah, punch him in the face. Like, you do it. None of them will do it. So he's on the controls and encouraging him. So he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today.
I think he will go to jail for this.
I think now it depends if the wrestler, Psycho Stu, whatever the fuck his name is, presses charges.
I don't think you need to press charges. I think the state can press charges. Yeah.
So if it's assault, but if that wrestler goes work and he just went over the top, he didn't know.
Not only assault, and prosecutors will probably try to bring him on attempted murder charges. He's in shit.
He's in detail Rampage's face. I think just like that's why. Yeah, Rampage loves his son. Yeah. You
have been enjoying the videos that I've put online. I'm really grateful because
it's so
nice to have an audience that will want to,
what are you doing?
Spend time thinking
Part of it's
about
like trying
history.
to live in your
But
dad's.
if you've been appreciating them, then please consider appreciating my students because some of them really interesting work.
Yeah,
We do everything we can here at Money Folks and not turn away any qualified student. So, you know, we need these scholarship funds to really close the gap.
You have your son, he's 25. He's young, calm, and full of calm. You know, that's
we have right now in place
sometimes you're, when you're young, you're a complete
$3 you donate,
irrational and
multiplied by 4. We are
Let's go look
in
back
the
on his
last
life when he's
9 or so
45.
hours of the campaign. Right now, we've raised about $250,000 for a $300,000 goal.
I don't
really
have an
love
argument
to
for
see
why
us
he should
close that gap.
No, I'm not sure that he's smart. Even last night, before I talked Rampage, originally I would start talking, I go, how can I defend? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on there? How can I defend? Because I love Rampage.
Students,
And then I get all the links. I watch it like, there ain't no defending this.
My students as well, so
Can't do it.
please help each other.
Could have killed the guy. Actually, the guy may not be the same.
Thank you very much for watching.
That's like, he's in stable but critical condition. He is? Oh, he's in critical condition. Oh, he's in trail shit. You imagine if that guy were to pass away? It's very possible. Brain bleed. Yeah. Is he conscious, the guy? I didn't hear anything. Can you look up? Can you look that up? Any update? The last one I saw was that was horrible, and they didn't know what was going on. It seems the bystanders. Well, because it was a fix. So he was supposed to originally go in there and do something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine.
We also said
Stuart Smith, his beloved friend, long time uncle of mine. I don't say mine. I get the chance to speak with him. His case is not as positive as I hope. I hope he will make a full recovery. Stuart's been nothing but gracious God and family.
Thank you so much for having us.
Wow, dude.
I also want to wish you and your loved ones
so bad.
this Passover season redemption.
Wow. It says wrestler psychos was in stable but critical condition. 5 hours.
All experience.
That's my answer. Stable but critical. So bad. So bad. So what exactly is stable but critical? It means that it's not getting any worse than stabilized him, but you know he's still on all these machines. Yeah, could go south. Yeah, they gotta watch him 24 hours. And Rampage better pray to God that doesn't go south. Yikes.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes.
Stable critical means a person has life-threatening condition. Critical, their vital signs are not currently deteriorating, indicating they're not getting worse in the near future. Okay.
Portugal, and I'm really hoping.
So since while the situation is grave and could be worse, the immediate crisis has passed, and the patient's health is holding steady for now, allowing medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's not good. That is major brain. What was he thinking? Everyone agrees it was so hard to watch. You know what it is? It's indefensible. Yes. Yeah.
So first of all,
So
let's
premeditated. Because I can't go on bet you I'm gonna fuck this dude up. There's only not gonna bet say I won't. He's reading the coach on mine. It's one thing to not watch the house, another thing to keep punching him until he's like he's betting him down for a while. How many times? 22 times. 22. The last thing I read. I recall it up. It's wild. And he's an MMA fighter or something? Yeah, man, really, really bad. Really bad. It's 22 or something. He's going to do some serious time. And any money he makes for a long time, he's good. It depends if that's...
Primarily because that's the most navigable by smaller river boats as you take them. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like forest landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side. And there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, of Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlements. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime economy of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the naval activities to navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating, the scientific basis for the
Depends if that
they're especially active in Lisbon, which is really south of the Douro River.
if that psycho stew suit
Very well in Portugal, there was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very unsurprisingly.
This is Mr. Beast. Can help him out.
But with the tensions of any subside towards the end period, there's still a
I hope that guy's okay, man. I really do. For everyone's sake.
Culture that Portugal is a great
Teeth too.
in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other
That's like several lost teeth. Yeah, they said his teeth were like shattered, blood in the mouth.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size by 2.
When I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard for me. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, worst breath in the world, the worst breath in the world, and he was huge, and he was spilling into my seat.
Yeah, but you gotta buy 2 seats, big boy.
I mean, you gotta.
Yeah, it's rare that it happens though, so it's not like, oh my god, thank god, finally. But if the rare occasion you get that big next to you, yeah,
but it's so expensive for people. Like that's $800, instead of $400. That makes a big difference in your budget.
Yeah, but stop eating so much and save money for your flight.
Well, that would be the idea if you're not going to fly much. If you can't afford it,
hit the road.
I get it. I mean, some people are really just too big for those seats.
Remember that girl with the big butt? That Brazilian girl, she had like a giant ass.
Yeah.
Brazil.
My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was next to this gigantic woman. And she was like, she was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section.
Let me take a break.
Come on.
All right, next one is Lil Nas X walking.
I thought this was like a publicity thing. Like, 2 thoughts on this. Lil Nas X coming out? Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party. Meanwhile, walking around, I tell you what, he's two thoughts on this. One is one thought. The Tidy Whities never looked so good, and he's got a very good body. He's in great shape.
Super dente.
Well, but he's got a decent shape.
Which have like possibilities of
Where at?
Go ahead, babe.
Now, is he hallucinating?
Isn't Kevin?
It said OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital.
So I wonder maybe if he's
I don't think he's OD. I just think he's tripping.
I think he's tripping. He's tripping. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hollywood. I've been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night if there's no cars driving by.
It's 4 a.m.
Yeah, that's Hollywood.
Yeah, that makes sense. Listen, you know what? Celebrity gets boring. Money gets boring. You got to shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
But why did they arrest him?
I don't know. They arrested him.
They put him in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told officers responded. Found him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right. The middle of the road, so you can't.
After Nas charged at the officers, they were subdued and put him in handcuffs. So charged him as possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge an officers in boots and
Still face charges, I'm sure he's not. And he's treated at a hospital.
Somebody just tripping on the streets.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms. And, people tend to.
Oh, they took his pants off. Yeah, you can't have that.
You can.
These are 4 in the morning.
I did some mushrooms that I don't remember anything. I did nothing. I was told.
I remember what you did.
I was told.
And if we could tell that story on air, God.
Yeah,
I laughed so fucking hard.
hear it, damn it.
I'll tell you off air, Chin, because Brian be so fucking.
Apparently, I was in the fetal position, farting really loud
and yelling a word.
Yeah, no.
It's so funny.
Mushrooms made you that? You sure wasn't something else?
I did 7 grams.
You
thought I was in hell.
I thought you were doing ayahuasca.
No, 7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was.
Oh yeah, they call it the God dose.
Apparently, I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. I kept asking for a manager because I was like,
Brian was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. Couldn't stop farting and was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny. And then you told me that story, like, dude, you gotta try it. I'm like, get the fuck out.
You know what you are when you do that many mushrooms? Don't do
mushrooms, yeah.
I mean, not even a little bit.
I don't know, man. Yeah, broadcast. Brian, I don't remember any of it. I was just
all those people like, dude, mushrooms. And
my body was like, it's like, you were having a hard time. I'm like, what do you mean? It's like, well, yeah, you were just like, thought everybody was coming after you and you were trying to like get help. So you were saying things to the manager, wake up. And I was like,
it's so funny. I was saying the real story of bad words. Yeah, dude, it's so weird, buddy.
I was screaming fog. I was farting.
It's so funny, dude.
Are we off air?
We can be.
Let's take a break because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You're thinking about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Well, Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process takes minutes and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates potential savings will vary in all states. We'll take a little break, guys. Yeah, we did. Just to come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina. Good nights. That's the first thing I want to say.
Second thing I want to say,
and I need auto parts, bro.
Dude, I need car parts too. My shop's up and running. I need car parts, so I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts and all that you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts in a set, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. They don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back. They're in stock. They usually have everything, all right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable. Best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter.
Alright, Jaylen Brown. Brendan, you know who Jaylen Brown is?
Yeah, he plays for the Celtics, one of the best players.
There you go. His father was arrested for attempted murder. So apparently his car dinged another person's car, or vice versa, and he got pissed off, and he ended up stabbing this guy in the stomach multiple times.
What?
Parking lot dispute.
Like stabbing a youth football coach. Wow. So he stabbed a bunch of times in the stomach because they bumped into each other?
Yeah, dinged the car.
So he take the door of a Lincoln Navigator, not the end of the world.
You gotta not do that.
So then the homeboy got out of the car, his name's Cross. They got out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off and said it simply a buck before calling him a bitch ass. After back and forth, one the two agreed to duke it out, but when Cross back was turned, Brown pulled out an object on his right side and swung his arm and stabbed his motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him?
No, attempted murder.
The one stated Brown's 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! What?
Left hand grab, shoulder,
Oh my God!
back, abdomen. So he's a
7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
Weird because his son's not that tall.
And the 5 foot 960 pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him. Yeah, you don't want to fight a giant with a knife. Also, did you need the knife, 7 footer?
That's some bitch ass shit. Why would you take your knife out? Oh, what? Door ding? I can't get some issues.
Look at the size of him.
So the guy's in critical condition.
Yeah.
But to return to where he ended up, just on the Spanish side of the Portuguese border by the
Jesus,
for a little while,
he eventually reached out to the
Claim the victims inside Grenada. Oh, fuck. I've heard stories about that too.
Spanish crown once again as a courtier.
Well, he's going to jail.
Over the course of his life,
For a long time.
Don Isaac
Yeah.
Albanel
And frankly, again,
and he had moved from
there we go, baby.
They take a little break because my bed pad left side issue.
Yeah.
Not even. You know,
Uneven on that. Like when you see a giant Hummer, but a real Hummer that's uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like, ooh, it's scary. Jeez. Very smart.
Everybody gets you. All right, how about this? Javante Davis is guaranteed. I call bullshit, Paul.
Me too.
I call bullshit.
$200 million is a lot of money.
It says 150 to 200 million. That'd be the most any athletes ever made in one event in one night. Where are they getting that money? It's Netflix. Okay. Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million, I would believe. Not
20 million seems realistic. Even if it's Netflix is bigger, there's no pay-per-view model, so. Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lightweight class. So 20 to even 40 I can get. 40 I can understand.
Push comes to shove, though, you know.
Like Canelo's getting that 40. But Javante Davis, he was, especially on Showtime, he's a big star. He's a knockout artist. 200 mil is just false.
Yeah, I mean,
swipe. What it says? Swipe to read more. What else does it say? Oh, there's that. That's part from the original.
God, Jake is so.
Damn it.
It's so much bigger.
Get it? Yeah. I don't get it. If he thinks this is gonna make him legitimate box, and I just don't get what he doing.
Yeah.
This guy gets it. He goes, yeah, that number's not true at all.
Yeah.
Once again,
no way.
Barbanel is sent
Way too much money.
this time he ended up in Italy, where
What else you got, Jeff? There's no way that's true.
continuing his company.
You guys heard about this? The interview. Ghislaine Maxwell. I saw some highlighter saying Trump. She never saw him do anything bad, right?
She never really saw anything, really, right?
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this because she's hoping to get pardoned from Trump?
And he ended up
I think she's doing this so she. My feeling is that there may not have been much in terms of like Jeffrey Epstein. Definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that, but
so her exact quote is, "I don't recall ever seeing him in front of Trump. I don't ever seen him in the House, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any appropriate setting in any way."
Never seen him in his house, for instance, and she never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. He was never inappropriate with anybody. In the time that I was with him, he was a gentleman. In all respects.
So now, did you see she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed him?
That's interesting. I do think that she was also like the Trump. So when that Steele dossier came out about him, his parties and all those orgies, people were like, "Hey, Trump is a germaphobe. There's not a shot he would do that. A total germaphobe." So there was also that. You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or you're saying people?
People were like, anybody who knows that that's a lie. Which of course,
there it goes. Ghislaine Maxwell, who wants a pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird too. Like, I never saw him. Let me out, dude. I didn't see shit. So you'd be a little careful with it, you know?
Pardon somebody who was convicted of actually taking part in child in with 14 and 15-year-old girls being sexually raped, really.
There she goes. I do not believe he died by suicide.
Rather complex. Wow. If you recall, there was a mass exodus of Jews.
I do not believe he died by suicide.
And do you believe that do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
I say no. I'm sure she does. Yeah, you don't want to mess around. You don't want to say that. Because if he didn't die by suicide, these are people that can get to anybody. So
after tremendous gyrations and difficulties,
here's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend, and Morale was there, and this is him signing autographs for Chinese girl.
You just sign on their little Chinese dick.
Oh my God.
And in fact, that was true here. So
they're all ran off. It's funny how signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like, is she gonna get that tattoo?
It's weird. I wouldn't expect all Chinese girls to be doing this.
They're all ran off.
Yeah, we're all fucking superstar in the UFC.
Yeah, UFC's big in China. Yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, China, they're huge, huh? They must get a lot of attention. They're big everywhere. Yeah. They're actually big in Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like, you can go to a Hollywood party and people are like, oh, you know, a lot of actors, or maybe. Not a lot of actors, or anything, maybe, I don't know. I mean, you got to approach by pretty famous people. Yeah, fight. Yeah. The hybrid.
Yeah, the trainer, like Izzy, like the main guys, Sugar Sean, those guys.
They got a lot of
John Jones, they're huge.
Yeah. Everybody wants to be around John Jones. Baddest man on the planet.
So this interview I've heard in a long time was decent.
Was it? Oh, really? I gotta watch it. Really? What did he talk about?
He talked about John. He talked about and Shannon did it. He's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was really good. Because he had such a good question. He goes, you know, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, John was 28, he was like 34, because if you were the time, because you'd beat John. And most fighters would be like, absolutely. He went, no, because that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard that I would never be. That's it. Isn't that interesting?
Sometimes, sure.
And the best thing was, you know, all that stuff's fun to talk about, fighting, all that stuff. But, you know, Shannon Sharp, he was talking about kids. And he's like, your son, he's like, why are these, like, he's like, you have a son, he has all the resources, and you were, you know, Olympian, captain Olympian. You forget how good these guys are.
God, captain Olympian. He was a captain of the Olympic team? Come on.
Captain. He was a captain. And then also, you know, light heavyweight champion, Strikeforce heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, like, literally the greatest wrestler you've ever seen.
Beat Stipe.
Yeah. So he lost his teammate. But he talks about, like, so your son has all the resources you do. Does he have the same chance? You know? And DC's like, no. No, he goes, because I came from nothing, so I wanted to get out of it. So I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, like, the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources, and he laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, he does wrestling 3 days a week, then he works with a personal trainer for his football. Because I tell my son, like, you have all the resources to make it, and I'm proud of you for putting your best foot forward and trying this, and if you make it, great. But if not, you have me as a dad, so you're still, like, you're not going broke, you're good. He's like, that's, those kids that make it, they have no other alternative. So those Dagestans, they can, you know, since I was poor here, they're poor. You're talking about, like, concrete walls.
He works in a factory 2 hours away.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. So he's like, so for them, it's just like a lot of lives. It's not like you have to make it.
We've got mixed games, Friday night diners, cruising down Burnside with friends at Barrow. What's 2025 got?
I said, my biggest concern, all you guys are my favorite region's backyard. It's the biggest backyard.
Do you even remember what it's like to really be here? Out here, time doesn't race. It breathes. Have you forgotten that? Then maybe these are calling back.
Tigers, more athletic. More athletic. Better at sports. Same with
the 80s wasn't just about neon lights or mixed race. It was about being here. Actually being here. No screens in your face, no noise in your future. Just
but I wanted to make it
the 80s was
out
here.
there.
We
Do
all
something more. Like I
maybe it's time to came back.
So yeah. So you want to make it name, you want to make it something desperate.
You know the 80s miss you, right?
Bust, dude. And I would do any, like you would have to,
And I tell Tiger, like, he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint, you would have to kill me to beat him. I wouldn't leave the field. You'd have to, my dad, like, let's go. I'm like, nope, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog when that dog is in satin sheets at night? What's the answer? What's the answer? And when you think about this, and this is what DC and Shannon are talking about, is a great fucking example. When you think of like kids whose dads were legends, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of like those kids, they're never as good as their dads because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So then they were talking about, well, a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey. Their dads were good, but they weren't great. It's always the whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, oh shit, I'm going to outwork my dad.
I think in that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kids. Like, it's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
I don't, yeah, but they have.
There's that extra gear, that extra.
There's just that dog in the kid. It's just like it's almost like they're born with it, you know. I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball, and like he was in a game, and he was just like, it was like the effort he was making, like that extra effort. And my friend said, he watched a lot of basketball, goes, God, he had pitch to fight.
Oh yeah,
like dog. You have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang describe Michael Jordan. He said about his heart, his dog. He goes, if he was on the Titanic, it wouldn't have sunk. Yeah. He would have look at a whole other thing. He's
not going out like that. Yeah. I don't know.
That's probably the best way.
I don't know how you get that out of the kiddo.
I think some of it, it's just so.
And then there's like Kobe grew up pretty nice, right?
Yeah, he did.
Grew up nice. And then Steph
Curry, great.
Yeah, Steph Curry, and when you think about those guys, like their dads were in the NBA, so they grew up around it.
I think they might have seen, those guys might have seen a window of greatness. They might have been like, if I keep doing this, I can actually become great.
They also have the resources, because if your dad played the NBA, he goes, hey man, bring your elbow in like this, you're gonna fuck this. Yeah, so there's that. I don't know what you do.
That's my biggest problem.
I get it. Yeah, I don't know what you do with kiddos. I don't get it. You know? Not either. Fucking dog, damn. Because I tell you, there's me and you at night. I would have fucking circled.
No, don't tell him that.
Oh no, he has to help you. Yeah.
No, but you're just gonna. That's trophy dad shit. Just shut up.
Don't say I don't know why you play. Because he goes, oh really? And so you gotta.
Oh, it motivates him.
Yeah, right. Completely different. You're dealing with two different.
So he's very
competitive. Okay. He's competitive, but you gotta have that by any means necessary.
I mean, he's not.
That's what you see it, bud. That's what you see it.
Yeah, well, okay. Be careful. It's a dicey. It's a balancing act right there.
It's a balancing act, but if you know,
it's having fun too.
Of course, that's number one. But it's also you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. And it's not knocking. You never played high level sports. You can tell right away the kids that are at least going to play high school. The kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're never going to make it. They're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, part of it's just that, if you have physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro,
even that's not enough. So if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're going to get to the point in high school, if they're playing good enough high school sports or college, where everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how
it goes. But I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one and become great. So it just depends.
Yeah, it's a weird balance.
It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player on the team.
No.
Like, that kid never makes it.
Right.
Peaks at 9.
Right. They've done a lot of studies on that. I've had podcasts with certain guys like that who look at that data and be like,
Wow, that's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team. And you know his dad said? So you need to practice. He was like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do. These fucking looks like you have to get back. And they came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB in home runs. I think he died with him. There you go. Gotta get back. Yeah.
And sometimes there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it. You can break. It's a balance. It's a delicate. It's a delicate. Being father, being coach is a delicate thing. Dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand it's serious business.
Yeah. It's a fine.
And you got all these other people that are going
if you go too much, you're gonna go. Whenever I do this,
when you say that's all. Your dad.
My dad's only happy if I fucking ball out. The kid's really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and death, they're gonna be like, I'm not doing this. I'm out.
That's right. Or they end up resenting you, and they're the best player ever. In which case I say, well done, sir. I say, well done.
Congrats, Dad. He made it.
Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? No. Do you not text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet? Do you hate when you're surrounded by all the people? When you can't go to the mall, you get mobbed by all those people who are playing games. A hero.
You're still gonna hit the ball.
Do you go, damn, I wish my dad had been nicer so I can go to this mall, right?
It's a weird thing.
It's a weird thing.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Pluto TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon Tattoo, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite places. Pluto TV. Stream now.
Boston's got some mitts on him.
Does he need a baseball glove? Boston has the advantage of an older brother as an example, and he's like, oh, this is how you do it. And then whenever Tiger's taking private or training, I always bring Boston since he was 2. So remember, Tiger started 2 years ago.
So you know they did a study. It's really interesting.
It's the little brother that has the example.
The little brothers, some of the fastest people in the world, they are usually the youngest of 4 or something like that. Because they have competition. Yeah, they have to keep up.
But for Bossy, he doesn't, because he's always training with Tiger's major team friends, and they're 9 and 10. So when Bossy made the 8 team at 5, I'm like, dude, this is insane. Like, they're just like Tiger. I know, but you should be within your age to do this. He just doesn't know.
What else you got,
Alrighty, this is a guy that found something in his kitchen. I'll just play the clip for you. And he's walking down with his hair at 15. What's his chin with that possum?
Dude, he's got a flashlight.
Who is that?
That's a bear, bro. Guys,
what is it?
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear. Dude, that dude
nice with that gun.
Wow, he's nice. He's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before. Damn. You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans.
Well, look at his gun.
Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that. Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming out too.
Oh yeah, he's not as Russian. Dude.
Where's this at?
That's a suppressed gun too.
Did I just have
Go back again? Let me just see that gun one more time.
It's got to refresh on its own. This guy's
nice with that gun.
He should be protecting the president.
Wow.
Small brown bear though. Small brown bear. Destroy his ground. No, I know.
So much out, but small.
It was like big ass.
He thought somebody was in his house. He was like, no.
I saw that bear lunge at me.
Pop. Yeah. Get myself one of them. Wait, say that one more time. I just want to see if it's a suppressed model.
It's barely tall right there, and that's the tip right there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's suppressed.
It's called Sevierville, Tennessee.
Actually, it's not. It's real. That's really.
Restrictions subside and we'll be able to travel again.
I mean, inside the house, that's
his eardrums are ringing right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was going to be. No.
So it's so loud if you were there that you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
It's probably the last thing you're worried about when a big. What? Oh my God!
Well, when she said, oh my God, I guarantee you didn't hear that. Like that's how.
I bet they heard it. Your ears are fucked without a doubt.
Oh man.
But I mean, when you actually shoot an AR-15 outside, you can stop it. But this
You
inside.
can't do it. You can't shoot an AR-15 without ear protection.
No, you always have to have a fucking ear protection. Do we know any more about this guy? Not about the guy, but the place is called Severe.
He's nice with it.
Tennessee.
As they say, he's nice with it.
Yeah, boys, I know.
He's done that before.
Our ARC lectures.
Why was he so locked in?
I guess we can do
Thought somebody was coming.
my
Coming
year
in.
post, especially the
Got that gun. Got
star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson.
Yeah.
No violations. Hell no, there's no violations.
Our scholar in residence. And
No, that was perfect.
Does this guy have a military background?
He's got it.
Labor Cruises and
Got it.
my name is David Parker. I'm the European Laboratory. I got a very
Oh, this is different. I'm here with a shotgun.
this lovely few mornings for me.
All right, kids.
It's late
I think that's it. Come see me.
Shout out to that guy.
Yeah. Come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
the juice of the
Up there. Let's just do this last one. This is a
diaspora.
airplane landing, crash landing, and a golf course. This is in Australia. And there's some funny elements to it.
Fascinating, the most complex, highly original, and unparalleled phenomenon of the Jewish world. And not only is it is a diaspora within a diaspora.
Oh, that's pretty good though. Yeah.
Also,
Not the end of the world. So watch, keep watching.
Out of cultural and
Easy to meet you.
religious and even linguistic
Of course. Easy. He was too excited to get down there. Yeah.
At least people are cheesy and shit.
Nah, she's going pretty slow. No, she's good. That dude was just funny though. No injuries. Yeah, that was a smooth ass landing. Considering, yeah. So a pilot and then like a student pilot. I'm not sure who actually piloted there at the time.
Aspect of it.
Lost power probably.
Yeah, probably was.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there.
You just coasted down?
And that happened. The co-pilot broke his foot, and his propellers. I mean, the plane was total, but he was fine.
Yeah, the plane was fucked up.
He was least you could put that propeller in our backyard. It's like this.
Well, it's not all right.
My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and call me on his phone back when nobody had cell phones. And he'd go, Brian, the engine's not firing. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, is that funny? Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then I'm in
short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day is insane, but at good nights. See you there. See you there, kids. Later.
All right, kids. 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas. Win the ultimate truck. I'm driving it today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now. The Drive Fast All Gas race team. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email phone number, I'm going to send you a little something special discount. So every purchase you get gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's drivefastallgas.com. It's weighing 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the route. My fam, this is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-of-one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. And the winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically enters you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
Positive direction, so that you will be able to save the the plan for today.
This is really the fight of the kid.
was an SD. I like SD.
SD's nice.
We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 and breezy every day.
Tough to beat that way.
And yeah. And that all-American wind-swept.
Yeah, but were you down like PB? Were you in the city?
Sure was, buddy. I was
not my favorite.
I was down at Mission, little honky-tonk.
Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego. Kind of good.
Not kind of, but
yeah, it's not great.
But then you get around
Oceanside, all that shit.
Outskirts,
La Jolla, yeah, great.
Great. Let's walk out there.
Rancho, it's great out there.
La Jolla is very wealthy white people who look like they're going to be everybody's
We're not better about the double A, you someone prick. And then I'm telling you to fucking calm down.
If you want to
When we're breaking up and he shoots a straight double leg on me, by the way, work a better fucking double leg, prick. And then I'm telling you to fucking calm down. I'm not even fighting. I'm not even hostile. Then you're trying to fucking work and get lower. Change positions and I'm over having to swim and do all this other shit. And then you punch me in the eye after we're breaking it up. Loser. That's why you got head right now. And punch you in the I was tired before that. What kind of fucking person are you? You fucking low life fucking clown. You want to be out so you beat up a guy that's fucking half unconscious. You punch a guy that's trying to break up a fight, not even trying to fight you. I wasn't even trying to hurt you. Do you think he wanted to continue beating up Stu? That's I promise you he would have killed him. He killed me if he would have got him. If he would have took my legs out from under like he was trying to, he was going to do the same thing to me as he did. Clearly, he watched the stream and he fucking went home to the people. People got care because I think they didn't like this. I don't get it. If you got a problem with the people around you, change it up the people around you. Change it up a little bit. Go to therapy. Get some help. Don't take it out on everybody else. And then you want to train one of the best fighters that ever use his knowledge. And then you want to hurt people like that.
It's also like it's a very like
everybody will talk.
You gotta have some money. When you have money, you gotta be surrounded by a bunch of little cucks too. Because think about it. If you take just think about it. If you take 5 boys and you go, hey fellas, we have 5 tennis rackets or we have a football. And if those 5 boys are going, give me the football, put some mascara on. Boys, there's also makeup over there.
No, Brett, please.
Now it's different. If you're like Spanish or you're like born in like soccer's different, but if you're like upper echelon like Spanish, sure, you're born in Barcelona.
Okay, don't say I know you're doing this. You're going like this.
Then tennis makes sense.
You're saying. I feel like
it's just soft.
No, it's not.
It is.
No, please.
It's a softer life.
Tennis is a very
work.
Yeah.
It's work. Yeah. So. Fucking ballerinas work.
No,
gymnastics is work.
Yeah.
Swimming's work.
Yeah. Come on, dude.
If a young boy's like 9, it's like, we're going, I'll take the tennis racket.
Hold on. He doesn't say, I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that.
Yeah,
he does this. If he's tall,
I saw the clip, and I guess it doesn't even really matter so much whether.
In America, you play tennis.
Please. It's like, Dad, it's the same footwork as boxing. I want to play some tennis.
Is it do boxing?
Dad,
but I don't want to get punched in the face.
I don't want to get punched in the face.
I'd rather hold that shaft and hit balls. Right?
No, bro.
How gay is it?
No, it's not, dude. Please. You gotta understand. It's like it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man.
Sure.
Yeah. So please, I come off the ground when I hit that. I want to play tennis because of the ball. I'm gonna hit the ball 120 miles an hour.
That's fine.
Yeah. Very competitive world sport. I want to make all the money.
That's just not all I sports do.
Come on, man.
I mind it. It's a very like Cali, like
Florida camp. You go to tennis camp. You have a coach. You got a psychological coach. You got it's a lot of money. Yeah.
We have early evidence of
Wouldn't you?
No, it's a beautiful sport. It's a lot of money. It's a lot to the top. It makes so much money if you make it to the top.
Really, any pro sport because of money.
Yeah, I think Ari Maddie, he dated like the number 1 girl in the world. And she said she had so much money.
Endorsements, especially that.
Yeah, she was.
You either got to be really attractive or just be a warm.
Yes. There's some dime piece guys too, 6'6". Like Taylor Fritz, 6'6", handsome as shit. Because some of these guys are that Italian guy. Some guys 6'6", 6'5". Hey, cool. Fucking big boys, 210. Yeah, pick up a ball, run into your body. Pick up a ball, run into your body. Come on, man, please listen. Don't tell them to run into each other, bro.
It's really clear all the time, right? It's just different. Like the big boys in like New Zealand, you know, like the Kiwis. Oh yeah. Tell them to play tennis, and then it goes to their village for you. Let me know. These guys run into each other. Find the Samoans. Go, hey, I know you guys are huge. Listen, who wants tennis?
There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. He's too big, too bulky. You gotta have the two. You know, it's the two top. You gotta be just too tall. Sir, you gotta be thinner than that. You're just tough. It's just not. You gotta play for a long time. Body breaks down.
Yeah, I never grown up in Aurora. I never been a kid. You might be the first person I met like that.
Yeah, it's not.
There's not even a lot of tactics even.
All right, man. Let's move on. It's sad.
That's all right. That's all right. You guys play that racquetball stuff? Absolutely. Sure. Like racquetball or something. Let's play racquetball. Pickleball. That's Andrew Schultz. Yeah, I'll get up. Yeah, sure.
Andrew's got a very good body for tennis. Tall. He's athletic.
Sure, man.
He can hit from the outside. Athletic guy.
He's pretty good at hoops.
He actually is.
Yeah, but do we not see where society's going? Like pickleball, flag football. What's going on here?
I had a conversation with Gordon Ryan. Did you hear him? He was talking about how he said I'm not athletic. He said I'm not athletic, so my game in jiu-jitsu is one of control. I said to him, I was like, yeah, you are. Like you're the GOAT. What do you mean you're not athletic? But his ability to read someone's body, feel where you're going to be 3 steps ahead. All of that is part of being athletic.
Athleticism, no different. What is the difference? Like John Jones, you wouldn't. If John Jones is in a group of like NFL players, he's not considered athletic.
Yeah, can't jump as high, can't run as fast,
not explosive, just can't keep up. The agility's just not there. When it comes to fighting, that's different.
But that's one metric of athleticism.
No, it's the definition of athleticism.
But then how do you?
Because like a dominant chess player's not athletic.
Folks, look at this athleticism.
Best quarterback, really impressive. Are 2 guys that are not that athletic.
Best quarterback?
Yeah, so Tom Brady. Slower than most, all that stuff.
Yeah, you list Tom Brady as like the best athlete in the NFL.
But
then there's like guys like Jackson, who's fit, would be classified as a
can throw 60 yards from his knees or sitting down and stuff. But having said all that,
one master
still would choose. You still choose the guy who's got gamesmanship. So maybe gamesmanship.
Well, you'd want both. That's what you get Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Athletic, but also
right. Yeah, but then but that's part of being an athlete. You know, and so I would say that makes you athletic. Your brain, and your feel for the game, your ability to. No, because so Travis Kelce, right? Part of what makes him a great athlete is finding the holes in the openings, right?
Yeah, but let me put Travis Kelce's brain, your body. He's not touching the NFL.
That's right.
The reason he's in the NFL is because he ran a 4.5 in the 40, 6'6". 4.5, 4.6. He's not right. Very fast.
Oh, okay. Yeah. You got it both, but I'm saying that someone like Gordon Ryan is definitely athletic. I would say very strong.
He's definitely athletic. Yeah. Being strong, it's part of it, but the athleticism, it just depends, you know?
Wow, which is one of my favorite names. Wow.
You have to include all of those factors. If you have great as John Jones and Tom Brady, yet they're not as quote unquote athletic by certain measurements, you have to expand how we measure an athlete. That's what I'd say. You know? For the most part,
you would say John's unathletic. But again, if you
I'm just comparing it like Wayne Gretzky, same thing. He had the slowest skate speed.
No. Wayne Gretzky was fast as fuck.
But he had the slowest speed. Like, look it up. His slap shot wasn't as fast. His skate speed. Now, having said that, he did beat a bunch of guys in a sprint, including some great athletes. But typically, he wasn't considered that athletic in terms of his skate speed and all that stuff. Was not considered a slow player. Okay. Impressive 6-inch sprint time.
You give him a terrible example. Wayne Gretzky is such a good
player. And he was the fastest youngest player to reach the 1,000 point milestone. Yeah. Wasn't there his hockey intelligence, anticipation, all set? That's what it was. It was his anticipation, his intelligence, his skill set. You have to
mix with athletic ability. He was one of the fastest on skates.
He wasn't one of the fastest on skates.
He was definitely fast. He was known for his speed and quickness.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
By the way, so he was look at him. He clocked a 7.2 in running 16-meter dash. Oh shit. Okay.
He'd be a bad example.
But what made him great though was his ability to see the angles and see things.
But he doesn't get there unless he's athletic. Yeah. Unless he's really explosive and good at hockey.
You need both.
At the pro level, yeah. You can't just be a great, know the game, be a great mind, or compete at a professional.
Yeah, that's certain physicality.
That's just the
course. You're a pro, yeah. Next thing, ladies and gentlemen.
What?
Sorry.
We're driving this. I know what I was telling you. I was telling you before we started. Rogan had this guy on his show. He's like an expert in the Mexican cartel. But he was talking, I think they're talking about those death whistles. And Rogan goes, yeah, my buddy Brian did it. He blew it. That was 5 years ago. Let me ask you this, Brian. If you don't believe in death whistles, how have the last 5 years gone?
I would not have blown that whistle.
So let's just go through
COVID came along.
What happened? Everything. COVID started right after you blew that. Popped up right after you blew that.
Everything blew apart. Everything.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah,
the guy was talking about it.
We think about it all the time.
Yeah, Rogan was like, I don't believe him. Like, it's just a coincidence.
I don't either, but I wouldn't blow it.
I was thinking, I'm like, I don't know. Those things might be the real deal.
I don't believe in it, but I would blow
a shitstorm after you blew that. If you think about the last 5 years, it's a shitstorm since you blew that whistle.
Yeah. That's
something to those death whistles.
Yeah.
Could just be a coincidence, maybe.
Or, again, it could be a coincidence, but I ain't blowing.
I'm not trying it again.
It was like I was doing her take with Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasparian, and they were talking about the Israeli-Palestinian thing, and I just kept going back to the fact that this shit's been going on since the Old Testament. The Gaza is mentioned 22 times. Just about certain things, that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like maybe sometimes there's certain things out there that you can't measure. Like you can talk about Gaza all you want, but since the Bible was written.
And I don't think their take is going to figure it out.
That's how I feel. I'm like, my take ain't going to make a difference here. It's not going to make a dent. Sometimes I feel like when you start following politics, a little bit like following the weather. You have an opinion? Cool. More and more as I get older, I'm starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any opinion. I'm just not going to. I don't have anything to add. Then we're talking about with Rogan, like, he's our good friend, but he has such interesting people on the podcast that sometimes I wonder, like sometimes when I talk to him, I'm like, I don't know if I have much to add here with all your really interesting people that you talk to. Now obviously we're friends and we talk about dumb shit and stuff, but
yeah, we'll talk about shit, just like friends and some people like that, but Rogan's blueprint is it's guest driven. It's not based off his ability to experience things.
But what I do now is when I want to know about a supplement or I want to know about something, I call him because he knows a lot. He's had everybody on.
Yeah, like his isn't like what his weekend was. He's not sharing family stuff. His longevity wise was an hour start.
Do you ever hear that expression? I think Lady Bird Johnson. Average people talk about events, or like average people talk about people
minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas.
There's a podcast,
Just in life, you know. Like you ever know some people gossip and that's their whole life.
Yeah.
And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well.
Yeah.
That'd be a fucking lazy mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just on
podcast,
online hate.
Yeah, there's podcasts like that.
And then there are people that talk about events. So there's what's going on in the world, you know, and then everybody has an opinion and they're all mad about it and stuff like that, and then they argue. And then there are people that talk about larger, broader ideas. Yeah,
that's not us.
Probably not.
But you're already talking about skill set and talent. That's not us, buddy.
Yeah. Well, I think about. I mean, I read a lot about like.
Yeah, no doubt. But it's just not.
But in terms of like
original ideas, no.
Well, I mean,
it's also not that entertaining.
Yeah.
Like it's not.
Well, comedy. We want to do comedy.
Yeah, we just you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like it's like that's great ideas.
I might. Fashion ideas.
Hey, I like the pants. Yeah, these are my faves.
Are they comfy?
Yeah, the most comfy.
What are they?
I don't know. They're like a thin material. It's like
they're actual hunting pants, right?
I doubt it.
Who makes them?
Jackson's.
Are they an outdoor company?
No, man. Like this Real Tree Camo's in, so it's crossed over to fashion.
That looks so much like First Light. So when you go duck hunting, you wear exactly that.
Yeah, that's the thing. They just take the camo print. But no, I would these in the fucking.
You would not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like those.
Yeah. Yeah, man. With the podcast, I agree with you. It's like, some podcasts are just based on guest driven, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people do that. And then, like Best One of the Boys, they're football driven. So it's like, right, there's a place for all of it.
Yes, all of it.
And the crime shit that I listen to, it's like, I mean, they're never going to run out of content.
Right.
Like, they'll break down crime from 1981 and shit. People are always dying, so they never get run out of content.
You've got to read that book. I think it's The Murder Room.
I said that.
You've got to read that. I think you'd love it.
Yeah, I want to.
The FBI profile, dude. The way he breaks down shit, like they can tell everything. They know what you are and who you are.
Spanish society until it got way out of control.
What do you got, Jen?
Well, I need to invest from you guys. You guys have been in Texas longer than I have, and yeah, but I mean, you can tell like the different animals and bugs and stuff.
Oh, buddy, I've had all sorts of shit at my house.
So I've been tripping. So the last 2 weeks, I heard stuff like in my attic, either in the living room or in my bedroom. So. Ghost. Before I was like, okay, it must be like a squirrel or something. Because I could hear like a rat. I sound like
it's a possum.
But then I was in my bedroom and finally I heard like someone's like walking on the roof. That's what it sounds. I literally took my gun and I went outside to look at the roof if someone's like, you see anything? No. So something's in the attic.
It's like going to ghost, but if it's not a ghost, so your place is definitely haunted. That's clear as day.
Yeah,
or it's a possum.
Sometimes that can be the reverberation of somebody in another apartment, though.
He's not in it.
Does Anne Frank live in your attic?
No. Well, maybe she does now.
But there's nobody above you, right?
No. So you guys don't have stuff in your attic?
No,
I don't have an attic.
We do, but I haven't heard anything up there. Have you gone in the attic, or just? Oh, we don't want to solve it that bad.
I'll point the gun at the roof, but I'm not going to climb inside the attic.
You're too afraid? What are you afraid you're going to find?
Oh, some freaking homeless person living there.
So he's chilling in your crib right now.
There's another thing too. I'm paranoid about everything being locked, so my back door was unlocked. Of course, it could be an accident.
Good chance that's a human being.
You have a human in there.
Shut up.
He's right eating your shit right now. Yeah, he's right. Like, this guy sucks.
What's funny is if it was actually Chin and he has a split personality.
I could not fit in that. It's got to be a small person.
It's Chin.
Or it's just, yeah. Or it's just a small person.
Yeah.
Or it's your imaginary personality. You have an imaginary.
Or there's nothing. There's also that.
Or Jin, you're so lonely that you are imagining friends up there.
Hey, let me join you.
You spend too much time alone in your house.
Or again, I'm gonna go back to it's a ghost.
Hey Jin, you want a dating app?
No, I don't want this.
You know? Okay. Well, I feel like you could date as a man. You're a single guy.
Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Pick 6 with DraftKings. Pick your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers, and just hit more or less on 2 or more player stats. All right? You got Texas, Ohio State kicking it off. What, dude? What? The upside is massive. Outplay the field and Pick 6 out. Payouts way beyond the minimums. New to DraftKings, just drop $5 on your first pick, set, and you'll score 50 in bonus Pick 6 picks. All right? Download the DraftKings Pick 6 app. Use the code FIGHTER to get $50 in Pick 6 bonus picks, and ride the upside with Pick 6 all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. In partnership with DraftKings Pick 6, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick 6 now available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Order prohibited. One per new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick 6 bonus picks that expire in 14 days. 8/24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos.
But don't worry, I'm good. I don't need dating apps. If I think a girl's cute, I literally walk up to her. Hey, how's it going?
Did I show you a magic trick?
Yeah, it's fun. Sometimes it didn't work, and it was super embarrassing. Dude, I saw girls like, no.
Chip cards in your pocket. I own this pigeon out for fucking die.
See, guys, embarrassing, but
Oh God.
But you learn.
Yeah, bitches aren't in the pigeon.
You guys should have brought pigeons to the girl. Just flies
All right. Maybe next time.
Nobody was better than that. He go up to, like, whoever it was, like, when he was younger, he would go up to really famous people and be like, hey, can I ask you a question? Like, when you look at these cards, and they'd be like, what? And he would just start doing the trick.
Yeah.
And then blow your mind. Yeah, like, just put it up, like,
You were talking about chin.
and then this is what happens.
We're talking about chin high pigeon.
Famous people will go, wait. Yeah.
I cannot
You should say
understand.
this. You should go, you have had a David Blaine? I'm not him. But watch this.
My tricks with cigarettes, dude. That's the best ones. If you could smoke in here, I would show you some
You do cigarette tricks.
because I used to smoke that. And because that's where there's like a cigarette patio.
Yeah.
And some girls, they're always want to bum a cigarette off you. They just start the conversation.
Oh, so you just hang out there, wait for the prey to
I wouldn't
come
do it
out.
on purpose. But anytime I need to get a smoke, what you say?
That's good.
And it would work, Jim. I would say it's like 50-50, 60-40. I think, honestly, if the girl is somewhat interested in you, she's going to let you do that. Like, she's stupid or whatever. But it's just being able to approach and talk. That's the whole thing. Guys don't do that these days. They're too afraid. They're scared.
Your opening line should be like, have you ever seen a 6'3" Asian?
And then,
Here I am, one.
That's right.
like, you're good. All right, what do you got, Jim? All right.
Give me the rampage stuff.
Yeah, let's see. So just play the video first. You want to play for
What's happening?
Yeah, so
he was live on, Kick-Ass. It's like a streaming and people comment. So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA.
Yeah.
He's in on it. It's a work, and he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head. And he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologizes to him, like, dude, this is what we do. Like, you came to a fucking wrestling match. And another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can't get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want, I got your back.
So then he's ringside, he's on kick, it's a toxic environment, the haters and trolls are talking shit, like hyping him up, like, you're gay, you're a bitch, you're gonna do shit. He's like, I bet I will. Well, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Watch this. He goes, if I get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And online's like, you won't do it, you won't do it. He's like, say less, watch this. And he goes in there, because this was planned for him to go in there, slams him, knock the guy out, and then he just gets him out, unloads 18 unanswered tracks, skull fracture, facial fracture.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I'll just play this. This was brutal. Yeah, we actually can't play this clip.
Yeah, I've seen it actually. I've started to see it. It's so brutal.
It's so bad.
It's so bad, and it's so insane, and you got to be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
No, he was doing something else with another stream. To his attention, you can see he's like, fuck.
You and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because he has a great relationship with his son. But I love watching them mess with each other. And this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? You're this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him. He's a young kid. Finally had some fame. And he's reading the comments, because that's the way I think kick works. And they're calling him a bitch and he's soft, so he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh, fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this, it's worth it. It's worth it.
No, he doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not worth it. So he's going to watch this. I'll show you I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Chin on the shop show, it's like when you're in elementary school and all those kids will just look around, you go, fuck them up, fight. They're spectators, and they just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. Because they're not going to get in trouble. Like, yeah, punch him in the face. Like, you do it. No one will do it. So he has these online trolls encouraging so he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble for this, I think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's getting arrested today.
I think he'll go to jail for this.
I think now it depends if the wrestler goes to press the charges. I don't think he can press charges. Can they? Yeah. So this is. But if that wrestler goes able to work and he just went over the top, he didn't know.
This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring up an attempted murder charge. He's in shit. He's in deep shit.
Makes something just like, fuck.
Yeah, Rampage loves his son.
Yeah.
You wish the best because I feel for Rampage. It's so puzzling. This kid did this. Like, what are you doing? Trying to live in your dad's shadow, and I don't know. I feel. Have you talked to Rampage at all?
Yeah, I talked to him.
Yeah. How's he doing? He's got
not good. Yeah, he's just like,
it's like his whole world. He's obviously a great father to his son. Yes, you have your son. He's 25. He's young, dumb, and full of cum. He's just sometimes when you're young, you're a complete moron
and just irrational and didn't realize what the fuck he's doing.
This kid will look back on his life when he's 45 and go, oh my god.
I mean, if he spends 5 years in prison, man,
it's very possible. And frankly, I don't have an argument for why he shouldn't be punished here.
No, I woke up this morning. Even last night before I talked to Rampage, I'm going to show you how we started talking. I go, how can I defend him? I go, what's going on there? How can I defend him? Because I love Rampage. And then I get all the links. I watch him like, there ain't no defending this. It's tough. No, there's nothing you can do.
Can't do it. Could have killed the guy, actually. And the guy being the same, by the way. That's like,
he's in stable but critical condition.
He is? Oh, he's in critical condition. Oh, he's in real shit.
Can you imagine if that guy were to pass away?
It's very possible. Brain bleed.
Yeah.
Is he conscious, the guy?
I didn't hear anything.
Can you look that up?
I don't have any update. The last one I saw was,
that was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on, it seems, the bystanders.
Well, again, because it was a fix, so he was supposed to originally go in there and do something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine. Stuart Smith is a beloved friend, uncle of mine. Don't say mine. I get the chance to speak with him. His case is not as positive as I hope. I hope he will make a full recovery. He has been nothing but gracious guy in the family.
Okay. Wow, dude. That is so bad.
Wow. So it says Red Psycho Stu is in stable but critical condition 5 hours ago. Yeah, so that's probably the most. So stable but critical.
So bad. So bad.
So what exactly is stable and critical?
It means that it's not getting any worse. They've stabilized him, but he's still on all these machines.
It could go south.
Yeah, they gotta watch him 24/7.
Russia and British people are praying to God that doesn't go south.
Yikes.
Which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all
Stable critical means a person has life-threatening condition, critical. Their vital signs are not currently deteriorating, indicating they are not getting worse in the future. Okay.
we begin to see Jewish resettlement.
So it says, while the situation is grave and could be worsened, the immediate crisis has passed and the patient's health is holding steady for now, allowing medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, it's not good.
That is major brain damage.
Everyone agrees it was so hard to watch.
You know what it is? It's indefensible.
Yes. Yeah. It's also premeditated. He's not a kid going, what, bed, you're oh, fuck this dude up. Because I'm going to knock him out, man. Say I won't. He's reading the concept.
It's one thing to not watch this. Another thing to keep punching him.
He's been out for a long time. I've been knocking him out too much. I recall that before.
And he's an MMA fighter or something?
I think he's had like 2 or 3 fights.
Yeah, man. Really, really bad. Really bad. He'll be.
It's 22 or some shit.
He's going to do some serious time. And any money he makes for a long time,
it depends if that it depends if that psycho Stu sues him to press his charges.
He won't.
Yeah. Especially if we don't know. Yeah. It's just Mr. Beast.
Hope he does. I hope that guy's okay, man. I really do.
For everyone's sake.
Yeah. All right. Okay.
Yeah, it's not good.
Several lost teeth.
Yeah, they said his teeth were out and blood in his mouth.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size buy 2 tickets.
When I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard for me. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, worst breath in the world, the worst breath in the world, and he was huge, and he was spilling my seat.
Yeah, but you have my 2 seats, big boy. You have to.
I mean, you got it.
You haven't got fun. It's rare that it happens, so it's not like it's like, oh my God, thank God, finally. But if a rare occasion you get that big boy next to you, yeah, dude, you might.
It's so expensive for people like that's $800, instead of $400. That makes a big difference in your budget.
Yeah, but it's not much the same way for your flight.
Well, that would be the idea if you're not going to fly much, if you can't fly.
Hit the road.
I get it. Some people are really just too big for those seats. They just aren't.
Remember that girl with the big butt? That Brazilian girl? She had like a giant ass.
Yeah. My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was next to this gigantic woman. And she was like, "Look at this!" And she was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section.
Let me take a break, Jim.
Come on.
All right, next one is Lil Nas X walking.
I thought this was like a publicity thing. Like, 2 thoughts on this. Lil Nas X
coming out?
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party. Meanwhile, walking around, I'll tell you what he's. Two thoughts on this. One is, one thought. The Tidy Whities never looked so good, and he's got a very good body. He's in great shape.
Super dente.
Well, but it's he's got a decent shape. Where at? No, go ahead, babe. Now, is he hallucinating?
Is it OD'd on drugs and went to the hospital?
So I wonder maybe if he's
he's OD. I just think he's tripping.
I think he's tripping.
It's true. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hollywood. I've been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night if there's no cars driving.
4 a.m.
Yeah, that's Hollywood.
Yeah, that makes sense. Listen, you know what? Money gets boring. You gotta shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
Well, why did they arrest him?
I don't think they arrested him
in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told officers responded to him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right. In the middle of the road.
After Naj charged at the officers, they were subdued and put him in handcuffs after paramedics and just possible overdose.
You don't want to charge an officer.
Could still face charge. I'm sure he's not. And he's treated at a hospital.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Henry.
So he's just tripping
always,
on the street.
Henry adds.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and mushrooms and people tend to.
Oh, they took his pants off. You can't have that.
I did so many mushrooms that I never ate. I did nothing.
That we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal.
And if we could tell that story,
God, I like them all.
So I'll tell you, I'll check because
apparently I was in the field farting really loud
and yelling a word. Have our floating hotels coming back.
It's so posh. Mushrooms made you that? You sure what's something else?
I did 7 grams. I thought I was in hell. I thought you were doing ayahuasca. 7 grams.
Oh, yeah, they call it the God dose.
Apparently I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. I kept asking for a manager because I was like,
I was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely and was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny.
Touring the girls out.
You told me that story. Like, dude, you gotta try it.
You know, mushrooms don't do much. I mean, not even a little bit.
Always
I don't know, man. I can't drunk ass.
I don't know, man.
We are.
I don't remember
To start cruising again.
I was just
All those people like, dude, mushrooms.
My mind was like, you were having a hard time. I was like, what do you mean?
I just wanted to
you were just like, thought everybody was coming at you. You were trying to like get help. So you were saying things to manage to wake up.
The training of the guides.
So funny. I'll tell you the real story.
Communications with our guides. During the tour.
I was screaming fuck and I was farting.
It's so funny.
Secular side, and one of our guides
we all
said, now I understand why my grandmother liked
let's hear it, right? Because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Everything about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash. Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit Progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates potential savings will vary, not available in all states. Take a little break, guys. You know what I mean? Just come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina, and good night. That's the first thing I want to say.
Second thing I want to say,
and I need auto parts.
Dude, I need car parts. Dude, my shop's up and running. I need car parts. So I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts and all that you need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. They don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back. They're in stock. They usually have everything, all right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you can find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Alrighty, Jalen. Brandon, you know who Jalen Rudd is?
Riverboat.
There you go.
His father was arrested for attempted murder.
So everyone.
So apparently his car,
Sure, everyone on the ship.
another person's car, or vice versa, and he got pissed off, and he ended up stabbing this guy in the stomach.
Vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tested
stabbing
72 hours prior. Cruising.
Just stab a bunch of stomach because they bumped into each other?
Yeah, ding the car.
A big question about protocols coming back to the United States is you again have to have a PCR test. So cruising cruise line has a program on board where we can navigate test people 72 hours before travel returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again,
so the homeboy got out of their car, his name's Cross. They
right
got
now,
out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off instead of simply a bump before calling him a bitch ass.
Registered
After back and forth,
participants
agreed to duke it out, but when Cross back was trying to pull out an object from the right side and swung his arm and stabbing motion straight in the coach's back. Did he kill?
No, it's an attempted murder.
Contacting everybody, ordering
Don't say it's Brown, 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! What?
They haven't originally registered
shoulder.
Oh my God! They have to go register for the cabin.
So he's 7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
So
weird because his son's not that tall.
And the 5'9", 160-pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size of him.
Really, you know.
Yeah, you don't want to fight a giant with a knife.
Did
you need the knife, 7-footer?
For January.
That's some bitch ass shit. Why would you take
that
the
is
knife out?
confirmed as
That guy has some issues.
Look at the size of them.
So the guy's in critical
Open
condition.
their borders, but our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War II. In July is guaranteed departure, and then northern Italy, Venice and northern Italy, on the beautiful Venezia, the ship. We're super excited for that. That's next time.
And Frank,
but everything's on our website. You can see that. And if you have any questions,
then take a little break. My bed pack was that
it back to David.
Uneven. Like when you see a giant Hummer, but a real Hummer that's uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like, that's scary.
On tour to get an integral part. I'd like to say that the coach team is
All right, how about this? Javante Davis is guaranteed.
I call bullshit.
Me too.
I call bullshit.
It says 150 to 200 mil.
That'd be the most any athletes ever made in one event in one night. Where are they getting that money?
It's Netflix.
They make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million. I would
20 million seems realistic. Even because Netflix is bigger than the digital pay-per-view model, so Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lighter weight class. So 20 to even 40, I can get. 40, I can understand.
Push comes to shove, though, you know.
When Canelo's getting that 40. But Javante Davis, he was especially on Showtime, he's a big pay-per-view star. He's a knockout artist. 200 mil is just completely false.
Yeah, I mean,
swipe. What it says? Swipe to read more. What else does it say?
No, there's some. That's part of the original.
It's so much bigger. So much bigger.
I don't get it. Yeah, I don't get it. If you think this is gonna make legitimate box, I just don't get what you're doing. Yeah, this guy gets it. Yeah, that number's not true at all.
Yeah. No way. Way too much money.
Gradually creating a flow to get you on a no way that's real.
Have you guys heard about this? The interview with Ghislaine Maxwell.
I just saw some highlighter saying Trump. She never saw him do anything bad, right?
She never really saw anything, really, right?
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this because she's hoping to get pardoned from Trump?
I think she's doing this so she. My feeling is that there may not have been much to it in terms of like Jeffrey Epstein definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that. But
so her exact quote is, I don't recall ever seeing him for Trump. I don't ever recall ever seeing him in his friends. In fact, she never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way.
To start.
Never seen him in his house.
You're not crossing it out.
I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate in Portugal, never inappropriate with anybody.
Since this is off the
Anytime that I was with him, he was in full respect.
So with that, did you see she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed him? That's interesting.
I do think that she was also like Trump. So when that Steele dossier came out about him having his parties and all those orgies, people were like, "Hey, Trump is
And also,
germaphobe."
I shall add,
There's not a
photo is
shot
like
he would do that. A total germaphobe.
on a
There's
hill.
also that.
So
You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or just saying people?
People were
There's a
like,
second question.
anybody who knows that that's a lie.
By Morris.
Which of course,
So there goes. Just like Maxim, who wants a hard, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird.
No
too.
problem,
I
guys.
never saw him.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, that's shit.
Decisions of what they want.
So with it, you know,
hard for the president to charge somebody who was convicted
kind of threw it at
actually
everybody
taking part in
so that
child in 14 and 15-year-old
we're
girls
going, and if they have some time,
she goes, I do not believe he died
difficult
by
going on
suicide.
because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married. So there's still space. Don't feel pressure that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their time. But like I said, of the people who have registered, of the 104 spaces,
because if he didn't die suicide, these would be like get to anybody.
So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
Alrighty. Here's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend. And Rabbi Rothschild was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese schools.
You just sign on their little Chinese tits?
So I don't know how to do this.
My God.
Yeah, you just gotta ask questions. So don't worry about the handwriting. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can valid too.
They're all
ran
off them.
So I think that's it, right, David?
Outside tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like,
is she gonna get that tattoo? It's weird. I wouldn't expect Chinese.
Yeah, I don't think
ran off.
do you guys?
Yeah, we're out fucking superstars champion. Yeah, UFC's big in China.
yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, huge. They must get a lot of attention.
They're big.
Yeah,
They're actually big in Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like, you go to a Hollywood party, you're like, oh, you know.
Yeah, having dinner with doctors,
A lot of actors though are into it. I can
walking around,
when you get approached by big famous people,
ask questions.
yeah,
Really in-depth experience, I'm sure.
Yeah, the train, like, is he, like, the main guy, Sugar Sean, those guys.
70% of these individuals who are coming at this time
John
are
Jones.
so
Everyone's favorite John
you
Jones.
all know each other.
My favorite.
Baddest man on the planet.
So I'm going to leave it with you, Henry, your last words, and we'll go from there.
So my best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on
All I
Chit
can say is that this is
Was
like,
it? Really? I gotta watch it. Really? What are you talking about?
are saying all these
He talked about John, he talked about, and Chip, dude, he's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was really good. Because he had such a good question. He goes, you know, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, John was 28, he was like 34, if you were the same age in your prime, because you'd be John? And most fighters would be like, absolutely. He went, no, that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard, and he was better. That's it. I would never be able to say. Isn't that interesting?
Sometimes sure.
And then the best thing, you know, all that stuff's fun to talk about, the fun, all that stuff. But, you know, Shannon Sharp, he was talking about kids, and he's like, your son, you're like, why are these, like, he's like, you have a son, he has all the, you know, Olympian captain. You forget how good these
God,
captain. He was a captain, and then also, you know, like heavyweight champion, Strikeforce heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, like literally the greatest resume I've ever seen.
Beats Stipe.
Yeah. So he lost his Stipe too, but he talks about, he's like, so your son has all the resources you do. Because does he have the same chance? You know, and DC's like, no. No, he goes, because I came from nothing, so I wanted to get out of that. So I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, like the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources, and he laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, does wrestling 3 days a week. They work with a personal trainer for his fall. Because I tell my son, like, you have all the resources to make it. And I'm proud of you for buying this. If you make it, great.
But if not, you got me as a dad, so you're still like this. You're not going broke.
Everybody,
he's like, that's those kids that make it. They have no other. There's no other alternative. So those stands, they could. He's like, I was poor here. You're talking about like concrete walls.
Yeah, works in a factory 2 hours away.
That's what he's saying. So he's like, for them, it's there's not like you have to make it or you don't. That's right. He's like, in Americans, it's not like that. So that's so much
alternatives, baby. You got alternatives.
Yeah, because I was talking with the parents last night. We had dinner with the neighbors, and I said my biggest concern, all you guys, because my one neighbor redid his backyard. It's the biggest backyard I've ever seen. And I said, kids that go on to play pro ball, whatever they want to do, don't have this backyard. That's going to be your issue. I said, it's all because Tiger's more athletic than I am, not even close. More athletic, better at sports, same with Boston. But my whole thing was, I didn't have this huge house, I didn't have all these resources, I didn't have private coaching, I wasn't on these all-star teams, I didn't have all that shit. But I wanted to make a name and get out of there and do something more. I couldn't fall back on this. It's desperation. So you want to make a name, you want to make it something. Desperation. So it was football or bust, dude. And I would do any, like you would have to, and I tell Tiger, like, and he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint. You would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. You'd have to, my dad, like, let's go, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog when that dog is in satin sheets at night? What's the answer? What's the answer? When you think about this, and this is what DC Michelle told us, a great fucking example. When you think of like kids whose dads were legends, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of like those kids, they're never as good as their dad. Because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So that guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey, their dads were good. They were great. It's always the kids whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good, and then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, oh shit, I'll work my dad.
In that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. Like, it's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
I don't think, but they have to.
There's that extra gear,
there's just that dog in the kid where it's just like, it's almost like they're born with it, you know? I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball. And like, he was like the effort he was making, like that extra effort. And my friend said, watched a lot of basketball. He just got to be able to fight.
Oh yeah, like dog.
You have to kill that dude. Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Marty Knight describe Michael Jordan, he said about his heart and his dog. Because if he was on the Titanic, it wouldn't have sunk. Yeah. It's fucking a hole for the figure it out.
He's not going out like that. Yeah, I don't know how you get that out of the kiddo.
I think some of it's innate.
And then there's like Kobe grew up pretty nice, right? Like, he grew up nice. And then Steph Curry, yeah, Steph Curry, and when you think about those guys, like their dads were in the NBA, so they grew up around it.
They might have seen, those guys might have seen a window of greatness. They might have been like, if I can do it, I can actually become great.
They also have the resources, because if your dad played in the NBA, you say, man, when you're elbowing like this, you're going to fucking listen. Yes. I don't know what you do. I get it. Yeah, I don't know what to do with kiddos. I don't get it.
These are ones that are accompanied by some force.
I create that fucking dog ham. Because I tell Tiger, there's between me and you at night. Because I would have don't tell him that. Oh no, he has to outdo.
No, but you're just gonna. That's trophy dad shit. Just shut up.
I don't know why people like because he goes, oh really? So you gotta go.
It motivates me.
Completely different. You're dealing with two different.
So he's very
competitive. He's competitive, but you gotta have that by any means necessary.
And this created
he's not
rather untenable situation.
That's what you see, but that's what you see.
Yeah, well, okay. Careful. It's a dicey, it's a balancing act.
It's a balancing act, but Every street's having fun too.
Of course, that's number one. But it's also you gotta be competitive. You gotta compete. Like it's not knocking. Like you never played high level sports. You can tell right away the kids that are at least high school, the kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that.
Well, part of it's just that, if you have a physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro.
No, even that's not enough. So if they're athletic enough to play that level, they're going to get to point in high school if they're playing good enough high school sports or college. Where everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. That's how
but I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens. So there are a lot of stories like that too, where the kids will play a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one. So it just depends.
Yeah, it's a weird balance.
It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance.
You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player.
No,
like that kid never makes it. Right, peaks at 9.
Right. They've done a lot of studies. I've had podcasts with guys like that who look at that data and you're like, wow, it's interesting.
Oh no, like the guy, Big Dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team. Yeah. And you know his dad said? He's like, you need to practice. Check out these. He was like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do these fucking days. So looks like you're gonna get better. And they came back and made the team. Now he's fucking winning them and being home runs. I think he's tied with Iconic. There you go. Gotta get better.
Yeah. And sometimes there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it and you give him a break and moves on. I don't know. It's a balance. It's a delicate. It's a delicate, being father, being coach is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also understand it's serious business.
It's a fine line.
You got all these other people that are doing it
too much. Whenever I do this, my dad's only happy if I fucking ball out, but it's tough because the kids are really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and dad's pissed, they're like, I'm not doing this, dude. That's right. I'm out.
That's right. Or they end up resenting you and they're the best player ever. In which case I say, well done, sir. So I say, well done.
Congrats, Dad. He made it.
Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? Do you not text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet?
It's a fine line.
Do you hate when you're surrounded by all those people? When you can't go to the mall because you'll get mobbed by all the people who think he's a hero? Do you go, damn, I wish my dad had been nice so I could go to this mall, right?
It's a weird thing.
It's a weird thing.
Just when you thought summer couldn't get any hotter, Fudo TV is turning up the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator.
Hello everyone, I'm here with David Price. He is our girl director, and Julia. So excited to see you again.
For free on your
By the way, we're all fully vaccinated. In Portugal, the 6th countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. Tell our audience a little bit about what we expect.
Well, thank you.
We are right now getting the whole boat into a coach mode. So that's quite challenging, but we're slowly getting there. And we're about to cruise in Maduro. All the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there, and then Spanish City, and then we start cruising back down, and obviously one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano communities in the world, in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet crypto George Martinez today. Which for me personally is fascinating. All this is quite difficult.
This is Jim with that policy.
Convince a group of Marranos to talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So, especially looking forward to that. We already established friendship
with leading figures of the community. This is one of the highlights. That's a fair. That's a fair. My friends again in Belmonte, and then we're also welcomed by the Jewish community in Porto.
Nice. He's nice. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before.
I'm not sure how to use it, but my wife said ask any 12-year-old.
You're talking about that guy looks like he's done this to humans. Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that.
Wow, it's amazing.
Look at the way he's. He's not as Russian.
Also, this is a bridge that was designed by the School of
That's a suppressed gun.
Designer of the Eiffel Tower.
Go back again and see that gun.
Right. And one thing they added from last is
he should be protecting the president.
They introduced trams, and one specialty of Porto is that normally most other cities have one set of train. Here we have two.
He went to his house
Together. Signature.
We're going to speak with you more on this camera for right? It's going to be great. Okay. Next video, hopefully, we'll show more cool things. Thank you very much for watching.
So it goes by. It's called
Sevierville,
Tennessee.
I'm here with the ones, my friends and colleagues from the River Boys, and we're listening to beautiful Blue River on a date.
Inside the house,
His eardrums are ringing right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was.
No. So it's so loud if you were there, you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
Yesterday, we're river all the way to the Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca
She said,
tomorrow.
oh my God, I guarantee it.
Touring in Spain.
Like that's how.
Today's a leisurely journey up river. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's starting to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's
As they say, he's
whole day
nice.
tour.
Yeah, boys, ready to go.
It's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. There are, what is a lock? This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Roro River navigable because it has, like, used to have rapids, right?
Yeah.
So,
Hell no, there's no violations.
in the 20th century, the river goes to rise around the river on the other side of that kind of bridge.
Does this guy have a military background?
The river at that level. And by the way, David, I thought you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the river.
This is different. I want a shot bear with a shotgun. Oh, different.
Yeah,
All right,
okay.
kids.
So, anyways, tomorrow, Salamanca.
Come see me.
Shout out to that guy, though.
Yeah, come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
One of the oldest in Europe that was extremely important for graduating
This is a
Jews and crypto
airplane landing, crash landing at a golf course. This is in Australia. And there's some violence.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful city. Somewhat like Jerusalem, you'll hear everything is kind of all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it something. It's a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it. I've been all over Spain.
Good, though. Yeah.
It's really unique. One of my favorite cities.
Quite
So we'll keep watching.
but it does have that kind of, bed.
Easy beach. Easy beach. Of course. Easy. Right away. He was too excited to get down there. I think she's cheesy and shit.
Okay, David, let's get you on this one here.
No, she's good. That dude was just funny.
Yes, get your hands up there. Hi, wait a second. Let me get that here. Okay, go.
That was a smooth ass.
Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort.
And then like a student pilot. I'm not sure who was actually piloting it at the time.
Lost power problem.
Yeah, the cop stops.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power up there.
You just coasted up?
That happened, but the co-pilot broke his foot, and the propellers and the plane was totaled, but he was fine.
Yeah, the plane came back up. Yeah,
he was last year. Yeah, he put that propeller backyard. That's like this. My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and calling me on his cell phone back then. Nobody had cell phones.
He had that big one.
There you go, man. Hey, I'm fired. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, is that funny? Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then I'm in
short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day is insane, but good nights. See you there. See you then, kids. Later.
All right, kids. 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas with the ultimate truck. I'm driving today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. Just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat. I'm wearing Drive Fast All Gas race team. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email phone number, I'm going to send you a little some special discount. So every purchase you get gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's drivefastallgas.com. It's going away in 2 freaking days. Just the Fire Kid Route.
Hi, fam. This is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. The one of one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. The winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad rig. Head on over to drivefastallgas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Joel River, and then
this is really the fighter of the kid.
I mean, basically took a bunch of us in the
Back,
car.
pal. Happy Monday, buddy. Happy Monday. How are you wearing SD?
I was in SD. I like SD. We forget about Southern California. You know, San Diego with that water and that 75 degrees every day. And that all-American windswept.
Yeah, but were you down like PB? Were you in the
Sure was, buddy. I was not my favorite. I was down at Mission, a little honky tonk.
Yeah, like proper downtown San Diego was kind of hooded.
Not kind of, it's not great. But then you get around
Oceanside, all that shit.
Outskirts,
La Jolla.
Yeah, great. Went to work out there. La Jolla is very wealthy white people who look like they're in a musical. Everybody's walking around like they're about to sing or something. There's some money up there.
This is the center.
If you want a super comfy life, you want to stroll the streets and nibble on brunch with your disposable income.
Always the place.
Yeah,
just times royal.
Yeah. And that gym, that Lifetime gym we worked out in, this will be surprising to you, but there are some attractive, very tan people there. A lot of females.
Yeah, like that.
And money, I love that. They were like, you ever see this thing, stat where it's like, people who play tennis live longer than anybody else. Rackets. That's because they're rich. Yes, that's not because they play tennis. It's because when you can afford tennis, you got money, good nutrition,
Privileged white,
less stress.
rich sport.
Yeah, if you have time to play tennis, you get that stress.
No, and you're clearly the upper echelon.
Yeah, you live in the Hamptons.
You find someone that does there's game. Like it's not. It's just where I come from and the people I know. It's just not a thing. If my someone's like, "Dad, I want to play tennis or golf," like, "Fuck, you suck, man."
No, please don't say that. No, please don't jump to that. It's like when I have an argument with Sam Tripoli, and I'll say something very reasonable. He goes, "Brian is power bottom," and that's the thing about me. He starts doing this. Like I'm constantly getting harassed. So can you not turn all golfers and tennis players into cup?
Well, it's just a softer thing, but it's also like it's a very like entitled.
You gotta have some money. You gotta have a coach.
You have money, and you gotta be surrounded by little cucks too. Because think about it. If you take just think about it. If you take 5 boys and you go, "Hey fellas, 5 tennis rackets, or we have a football." And if those 5 boys are going to the football, put some mascara on. Boys, there's also makeup over there.
No, Brendan, please.
Now, it's different if you're like Spanish or you're like born in like
soccer.
Soccer's different, but if you're like Spanish, sure, you're born in Barcelona.
Don't say your head. No, you're doing this now. You're going like this.
Then tennis
it's still a little gay. You're saying. I feel like you're still.
It's just soft.
No, it's not, dude.
It is.
No.
It's a softer vibe.
Tennis is a very
word. Yeah. So looking ballerinas work.
No, man.
Gymnastics work. Swimming work.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. If you have a young boy who's like 9, it's like, no, we're going, I'll take the tennis. Hold on. He doesn't say, I'll take the tennis racket. Don't say it like that. He does this. If he's tall, strong, and athletic, it's like, listen, in America, please. It's like, Dad, it's the same footwork as boxing. I want to play some tennis. Dad, I don't want to get punched in the face. I don't want to get punched in the face. That shaft and hit balls. Right? No, bro. No, it's not, dude. Please. It's like it's a very competitive, aggressive sport, man. Yeah. So please, I come off the ground when I hit that. I want to play tennis because the ball. I'm gonna hit the ball 120 miles an hour. That's fine. Yeah. Very competitive world sport. Want to make all the money? That's just not all American boys do. Come on, man. It's a very Cali, Florida camp. You go to camp. You go to tennis camp. You have a coach. You get a psychological coach. You get it's a lot of money. It's a technique. That'd be so disappointing. Would you? No, it's a beautiful sport, and it's a lot of money if you can make it to the top. People make it to the top. Really, any pro sport. I think Ari he did the number 8 girl in the world, and he said she had so much money. Endorsements, especially that attractive. Yeah, she was. You either got to be really attractive or just be a warlock, but beat everybody. Yes. There's some dime piece guys on that tour too, 6'6", like Taylor Fritz, 6'6", handsome. The guys, some of these guys are that Italian guys, handsome guys, 6'6", 6'5". Funny big boys, 210. Pick up a ball, run in here. Come on, man, please. Listen. Don't tell them to run into each other. Place where the crowd and you're the crowd all the time. Right? Come on, it's just different. Like the big boys like New Zealand, the Kiwis. Oh yeah. All them to play tennis. Go to their village. Former function of the building. They're playing the sun all and go, hey, I know you guys are huge. Listen, who wants? There's not a lot of Samoan tennis players. He's too big, too tall. Too tough. You gotta be just too tough. You gotta be better than that. It's just not. You gotta play for a long time. Body breaks down. In the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish bar was here, and you gotta have tennis. You gotta be the first person that played in the Gothic period. Only it's not. There's not gonna be a lot of tech. Edifices were built. Probably not. All right, man. Let's move on. Because people were not really able to build anything absolutely sure. Except for the racquetball. Let's play racquetball. That's what they're going to do. Yeah, sure. The synagogues very often also. Just kind of very good body for tennis. Correct. Tall, skilled, and every workshop. He's an athletic guy. This might have been the case again. Sure. Moreover, if you can hit it from the outside, look at the area. Athletic guy. He's pretty good at it. He actually hit sort of a. They say Italian. But do you see where society's going? Like pickleball, flag football. Do you see what's going on here? I had a conversation with Gordon Ryan. Did you hear him? He was talking about how he said I'm not athletic. He said I'm not athletic, and so my game jiu-jitsu is one of control. I said I was like, yeah, you are. Like you're the go. You're not athletic. But his ability to really feel where you're going to be 3 steps ahead. All that's part of being athletic. No, it's no different. What is the difference? Like John Jones. If John Jones is in a group of NFL players, he's not considered athletic. He's not. Can't run fast. Not exposed to ironically. He's just not there. That's why fighting. Yeah, that's different. But that's one metric about it. No, it's a difference. What day? How do you just like a dominant chess player?
Oh no, that we know.
Best quarterback, best fighter, two guys that are not that athletic. Best quarterback? Yeah, so Tom Brady. I mean, this is slower than most. All that stuff. You would list Tom Brady as like the best athlete. Yeah, you can see that. But then there's like guys like Lamar Jackson.
exactly the right part of the course.
Yes, can throw 60 yards from his knees or sitting down and stuff. But having said all that,
One master's
still would choose. You still choose gamesmanship.
Well, you want both, and that's what you want.
Yeah.
Wow.
Athletic,
This is
but
literally
also
what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with
Yeah,
Jewish heritage.
but that's part of being an athlete.
What? The crypto-Jewish heritage.
And so I would say that makes you athletic.
So you're literally on the very thing.
Travis Kelce, right? Part of what makes him a great athlete is finding the holes in the open stretch.
let's say we put Travis Kelce's brain in your body. He's not touching the NFL.
That's right.
The reason he's in the NFL is he's around 4'5" and 40, 6'6". 4'5", 4'6". He's that right? Very fast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You got it both, but I'm saying that someone like Gordon Ryan is definitely athletic. I would say very strong.
He's definitely athletic. Yeah. Being strong, it's part of it, but the athleticism.
So this building here is really kind of fascinating. There's a lot of promise for.
You have to include all of those factors. If you have people who are as John Jones, Tom Brady, yet they're not as quote-unquote athletic by certain measurements, you have to expand your metric for how we measure an athlete.
But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque.
For the most part,
you want to say John's on
Gretzky, same thing. Slow, I think he had the skate speed. But he had the slow speed. Like, look it up. His slap shot wasn't as fast. His skate speed. Now, having said that, he did beat a bunch of guys in sprint, including, like, great athletes. But typically, he wasn't considered athletic in terms of his skate speed.
Also, it has
was not considered a slow player. Okay. That's some 6 years.
It doesn't have
He was the fastest young player reached the 1,000
architecture that you would identify with
intelligence, anticipation,
still a lot of
skill
questions
set.
as to what exactly the skill
This is
is.
anticipation,
Is it in the right
intelligence,
place?
skill. You have to mix
with athletic ability. He was one of the fastest on skates.
He wasn't one of the fastest on skates.
He's definitely fast. He was known for his speed quickness.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
You gotta give credit to David Krause, who really spent some architecture.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
By the way, so he was he blocked the 7.2 in the run in the 60-year national share. Still, what made him great though was his ability to see the ankles and see things.
But he doesn't get there unless he's athletic. Yeah, unless he's really explosive.
Standing right now,
at the pro level,
major square.
You can't just be a great, know the game, be a great
planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. And I'm looking at these trees over my right shoulder.
That's just
see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous large growths. Shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were mostly distended and torn. And this right behind me is where the recorded untold stuff happened in Portugal. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing Judaism, which also associated with witchcraft and many other things, they were executed here on this square. It was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions. All of the rest were cities like fascinating, I think. Ironic that they tried to rebuild the area.
It's been a shit.
It's also that you know that John III introduced the Inquisition he had 11 children.
Could just be a coincidence.
All of them
Again, it could be a coincidence, but
I'm not trying it again.
It was like I was doing her take with Jillian Michaels and Anna Kasparian, and it was really Palestinian thing, and I just kept going back to the fact that this shit's been going on since the Old Testament. The Gaza is mentioned 22 times, just about certain things, like certain things that just maybe they're destined to happen. Like maybe sometimes there's certain things out there that you can't measure. You can talk about gods all you want, but it's been going on since the Bible was written.
And I don't think their take is going to figure that out.
That's how I feel. I'm like, my take ain't going to make a difference here. It's not going to make a dent. Sometimes I feel like when you start following politics, it's a little bit like following the weather. You have an opinion? Cool. You know?
Yeah.
More and more as I get older, I'm starting to be like, I don't think I want to have any opinion. I'm just not going to. I don't have anything to add. This is what we're talking about with Rogan. Like, he's our good friend, but he has such interesting people on the podcast that sometimes I wonder, like sometimes when I talk to him, I'm like, I don't know if I have much to add here. With all your really interesting people that you talk to. Now obviously we're friends and we talk about dumb shit and stuff, but
we'll talk about all shit, just like friends and some people like that vibe, but Rogan's blueprint is it's guest driven. It's not based off his ability to experience things.
But what I do now is when I want to know about a supplement or I want to know about something, I call him because he knows a lot because he's had everybody on.
Yeah, like his isn't like what his weekend was. He's not sharing family stuff. His longevity wise, similar to how much.
Do you ever hear like the expression? I think Lady Bird Johnson said, "Average people talk about events, or like average people talk about people. Medium minds talk about events, and great minds talk about ideas." Like here and there's some people gossip. And that's their whole life. And they like to hear about how other people are not doing well. That'd be a fucking lazy mind, right? It's usually somebody who's just on online hating. And then there are people that talk about events. So there's what's going on in the world, and everybody has an opinion and they're all mad about it and stuff like that. And then there are people that talk about larger, broad ideas. Probably.
You're talking about skill set, talent. That's not us.
Yeah. Well, I read a lot about ideas and stuff like that.
Yeah, but it's just not.
But in terms of like original ideas,
no.
Having
It's also not that entertaining.
It's not. Well, comedy. We want to do comedy.
Yeah, which you catch up, you shoot the shit. It's like
standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Court High, the source of life synagogue, also known as the Missouri Shul, named after a major benefactor. This is a synagogue that was created for the emerging crypto
Jackson's.
Really one of the most.
Are they an outdoor company?
After spending an entire week
Real Tree Camp was it.
That looks so much like First Life. So I can go talk on TV.
Yes, the thing.
After
Just take it.
the thing about interesting is coming surging after like places like this.
I like being cold.
Yeah. Yeah, man. With the pod, yeah, I agree with you. It's like some podcasts are just based on guest driven, and that's one way to do it. A lot of people do that, and then like but some of the ball driven. So it's like there's a place for all of it.
Yes.
The crime shit that I listen to, it's like they're never gonna run out of content. Like they'll break down crimes from 1981 and shit. People are always dying, so they're never gonna run out of content. Never.
You gotta read that book. I think it's The Murder Room. You gotta read that. I think you'd love it.
Yeah,
The FBI profile. The way he breaks down shit, you're like,
Incredibly,
they know who you are and who you are.
For hundreds of years. Some of them
are
incredible.
Well, I need some advice from you guys. You guys have been in Texas longer than I have, and yeah, but I mean, you can tell like different animals and bugs and stuff.
No, buddy, I've had all sorts of shit on my house.
So I've been tripping. So the last 2 weeks, I heard stuff like in my attic, in the living room or in my bedroom. So ghost. No, before I was like, well, it must be like a squirrel or something. I sound like it's the boss. But then I was in my bed. And finally, I heard
this is the kind of place
like someone's walking on the roof. That's right. That's what it sounds.
learning the mistake of
All right, thanks for the advice, guys. Yeah, I feel like I literally took my gun and I went outside to look at the roof of someone's house. No. So something's in the attic. It's like pointing at a ghost, but if it's not a ghost,
This is sandstone. The stone we use using money is a sandstone. And this is with on in our reverberation. I don't think that crushed at the time. That's what Carolina break. Okay? And the pros and cons with this stone. As the pros is that you can do lovely carving. The pros.
The building right behind me was actually the base address of Salamanca. It's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this gives you a sense of the size and grandeur up until the 14th.
some freaking homeless person.
What happened at Salamanca was spared the reservation of the 1591 and mass conversion that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until
of course it's be an accident.
actually came to Salamanca for several months here. I have some ideas and theories as to perhaps why Martha really got asked for
There's also that.
You're so lonely. Mathematics, linguistics, you spend too much time around your house.
It's quite ironic in the background here.
Hey, Jenny, you want a dating app?
Prior, one of the most famous figures from this country. He was, as we shall discuss tonight, crypto juice. He was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian.
Let's take a little break, man. The rivalries, the highlight reels, the breakout stars. Dude, it's my favorite kind of football. We talking college football is back. It's your time to score big on Big Six with DraftKings. Make your favorite players, QBs, running backs, receivers. Four or less on two or more player stats. All right? Yeah, it's Ohio State kicking it off. What? And the upside, massive. Outplay the field and Big Six dishes out payouts way beyond the minimums. Your DraftKings just dropped $5 on your first bank set, and you'll score 50 bonus Pick Six picks. Right? Download DraftKings Pick Six app. Use the code FIGHTER to get $50 in picks. And ride the upside with Pick Six all season long. Pick players, stack upsides, build your bag. And partnership with DraftKings Pick Six, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 888-79-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Connecticut must be 18 and over age, and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Pick Six now available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Only one prohibited, one for new customer. Bonus awarded as non-withdrawable. Pick Six bonus picks that expire in 14 days. See 24/25 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Terms at pick6.draftkings.com/promos. But don't worry, I'm good. I don't need dating apps. If I think a girl's cute, I literally walk up to her person. Hey, that's not on top of that shit. Yeah, and guess what? Sometimes it didn't work. It was super embarrassing. I saw girls It's pigeon out for fucking dogs. But you'll learn.
With this kind of furniture.
Your bitches aren't into pigeons.
And I had to do charges for everything. Okay, we need to just do stuff together. Right now.
Oh man, maybe next time.
Nobody was proud of that damn thing. He got to like whoever was like when he was younger, he would like really famous people and be like, "Hey, can I ask you a question? Like when you look at these cards," and they'd be like, "What?" And he would just start doing the trick.
Yeah.
And then blow your mind. Yeah. Like just put it up and you're like,
we're talking about chin.
And then this is what happens.
We're talking about chin hiding pigeon.
Famous people will go, wait. And you go and they walk away.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history.
I cannot understand.
You should go. You have had a day of playing? I'm not him. But watch this.
My tricks with cigarettes. Dude, that's the best part. If you could smoke in here, I would show you some of it.
What did you say, Richard?
Because I used to smoke.
Judaism was able to survive.
Because that's what you. If you're at there's a cigarette patio, and some girls, they're always want to bum the cigarette off you. They just start a conversation with you. So you just hang out there waiting for the parade. I wouldn't do it on purpose, but anytime I get a girl smoke,
there was
would say it's like 50, 60, 40. I think, honestly, if the girl is somewhat interested in you, she's going to let you do that. You just think it's stupid or whatever. It's just being able to approach and talk. That's not a long thing. Guys don't do that because they're too scared.
You're opening lines. I've never seen a 6 foot 3 inch.
They had, carte blanche, wherever they wanted, go to Ireland, learning to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the
give me the rampage stuff.
These crypto Jews, because they were
so just play the video first.
Practicing
What's happening? Yeah, so he was live on So he gets invited to this wrestling match in LA.
By the time he gets to the 15th century,
he's in on it. It's work. And he gets there, and the guy comes out and slams a empty can on his head. And he feels disrespected. He wants to fight the guy there. I guess the guy apologizes to him, like, dude, this is what we do. Like, you can't fucking wrestle match. And then another wrestler goes, don't saw that. Another wrestler goes, don't worry, you can't get him back. I got your back. Go as hard as you want, I got your back. So then he's ringside. He's on kick. It's a toxic environment. The haters and trolls are talking shit. They tie him up. Like, oh, you're gay. You're a bitch. I never do shit. Say, I bet I will. Well, I'm going to fuck this dude up. Watch this. If I get 50 whatever subs, I'll knock this dude out. And I'm like, dude, say last, watch this. And he goes in there because this was planned. He slams him, knocked the guy out.
So
and then
this
he just
imposition was
gets him round unloads 18 unanswered shots, 22 skull fracture, facial fracture. Wow. Yeah.
In 1492,
I've seen it actually. I'm sorry to see it. It's so brutal. It's so bad. And it's so insane. You gotta be crazy to do that. Was Rampage watching it?
It was
something else with another street. So you gotta just entry.
You and I both have sons, right? And this is where you just go, because he has a great relationship with his son. I love watching them mess with each other. And this is where you just go, what are you doing? What are you doing? What happened? Are you this crazy?
I don't think he's crazy. I think online got to him when he's a young kid.
Got off online
some fame. And he's reading the comments. Because that's the way they think kick works. And they're calling him a bitch and he's soft. So he's getting all this backlash. He's like, oh, fuck, he's a young kid. It's irrational.
He's saying this, it's worth it. It's worth it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't realize it. It's not. So he's going to watch this. I'll show you. I'm no bitch. It's like, dude, I was telling Chin on the shop show. It's like when you're in elementary school and all those kids will jump around and you go, fuck, fight. They're spectators, they just want pure chaos because they have no skin in the game. They're not going to get in trouble. So like, yeah, punch your face. Like, you do it. No one will do it. It's these online trolls encourage him because he doesn't realize it.
He's going to get in real trouble.
I think he's going to arrest him today.
I think he would jail.
I think now it depends if the wrestler, Psycho Stu, or what the fuck his name is, presses charges.
I don't think you need to press charges. I think the state can press charges.
And then,
so
this is assault. This is
it was a work, and he just went over the top. He didn't know.
This is felony assault, and the prosecutors will probably try to bring up an attempted murder charge. He's in shit. He's in
DHL Rampage space up.
Yeah, Rampage loves his son. You wish the best because I feel for Rampage.
That's basically
it's so puzzling.
Let's look specifically
what are you doing?
It's
like trying to live in your dad's.
Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean.
How's he
Actually
doing?
a very
He's got
good
just like his old
hills.
He's obviously a great father. He knows his son.
I think it's one of the most
you have your son. He's young, dumb, full of cum. He's just a. Sometimes when you're young, you're a complete moron.
Irrational and didn't realize the fuck he's doing.
This kid will look back on his life when he's 45 and go, oh my god.
How did you think about if he spends 5 years in prison?
It's very possible.
Yeah.
see
It's very
the
possible.
Douro
And
River is
frankly,
primarily at the
I
top.
don't have an argument for why he shouldn't be punished here. No, I woke up this morning. I knew last night before I took Rampage. Originally, I was starting talking. I go, how can I defend him? I didn't see the video. I'm like, what's going on there? How can I
But
defend
the other
him? I'm
two
on
were quite a
Rampage.
bit further south.
I get all the things. I watch them like,
The
they
region
know
of the
defending
Douro
this.
River,
Tough.
which is
No,
dotted
there's
with
nothing. You
hilltop
can't do it.
settlements, it was
Could have killed the
basically
guy, actually. And the guy may not be the same, by the way.
big urban
That's
centers.
like, he's in stable but critical condition. He is. Oh, he's in critical condition.
Then
Oh,
now,
he's in real shit.
but
It's very possible. Frankly, is he conscious? The guy?
Basically,
I didn't hear him. Can you look up? Can you look that up? The last one I saw was that was horrible. And they didn't know what was going on. Because he was shooting so much. He was supposed to originally go in there and do something, but not that. Like him slamming the mat's fine.
Sexiest workers says,
I get the chance to speak with him.
This basically was the situation.
This case is not as positive as I know.
as you says,
Year,
as a sheepdog.
Jewish engineer was in the region, and he had like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking
That is so
people
bad.
said, whatever you do, don't do business with those
Wow,
people.
says Wrestler Psycho still in stable but critical condition. 5 hours ago. So that's probably almost stable but critical. So bad. So bad. So what exactly is stable but critical?
Years later,
It means
goes out there, and
it's not getting any worse. They stabilized him, but you know,
funny
he's
story.
still
They don't believe
on
he's
all
Jewish at
these
first.
machines.
Only after meeting specifically
They
with
can
the
go
village
south.
elder,
Yeah, they gotta
who quizzes
watch
him,
it.
gives him
Rothschild
a hair
and
and exam on the spot, and he's able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally says, "Oh, he's Jewish," and in fact, they accept it. So these little
critical means a person has life-threatening condition critical.
were able
Their
to
vitals are
shelter
not currently
Jewish
deteriorating.
populations
And again, not getting worse.
and interviewing fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking
So
forward
since
to
the
going there.
situation is grave, it could be worse. The immediate crisis passed. The patient's health is holding steady for now. Allow medical staff to focus on treatment rather than reacting to rapid changes. Yeah, that is major brain damage. What was he thinking? Everyone agrees. It was so hard to watch.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River,
Because I'm kicking like that, I'm gonna fuck this dude up. Because I'm gonna knock him out. Right? Say, the cops on one thing that's not watching this.
Let me just tell you what.
I was out for a long time. 22 times. Even not pronounced to
diplomat was also Jewish origins, which means
and he's like
his parents were likely converted from the forced conversion of 1967 in Portugal.
Really bad.
He was born around
1552,
but died
some serious time.
1552.
And any money he makes for a long time. It depends if that psycho depends if that
persecuting other Portuguese.
If that psycho stew
I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007. There was some other research that was obviously not updated their article, and I found a great article by Carlos Manuel's team at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James based on Vatican archives that were recently updated. He's with the Contagion Death Alberto Benedicte. Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children. He was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity.
All right, what do you think about this one? This is going to be in 2026. Southwest Airlines is having people that are plus size by 2 tickets. When I sit in those seats, I'm very narrow, and it's hard. And if I'm sitting next to a really big guy like I was yesterday, the worst breath in the world, and
King Manuel
he was
had like a large
spilling in it. I see, yeah, but you have to see
Spain,
and
didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal.
It's rare that it happens, so it's not like it's like, oh my God, thank God, finally. But the rare occasion you get that big boy next to you, it's so expensive for people like that. That's $800. instead of 400, that makes a big difference.
For that act,
If it's not so much, save money for your flight.
Well, that would be
off
the idea. If you're not going to fly much, if you can't afford it.
He did so for quite a while.
Again,
Our hero,
I mean, some people are really just too big for those seats. They just are.
Remember that girl with the big butt?
Actually,
That Brazilian girl, she had like a giant ass.
My wife took a picture. She flew back from Mexico, and she was this gigantic
He
woman.
actually lost.
She was like, look at this. She was just spilling. There's no other word for it. Into her section. Come on.
Our next one is Lil Nas X. Walking.
This was, I thought this was like a publicity thing. Like, two thoughts on this. Little Nas X coming out? Yeah, I was like, I don't know what he's doing. I thought it was like a party. It was like, meanwhile, walking around his tight ways. Two thoughts on this. One is, well, one thought. The tight ways look so good. And he's got a very good one. He's in great shape. Well, but it's he's got a decent shape. Now, is he hallucinating?
Wow.
He's in California. They said OD'd on drugs and went to the
Wow,
hospital.
it's a boy, but it's actually Chihuahua. Anyway, sorry for that.
I wonder maybe if
Chihuahua the third.
he's
He's OD. He's tripping.
He's tripping. He's tripping. He's not high or drunk.
And that's in Hall. Been on that road many times. Never saw anything like that. But that's really late at night. General car check. 4 a.m. Yeah, that's all.
You know what? Somebody gets boring. Money gets boring. You got to shake it up a little bit sometimes. Put a cone on your head. Walk around.
But why did they arrest him?
They arrested him.
They put him in handcuffs.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we're told to find him still walking down the middle of the road.
Right.
After Nas charged at the officers, subdued and put him in handcuffs. I'm sure medics just possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge at all.
It still face charges, but I'm sure he's not. And he's treated at a hospital. He's just tripping on the streets.
Yes.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it feels like ketamine and people
Went to Pope Clement the Seventh.
He took his pants off. You can't have that.
I did so many mushrooms that I don't remember anything.
A year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull.
I was told.
Formally allowing the Inquisition to come.
Yeah,
with this bag of money,
I'll tell you, I was your chance because
apparently I was in the Inquisition.
And it wasn't only Pope
really
yelling a word.
Paul the Third was also very involved with the
It's so bullshit. Mushrooms made you that? You sure was something else?
1970.
You're doing mushrooms.
I was in hell.
You're doing ayahuasca.
7 grams of mushrooms. I thought I was.
Oh yeah, those.
Apparently I was asking for a manager because I was in hell. I kept asking for a manager.
I was curled up in his underwear and just farting profusely. And was yelling a word. Dude, it's so funny. You told me that story. Dude, you gotta try it. I can't do the fuck.
You know, you learn when you have many mushrooms. Don't do mushrooms.
Wow.
I mean, not even love it.
That's the
man.
It's not good.
I don't remember any of it.
So
dude, all those dude, mushrooms.
I was like, you were having a hard time. I go like, what do you mean? And you were just like, not everybody was coming after you when you were trying to like help. You were saying things to like,
we can't be rescued. He was actually
let's take a little break because this podcast brought to you by Progressive Insurance. You're thinking about switching insurance companies to see if you can save some cash? Well, Progressive makes it easier. Just drop in some details about yourself and see if you're eligible to save money when you bundle your home and auto policies. The process only takes minutes, and it could mean hundreds more in your pocket. So visit progressive.com after this episode to see if you could save. Progressive Cashback Insurance Company affiliates potential savings will vary, not available in all states. Take a little break. Guys, really did. Just come see me and Robin at good nights. That's the first thing I want to say.
I want to say.
And I
I need auto parts.
Dude, my shop's up and running. I need car parts, so I head over to my friends at O'Reilly Auto Parts. They're in the business of keeping your car on the road. O'Reilly Auto Parts offers friendly, helpful service and parts and knowledge you'll need for all your maintenance and repairs, whatever you're looking for. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock, either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in the jam. They don't have it, they order it, shows up the next day. It's that easy. Ask them what they got in the back there in stock. They usually have it, right? So whether you're a car expert or a rookie like Brian, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, best of all, super friendly. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. Alrighty, Jalen, Brendan, you know what you're running? Yeah. There you go. His father was arrested for attempted murder.
Not only
so apparently his car
returned to
dinged another person's car or vice versa, and he got pissed off.
He actually
ended up stabbing this guy's stomach multiple times.
To
what? Parking lot.
It's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of
so
that
he stabbed him a bunch of times in the stomach because they bumped into each
not
other.
only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So maybe just some kind of empty calendar. But what we can
so he dinged the door of the navigator.
Very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese.
So the homeboy got out of the car, comes across. They got out of his car to check out the damage, but Brown brushed it off instead of simply a bump before calling it a bitch ass. After back and forth, the two agreed to duke it out, but when Cross' back was turned, Brown pulled out an object from his right side and swung his arm in stabbing motion, striking the coach in his back. Did he kill him? No, it's attempted murder.
What are you doing?
Hello, fellow students.
The one stated Brown 7 foot tall, 300 pounds.
Oh my God! I'm really excited about Mayor Kaiser.
Shoulder,
oh my God,
back, abdomen.
1829.
So he's up
7 feet tall, 300 pounds.
Weird, because his son's not that tall.
And the 5'9", 160-pound guy, which is actually smaller than me. Hey, dude, don't fight that guy. Look at the size.
He was trained as a rabbi.
You don't want to fight a giant with a knife. Also, did you need the knife, 7-footer?
Yeah, it's some big ass shit. Why would you take a knife out over a thing? I had some issues. Look at the size of it. So the guy's in critical condition.
And one of his greatest political teachers was none other than Samson Raphael, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very involved especially in the fight for civil rights, which was a major enterprise of the middle of the 19th century.
Well, he's going to
look
jail.
at him as a historian. He made his fame with two volumes that shifted their mood in Spanien and Portugal.
There we go,
The
baby.
history of the
I take a little break because my bed back when the Hummer was stuck.
Yeah,
those are the
Uneven. You and Jim.
uneven on that.
He would later
Like when you see a
follow up
giant
with
Hummer,
single
but a real Hummer that's
stand-up
uneven on a lift, you're like, ooh, that doesn't look safe at all. I was like,
so one of them was translated
scary.
is still in print. Christopher
Very
Columbus and the participation of the Jews in
Alright, what do you got, Jim? Alright, how about this? Gervonta
Another
Davis is
really interesting thing
guaranteed.
about
I
that
got bullshit.
particular
Me too.
I got bullshit. It says 150 to 200 though. No, that'd be the most any athletes ever made in one event in one night. Where are they getting that money? And it's Netflix. Okay. Mike Tyson didn't make that. Jake Paul didn't make that.
20 million, I would believe.
Why do I think
20 million seems realistic. Even because Netflix is bigger than the digital pay-per-view model, so Javante is a big pay-per-view draw, especially for being a lighter weight class. So 20 to even 40 I can get.
certainly is a
I can understand. Push comes to shove, though, you know, like 20. Canelo's getting that. But Javante Davis, he was especially on Showtime, was a big star. He's a knockdown artist. 200 mil is just completely false. I mean, swipe, what is this? Swipe to read more, what else does it say?
tried to make
Oh,
their
there's
way
the,
around
that's part from the original.
God, Jake is so
But the
much bigger.
Portuguese Jews,
Yeah,
who had a
So
rather
much bigger.
different experience,
I get it.
received less
Yeah.
attention.
But
Even though they
if
were
he thinks this is going to
quite
be
important,
legitimate
shaping
box, and I just don't get what you're doing.
identity. The reason is
Yeah.
because
This guy gets
the
it. Yeah, that
Spanish
number's not
Jews
true at
essentially
all.
had the choice in 1492
No way.
either accept baptism or leave. Right? That was why they were
was such a large there had been a large number of
I just heard about this. The interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. I saw some highlight her saying Trump, she never saw him do anything bad, right?
She never did anything, really, right?
Now, here's my question. Is she doing this hard for Trump?
That was less of a
I think she's doing this so she.
There was a very different story because so many of those Spanish
in terms of like Jeffrey Epstein definitely was a scumbag. She helped him with that. But
so her exact quote is, I don't recall ever seeing I don't ever recall ever seeing him in the house, for instance. I never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting.
And that only lasted for about years. In 1497, there was a mass engineered by the Portuguese government. And all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese ones who had lived there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations.
So when that she did say she doesn't think Epstein killed himself. That's interesting.
I do think that she was also like Trump. So when that Steele dossier came out about him having piss parties and all those orgies, people were like, "Hey, Trump is germaphobe. There's not a shot he would do that. A total germaphobe." So there's all that. You know, I mean, a lot of this is just bullshit.
She said that, or
people were like, "Anybody knows that that's a lie." Which, of course,
so there goes. Just like Maxwell, who wants to pardon, says she never saw Trump. That's how I take it a little bit of grain of salt. I'd be singing like a bird tail. I never saw him. Let me out, dude. I didn't see shit. So you be a little careful with it, you know?
It's hard for the president to pardon somebody who was convicted of agitating part in child in with 14 and 15-year-old girls being sexually raped, really.
There she goes. I do not believe he died by suicide.
Wow.
I do not believe he died by suicide.
And do you believe that just recently to any speculation or view of who killed him?
You don't want to mess around. You don't want to say that.
Born to a crypto-Jewish family.
Because if he didn't die by suicide, these are people like me to anybody.
Inwardly practicing Judaism, but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid depredation.
Here's a real quick one. UFC was in China this past weekend, and Ismail was there, and this is him signing autographs for some Chinese girls. You're signing on their little Chinese tits?
Which was in France, just south of the region of Bordeaux, where more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man went back to Spain. Again,
they're all ran off, don't they?
How signing tits is universal. No matter what culture, it's like.
Is she gonna get that tattoo? It's weird. I wouldn't expect Chinese girls to be doing this. They're all.
Church, there was a whole
series of fucking superstars champion of the UFC. Yeah, UFC's big in China.
Yeah, like when those guys go to places like Dubai and stuff like that, they're huge. They must get a lot of attention.
They're big, yeah.
They're actually big in Hollywood. Fighters are known in Hollywood. Like he can go to a Hollywood party and people are like, oh, you know, a lot of actors.
As soon as he got the opportunity,
a lot of actors that were into it. I mean, you got approached by pretty famous people.
Yeah,
the hybrid.
While he was in Jamaica,
yeah, the trail, like Izzy, like the main guys, Sugar Sean, those guys.
Sitting in the prison.
John Jones.
Everybody wants to be around John Jones. Baddest man on the planet.
Published in 1720. That's really his amazing thing. Let's have a quick look at it.
So the best interview I've heard in a long time was DC on Chad Chubb.
Was it? Really? I'm gonna watch it. Really? What did he talk about?
He talked about John. He talked about Janet. Dude, he's such a good interview.
He's such a good interview.
Dude, he was so good. Because he had such a good question. He goes, you know, you lost to John, but you said it was the best you've ever been. Do you think if you were younger, because remember, John was 28, he was like 34, if you were the same age in your prime, you could beat John. And most fighters would be like, absolutely. He said, no, because that was the best I've ever been. I worked so hard, and he was better. That's it. I would never beat him.
That's it.
And then
sometimes
the best thing was, all that stuff's fun to talk about, the fighting and all that stuff. But, Shannon Sharp was talking about kids, and he's like, your son, he's like, why are these, he's like, you have a son, he has all the resources, and you were, Olympian, captain Olympian, you forget how good these are.
God, two-time Olympian, he was captain of the team,
captain. He was a captain, and then also, heavyweight strikeforce heavyweight champion, UFC heavyweight champion, literally the greatest resume I've ever seen.
Beat Steve.
Yeah. So he lost his leg, but he talks about, he's like, so your son has all the resources you do. He goes, does he have the same chance? And DC's like, no. He goes, because I came from nothing, so I want to get out of it. So I have that dog in me. My son, and he was like, because he was asking, he goes, the Dagestani wrestlers, why are they so good? He goes, it's not that they're so good, they're not better at wrestling than us. It's that they come from nothing. So the only way they can get out is through fighting and wrestling. So they're just willing to do more than our kids are. He was like, my son has all the resources, and he laid out a schedule similar to mine. He's like, he does weight training 4 days a week, does wrestling 3 days a week. He works with a personal trainer for his football. And he's like, tell my son, you have all the resources to make it. I'm proud of you for putting your best foot forward and trying this. If you make it, great. But if not, you have me as a dad. So you're still, you're not going broke. You're good. He's like, those kids that make it, they have there's no other alternative. So those Dagestans, he's like, I was born here. They're horrible. You're talking about concrete walls.
Works in a factory 2 hours away.
That's what he's saying. So he's like, so for them, it's the way that life. There's not you have to make it or you don't. That's right. He's like, in Americans, it's not like that. So that's why they're having so much
alternatives, baby. Alternatives.
Yeah, because I was talking with the parents last night at dinner with the neighbors, and I said my biggest concern, all you guys, because my one neighbor redid his backyard, it's the biggest backyard I've ever seen. And I said, kids that go on whatever they want to do don't have this backyard. That's gonna be your issue. I said it's all our issues because Tiger's more athletic than I've been close. More athletic, better at sports. Same with Boston. But my whole thing was, I didn't have this huge house. I didn't have all these resources. I didn't have private coaching. I was on these all-star teams. I didn't have all that shit. But I wanted to make a name and get out of there and do something more. I couldn't fall back on this. Desperation. So you want to make it name, you want to make it some desperation. So it was football or bust, dude. And I would do any, you would have to, and I tell Tiger, he's better now, but when he first started, when the coach would to warm up for practice, all right, guys, sprint. You would have to kill me to beat me. I wouldn't leave the field. You'd have to, my dad, let's go. I'm like, nope, 5 more. Nope, 5 more. Tiger doesn't have that. So my whole question for all the dads out there, how do you create that dog? When that dog is in that sheets at night, what's the answer? What's the answer? And when you think about this, and this is what DC and Shannon are talking about, is a great example. When you think of kids whose dads were virgins, Barry Bonds, Ken Griffey, not Ken Griffey, Michael Jordan, Tom Brady. When you think of those kids, they're never as good as their dads because they don't have that same dog in them. They just don't. So then they were talking about a guy like Barry Bonds and Ken Griffey. Their dads were good, but they weren't great. It's always the kids whose dad played some pro or they're pretty good. And then they put down that knowledge to their kiddo, and they're like, "Oh shit, I'm gonna outwork my dad."
In that sense, you have to make it really fun for the kid. It's got to be always a very enjoyable experience and a challenging experience.
But they have to.
There's that extra gear, though.
There's just that dog in the kid where it's just it's almost like they're born with it. I don't know what you do. I don't know the answer.
I remember watching Jason Kidd play basketball, and he was in a game, and he was just it was the effort he was making, that extra effort. And my friend said, watched a lot of basketball, goes, God, he'd be a bitch to fight.
Oh yeah,
dog. You have to kill that dude.
Dog.
Yeah. And my favorite expression, the best way I've ever heard Artie Lang describe Michael Jordan, he said about his heart and his dog. If he was on the Titanic, he wouldn't have sunk. He would have plugged a hole through the hair. It's not going out like that.
I will share this.
I don't know. That's probably the best way to get that out. But I think some of it's innate. It's just so. And then you have like Kobe grew up pretty
already
nice, right? He grew up nice. And then Steph Curry, Steph Curry, when you think about those guys, like their dads when they made, they grew up around it. They might have seen those
amount of information to the second installment. So,
there's something because if you'll be able to install this and once again, the opportunity to enrich our present, understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to our intern, and thank you so much. I tell you, that's what you mean, you at night.
Thank you so much, Robert. I
know, don't tell me.
I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual studio. In a hotel room in Toronto.
Really? And so it motivates me. Completely different. So he's very competitive. Competitive, but you gotta have that to where, like, by any means necessary.
Why don't I start with a
that's what you see.
That's what you see. Get ready for the material. So joke goes like this.
Careful.
I apologize.
It's a balancing act. It's a balancing act, but you of course, that's number one, but it's also you gotta be competitive.
The demographic that usually comes to my lectures,
it's not knocking. Like, you never played high level sports, you can tell right away the kids that are at least gonna play high school. The kids that don't compete in whatever it is, they're not good. They're just not. They just don't have that. They don't have that. Part of it's just that, if you have physical makeup to be something like a D1 player or pro, even that's not enough. So if they have if they're athletic enough to play at that level, they're going to get to the point in high school, if they're playing good enough high school sports or college, everyone's athletic. But that guy wants it more, and then you're not making the team. But I think there are a lot of people that will peak when they get to be in high school, like 14, 15, 16, all of a sudden something happens to them. So there are a lot of stories there too, where the kids are playing a lot of sports, and then all of a sudden they just focus on one and become great. So it just depends. It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance. It's a weird balance. You also don't want your kid at 9 being the best player. No, that kid never makes it. Right, peaks at 9. It's a lot of study on that. I've had podcasts with certain guys that go, well, look at that data, and you're like, wow, that's interesting. Oh no, like the guy, the big dumper for the Seattle Mariners, he got cut from his high school team. And his dad said he practiced. You're like, oh my God, let's move schools, which most parents do these so he came back. They came back and made the team. Now he's fucking leading the MLB in home runs. He's tied to Connie.
They go, what can they do? They have to
get better.
So this goes on and on.
At times there might be a time when the kid gets tired of it, you give him a break.
I just learned that the last
it's a battle. It's a delicate. It's a delicate. Being coached is a delicate thing because you're dealing with how to keep your kid having fun, motivated, but also business. It's a fine. And you got all these other people that are going to do too much. Whenever I do this, like, my dad's only happy if I fucking ball out. It's tough because the kid's really good. So if they associate whatever sport is with negativity and dad's pissed, they're like, I'm not doing this. I'm out.
And although that does characterize a great deal of
they end up risking you, and they're the best player ever. In which case I say, well done, sir. I say, well done. Congrats, man. You made it. Are you mad at your dad? Are you mad at your dad? No. Do you text him from your private jet? Do you not call him from your private jet? That's a fun one. Do you hate when you're surrounded by all those people? When you can't go to the mall because you'll get mobbed by all those people who think he's a hero? Do you go, Dad, I wish my dad had been nicer so in this mall, right? It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing.
Summer couldn't get any hotter. Pluto TV is turning the heat with thousands of free movies. Presenting Summer of Cinema. Stream your favorite blockbuster films like Gladiator, I Will Have My Vengeance, Good Burger, Beverly Hills Cop, The Girl with a Dragon, and Julie and Julia. All for free on your favorite devices. Pluto TV. Stream now. Pay never.
Boston's got some mitts on him.
That one can see it's reverberant.
This is baseball.
Boston has the advantage of an older brother as an example, and he's like, "Oh, this is how you do it." And then whenever Tiger was taking privates or training, I was pretty Boston. He was 2. So remember, Tiger started 2 years ago.
So you know that it's really interesting.
It's the little brother that has the example.
The little brothers, some of the fastest people in the world, they're usually the youngest of 4 or something like that because they had competition. Yeah, they got to keep up.
But for Boston, he doesn't, because he's always training with Tiger and his major team friends, and they're 9 and 10. So in Boston, he made the 8U team at 5. I'm like, dude, this is insane.
That also created a
just like Tiger. I'm like, I know, but you should be with your age, dude. He just doesn't know.
Plus, you got you.
That shaped the way
Alright, this is a guy that found something in his kitchen. I'll just play the clip for you. And he's walking down with his 15.
Oh,
this is Jim that possum.
That the Sephardic mind, it was a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one perfect summer of 1096.
Who is that?
That's a bear, bro.
Or,
that guy's.
What is it?
That's a bear. That's a bear. That's a bear.
It's just like the Crusades.
Dude, that dude was. That dude.
Nice with that gun.
Wow, he's nice. He's nice with that gun. That's a soldier. That dude's done some CQB. That guy's done this before. Damn. You're talking about that guy like he's done this to humans.
Well, look at his gun.
Look at the way he's sweeping the room. Look at that. Look at the way he's.
Oh, that bear was coming at him too.
Oh yeah, he's not as Russian.
There are really 2 major groups.
Where's this at?
That's a suppressed gun too.
Did I just have
Go back again. Let me just see that gun one more time.
It's got to refresh on its own. This guy's nice.
Nice with that gun.
He should be protecting the president.
And it also includes a large number of Jews.
Small size.
Eastern Mediterranean.
That'll destroy it already. No, I know.
So much, yeah, but small.
It'd been cool if it was like big.
He thought somebody said his house. He was like, no.
As soon as that big lunge
After the
get myself one of them.
So, for example, the Jews in
Say that one more time.
Istanbul, Turkish
I just want to see the suppressed model.
It's barely sound like that. That's a tip right there.
In many ways, they put themselves Sephardic.
Yeah,
it's called Sevierville, Tennessee.
Actually, it's not.
Spain, but they found themselves in the Sephardic organ. As the Rabbi Rothschild,
That's inside the house. That's not the eardrums or anything right now.
It wasn't as loud as I thought it was.
Oh, it's so loud if you were there that you can't hear it there. It's so loud.
It's probably the last thing you're worried about.
Jewish law that
oh my God!
When she said, oh my God, I guarantee it. Like that's how.
I've been here. Your ears are fucked up. But I mean, when you actually shoot an air,
you can't shoot an AR-15 without ear protection.
You always have to have protection. Any more about this guy? Not about the guy, but it's the place is called.
He's nice with it.
Tennessee.
As they say, he's nice with it.
Yeah, boys, ready to go.
He's done that before.
The way in which they see themselves in the world, and so I think a lot of
why was he so locked in?
Like
coming into his house.
For Persian Jews.
Got that gun. Ready.
Maybe we'll have a chance to examine.
Yeah, hell no, there's no violations.
Let me take you through the experience of Inquisition.
Does it have a military background?
In greater detail now.
Got it. Last year, when
is a cultural
yesterday, TWRA.
So this is different. Homer shot beer with a shotgun.
There are basically 4 major periods to consider.
All right, kids.
There's first the period of earliest.
Come see me in Raleigh, North Carolina.
711. Which is the year of Muslim conquest.
Let's just do this last one. This is a
airplane. There is a Muslim
this is Australia. And there's some
same
funny elements.
Period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable.
What?
The third would be the Christian period.
That's pretty good, though. Yeah.
Muslims are slowly driven out
Bring it into the world. Great job.
Jews
So watch, keep watching.
really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims.
Easy to shit.
Easy to shit.
Of course. Easy. He was too excited to get down there.
And
these people are coming easy and shit.
And they are living as
She's gonna be slow. No, she's good. That
far
dude was
away
just
from
funny,
the
though.
other ethnics. So it's the 4 major periods. We're going to concentrate really on
No injuries. Yeah, that was a smooth ass landing.
Next,
Considering, yeah.
when we
So
look at
a pilot and then like a
other
student pilot.
populations,
I'm not sure who was actually piloting here at the
just
time.
to cover very quickly, though.
Lost power, probably.
Yeah, the cops stopped.
Happened to my dad. My dad lost power.
You just coasted down?
That happened, but it's
much
the
like
pilot, the co-pilot broke his foot, and his propellers and the plane was totally, but he was fine. Yeah, the plane's getting bugged up. Yeah, it's a nice year. So yeah, put that propeller in our backyard. That's pretty good. My dad had the sickest sense of humor. He'd literally be flying and call me on his cell phone back like nobody had cell phones. And he'd go, Brian, the engine's not fired. I can't breathe. I swear to God. I was like, is that funny, dude? Yeah. I'll see you this weekend. No, I'll be in Raleigh, North Carolina. That just got added this weekend. And then,
Short notice.
Yeah, short notice. Raleigh, North Carolina, Labor Day, so we'll see. But good nights. See you there. See you then, kids. Later.
All right, kids. Shit, 2 days left. 2 days left of Drive Fast All Gas. Win the ultimate truck. I'm driving today. Last time I'm going to drive it. It's a TRX final edition with over $50,000 in mods. We just dropped new hats. We're dropping new shirts tomorrow. This is my favorite hat I'm wearing right now. The Drive Fast All Gas race team. So yeah, whoever wins gets $10,000 cash in this badass truck. You have freaking 2 days. When you enter your email, phone number, I'm going to send you a little some special discount. So every purchase gets 25 bonus entries to win. It's DriveFastAllGas.com. It's going in 2 freaking days. Get some. This is the Final Kid.
My fam, this is your last chance to win the ultimate truck. This is a one-on-one with over $50,000 in mods. Last call edition TRX. The winner gets $10,000 cash. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com. Anything you purchase on the website automatically enter you to win this badass one-of-one ultimate dad ring. Head on over to DriveFastAllGas.com right now. Enter to win. Good luck.
Man, 4 días.
This is really the fight of the kid.
Some child.
We're back, pal. Happy Monday, buddy. Happy Monday. How are you on SD?
I was an SD. I like SD.
SD's nice.
We forget how the
year, 4 months, and a day, and finally a Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it's like the other one is lost, so we can't say for sure. But we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it, for example, from church records from Elvira, where a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And actually, quite a bit of legislation about how they wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social
Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast, my night, all day.
And the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in that city. So it's quite likely to have a population. Moving a little bit further,
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast, my night, all day.
People that have gone to form the
Store like 1 o'clock in the morning, and some dude claimed he was a time traveler. Remember when he, there was a dude that claimed to work at Area 51 and then cut at them? Yeah, we should cut out. Yeah, that was a good one. Art was
Man, that's why we put that photo up there. Because he was, a lot of the subjects that we covered, he was the original guy talking about the things on the radio. Yeah, and the fact that he just kept the open lines. If you're a time traveler, just call in and tell us what's going to happen in the future. People that were kidnapped by Bigfoot, like, no matter what. Art was like, interested, tell me more. Yeah, like he was always just talking to anyone. He never called bullshit. No. So the last time I saw you, you gave me an Aztec death whistle, and Brian Callen blew it on the air and caused the pandemic. He was very good at it. I don't know. He just like grabbed it. Unfortunately, we have another one. That was really, that's Luke Capital. Yeah, that's a good one, right? That is a beautiful one. Probably, let's not repeat it again. I'm not blowing it. I don't know if it's true or not true, but it's a not coincidence. It definitely was. I got a lot of messages about it. Like, hey, this was kind of coincidentally at the start of this pandemic. Don't put this on me. Listen, man, people have been blowing their whistles all over the world. Yeah, there's a bunch of those whistles out there. There's no way. There's no way. The only thing is, I don't think anybody ever blew one on a podcast that was seen by millions of people. I mean, you were directly responsible for those to become this viral, popular thing. Like, few people knew about it, but they became this international thing now. Like, everybody talks about death whistles now because of it. Well, I don't know. They are weird. The sound of it, definitely weird. Ghosted. Yeah, if you heard dudes in the distance making that noise and you knew that people are after you, then you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, it definitely keeps you up at night. See people do pranks with them. Literally screaming randomly in the middle of the night in the street. People running around. What is the origin of that? Like, Aztec death whistles, like, when did they start using them? Does anybody know? People keep finding Civil War, the Aztec modern word for Mexica, which were a bunch of tribes that moved from the northern America down there, and they brought with them a lot of customs. I think those were around before them. A lot of them emulated animals. So a lot of them was like shamanistic. People kind of imbue themselves with the animals. So a lot of them have jaguar sounds kind of. But some of the ones with the scream, apparently they're more about the screeching owls that live down there. They've been, people told me, native people down there told me that they're very much specifically kind of utilized for psychological effect. Just to fuck with people. Yeah, make them not sleep. During these flower wars where they would have with, I think, classical techniques, they had screaming where they would try and capture people to bring back to the pyramid to sacrifice. In a way, they would tire them is to blow those at night where they were capped or a place where they were about to attack. So they would sleep with those. People can be really devious. Yeah, they know how to mess with your head. Yeah. The Mexica, people glorify a lot of people from Mexico, like everybody's Aztec. Probably not Aztec, probably some other tribe that didn't lose that initial conquest. Yeah, a lot of Aztecs have like Aztec tattoos on their back and stuff like that. That's a little inside though. The Spanish came and allied themselves with everybody that he Aztec. Including like the classical Tecans were like badasses. The Aztecs used to send tax collectors out to them, and apparently one of them didn't come back, according to one story. And the soldiers came over like, hey, where's our tax collector? Let's feed you before we talk about anything. Fed them pozole. And at the end of the meal, they were like, well, you can take care of your people back with you. Where are they? You just ate the stew. And those are the guys that the Spanish allied with them. Fighting against the Inca. Jesus. The history of Mexico is so strange. I mean, it's so long and storied, and there's so many chapters of it that are very confusing because, like, where the Mayans go, like, when they found the Aztec pyramids, people were living in them when the
eventually wound up living in them. They found them. Teotihuacan, which they call basically the city of the gods, is what the Aztecs called them because it was abandoned when they went through, which is nuts. Yeah, they were the Aztecs in essence were violent immigrants coming from the north into the south, which is pretty interesting foresight. The city was abandoned completely, and when they passed through, which was the city of the gods, they called the pyramid of the sun and the moon, but realistically nobody knows what those pyramids are for. When they made it their way into the valley of Mexico, there were already a bunch of tribes over there, and people's older people. So Mexico has an ancient history. People that want to assume that the Aztecs are ancient history don't know anything about history. They're pretty new on the scene as far as history when it comes to Mexico, which is really crazy. Yeah.
And it's really crazy that most modern people don't even, especially in America, don't even understand that the reason why everybody speaks Spanish is because of the Spaniards. It's not that the Mexican native language was Spanish. No, that was a language they assumed once they were conquered. And there's a bunch of lost languages.
Something interesting happened with them, and Hernán Cortés and the Conquista and the Spanish are all perfect villains in history. I guess people, it's perfect. You kind of look at it from the outside perspective. But when you look at it, they were just getting off their own conquest. They were conquested by the Moors, so they were getting free from that. So they were already mixed in there. There were brown people on that boat. It's not blonde or white people coming on that boat. There's already brown people on that boat coming. Hernán Cortés is very much being done as a villain in this story. But we kind of look at the way that the conquest took place in Mexico versus other parts of the world. There was a lot of brutality. There's a lot of ignorance, a lot of religious nonsense on both sides because the Aztecs also horrible things. But in the end, I think Mexico went the route of mestizaje. We decided to mix. Like the Spanish decided to take wives among the natives. They decided to give honorary titles to people that helped fight the Aztecs to help with the conquest. What wasn't Mexico, just this valley at that time. And gave birth to this culture. This culture that very much hates parts of itself, which is a weird part of Mexican culture because you ask anybody in Mexico, a lot of people, I went to Mexican school, so I got a lot of this education of how the evil Spanish came and all of the natives, most of it, when in reality, a lot of us in Mexico have mixed blood. Most of us have mixed blood. There's a lot of Spanish blood in us. So we were very much taught to hate ourselves away. And I think that has something to do with a lot of the psychology. There's a whole part of our history and ourselves that we hate, but it's essential. Like we say, like the president of Mexico, the past president, the current president are all about sending the King of Spain letters to have him apologize for the conquista. And it's funny, like some of the bloggers from Spain will respond like, "You're asking that in Spanish."
Yeah, right. And you're really an ancestor of those very people, so it's kind of you more than us. Yeah, we didn't even go over there. We're still here. Yes. Well, right. And people ask where the Mayans went. They're there. You go down there, they're subtle. They look exactly like paintings. If you've ever been to the Anthropological Museum in Mexico, which I highly ask people to go and visit. It's beautiful. They have a whole Mayan exhibit there, and it's like startling how their culture was so advanced, so detail orientated, and the whole feeling of them just being gone, or like disappearing as a mystery. But then you go down there and you see these people. They look, they look very different. It's interesting. I went to Chichen Itza, and first of all, you just, I know that the pyramids of Egypt dwarf even that, but when you go there, you're like, what happened? Like, how did you guys do this? Like, how are you building these immense stone structures in the jungle way before Europeans ever settled into America? Like, way before anything like this anywhere else.
folks, a lot of strong backs, a lot of work ethic. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
There's a lot of that, but there's also a lot of like incredibly sophisticated engineering. Yeah, like this isn't just like a one-time project you got. Like, how are you guys so good at, like, when you look at the Chichen Itza pyramids, well, you can't walk up them anymore, unfortunately. But when I was you get in big trouble. But when I was there back in the day, you could climb up them. This is like, I guess, early 2000s, and you were allowed to walk up that. They'll fuck you up now. There's just been videos of people doing things, and then they'll get lynched to the bottom. Yeah, if you manage to climb that thing, there's a watch guy all the way on the top and a bunch of dogs. That's a weird thing about old pyramids. I don't know why dogs like hanging out up there. Oh, really? Yeah, like the one in the Sun Pyramid in Mexico, there's always dogs on top of it. But this one, there's also always feral dogs or domestic dogs? Wild dogs. They just hang out back there. But I mean, when you see these things, like, give us some of the images. When you see some of these, there's some dogs. When you see some of these pyramids like that, like, that's so different. I mean, that is so sophisticated. It's so bizarre. Yeah. We had a really good guy there when I went. And the guy was showing us this one area, whatever psychedelic plants. They had like some ceremonial room where they would take psychedelic plants. And he was telling me that it's not totally understood what they were doing or why they were doing it, but it is widely accepted that some of what they were into had to do with psychedelic rituals. And he thinks that had a lot to do with why they were able to make these kind of insanely complex structures. And a weird thing that I've also kind of like realized after just talking to people and down there and kind of seeing some of the artifacts, a lot of the psychedelics that they actually took were self-harm and mutilation, bloodletting type activities. Really? Yeah, a lot of the Aztec priests, you see depictions of them pulling a cord with thorns through their private part, trying to invoke in them these, I don't know, visions. So just being in such extreme pain and such a bizarre state of mind that he transcends, which matched up perfectly with the Catholic. When they arrive, when you look at a lot of the cultures, specifically in Mexico, you see that they met kind of like the perfect culture. Like they matched in a lot of ways. With the Catholics, the Mexicans were venerating their mothers at a grotto area in Mexico. That's where the Buddhist basilica is. And some of the rituals what's going on?
Coming out of that area, and
that's wrapped around his dick.
A lot of people want to go take ayahuasca down there, but I see a lot of this is probably coming back. Well, maybe, I don't know. But that's a big part of what they also did. You know, a lot of bloodletting, pain, a lot of human sacrifice too. Yes, which a lot of people in Mexico are now. It's a big exaggeration. It's like propaganda, denial, and then you go there and there's like stone skull piles commemorating whatever war depictions of them in codices that they themselves made of just sacrifice people on top of pyramids, pulling up their hearts. Well, that was that one statue that's on top of a pyramid that's like a bench. They were explaining to me that that's where they would sacrifice people. I mean, it makes sense. Even the way that in the art it's depicted, most people would think it would go through the rib cage to get at the heart. No, they go through the diaphragm, right down here. So that's why there's a lot of pictures of some of these gods, like the Lord of the Underworld and the Aztecs, sometimes depicted with a skeletal form with the hands spread out like this, and you'll see a split diaphragm on the bottom coming out underneath its rib cage as a signifier that, that's, well, they go up to grab the heart. That's where they go up to grab the heart. Show that sculpture, that flat bench sculpture that is like a man. It
looks like he's sitting on his hands and knees, but with his, torso faced upward. That one, yeah. Yeah, that was what they were explaining to me. And again, I imagine that a lot of these things, you have to interpret, because there are things out there that I don't understand. But I know blood was very essential, and it was essential for these cultures. It's one of the most powerful offerings you can make. And a lot of the Catholic side of things that came in the country, that came into the area, just intermingled perfectly. They were also talking about a god that those skulls in the corner right next to your where the capital of Mexico is right now. There's a big cathedral behind it. There's the temple, the major temple of the Aztec Empire. And there's a lot of those types of symbolic skulls, because that's where they would have the symbolic skulls. Sorry if I butchered the word. They would have these racks of skulls on top of the pyramids, on top of their central pyramid, kind of display all the people that had gone.
What was the story? What was the completion of Tenochtitlan, or one of the Aztec pyramids, where they sacrificed 80,000 slaves over whoever they had?
I've heard numbers 50,000. I have no idea how you would kind of figure out those numbers, right? But you do get accounts of some of the Spanish conquistadors describing the smell that some of these pyramids had. Which, if you're ever into a kill house, like a slaughterhouse, it has this dark smell. Yeah, it's uncanny, and there's something about human talent that I've also smelled, and blood that is very distinct. I mean, we're monkeys, and we probably have some genetic memory of what that smell is. It makes us want to run, I guess. And then they destroyed these pyramids when they finally got into the city. The city, don't get me wrong, the Aztec Empire, like the Spanish peasants coming off that boat were like awestruck when they saw the city.
Yeah.
Like, it had water coming into it. It had super sisters complex, just this structure and culture that was uncontested. So when they got there,
and completely different than anything European. Yeah. So they came over here and were like, what is going on in this point?
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
Yeah. How do you have so much gold? Well, there was some gold. You hear these stories about the city of gold and stuff like that. There was gold there. But they valued other things. That wasn't their main central thing. It was kind of puzzle about why they were so interested in some of the gold and regalia they had. But when the conflict kind of finally kind of subsided, and the parties that lost were all being divided up, because that's what happened. The lords within this same culture became allies of the invading forces. And when they won, they were like, "You're now the title owner, the leader of this area, and here's the royal decree." Oh yeah, sacrificial stuff. Yeah, that's a
60,000 human sacrifice.
Oh my God! You can see where the blood was channeled to drip down from that. I think this is, I'm not sure if this is the one, but there was one stone where they would tie somebody onto the stone, and he would fight several people until he finally died. It's like it's like a sacrifice, like a fighting sacrifice. It's a different type of sacrifice they did.
Human intelligence applied to cruelty is very bizarre. It's very bizarre when you see
torture.
Yeah, torture, just that kind of stuff. Just what people would do for just pure entertainment or ritual, or because everyone's going to die, so you just show death in the worst form, in the most cruel and uncaring, sacrificial form in front of everybody. Children, cutting people's hearts out while they're still alive. It just keeps everybody on spectacle. Yeah. This is part of the show where I talk about AG1, which I've done for years, and usually I like to talk about routine. And don't get me wrong, because routine is super important. AG1 is exactly the kind of daily, easy routine that can help you feel healthy and help you get the nutrients that your body needs. But even if you love a routine, isn't it nice to switch it up a little? Well, here we go. After 15 years of the original, AG1 has introduced 3 new flavors. tropical, berry, and citrus. It's still daily, it's still a routine, but it's no longer one flavor fits all. And honestly, the best part is that's the only thing that's changed. Besides new flavors, we're talking about the same science, the same 75 plus ingredients, and the same exact benefits. I partnered with AG1 for so long because they're committed to constantly improving. And now that includes offering 3 new flavors. Subscribe today and choose tropical citrus, berry, or the classic original variety. If you use my link, you'll also get a free bottle of AGD3K2 and an AG1 welcome kit and 5 AG1 travel packs with the first subscription. Just go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan or head to the link in the description to get started with AG1 and try the new flavors yourself. That's drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. It's a spectacle, and I'm sure it keeps, there they go, sacrificing. Throwing their lives off the side. Yeah, people keep denying that actually happened, but it's, I think it's the same phenomenon here in the U.S. where all Native Americans were like peaceful, and it was like a utopia before they came in. And, yeah, but that's one that really bothers people when they want this binary sort of analysis of North America. You know, the white people were bad and evil, which for sure they were. And they came over here, and this is good people that were just living off the land in harmony. Like, not really. In fact, they were killing each other. Yeah. Not only that, their favorite thing to do. Where we are right now, the Comanches, all those fuckers did was eat meat. They didn't have any artwork. They didn't have anything other than bows and arrows. That's all they made. They made TV bows and arrows, and they fucked everybody up. And their favorite thing was to go to nearby tribes and kill everybody. Yeah. That was their fun time. They loved to, and they would tell people in the most horrific ways. In Empire of the Summer Moon, which is an amazing book on the Comanche, right in this spot, and they would take people that they captured, they would cut their arms and legs off while they were alive. So they would hold them down, immediately hack their arms and legs off, and then throw them on a bonfire to watch them wiggle. Fucking yo. Like, you gotta be, that's dark. Yeah, that's bloodlust. I don't know what that is. I mean, if you get, let's say they did that in front of the enemy that they just conquered. Yeah, well, they would basically keep one guy alive to watch him let him go. Yeah, go tell him. Psychological operation. So everybody else gets butchered. One guy they let go. Go tell him. We're out here. And also, like, if you think about it, some of the horrors that are still happening down south. Yeah, just we sent me this message last night of these 6 or 7. I'll send it to Jamie because it's pretty crazy how often this stuff happens down in Mexico and how little of it we ever hear about it. We don't really hear too much about these insane mass murders that take place down there. There was a beginning in down in Mexico, and it was it's a safe, or not a historically safe part of Mexico, that where this type of stuff doesn't happen that much, but things are changing rapidly down there. It's evolving quickly. The culture that we have down there. I don't know, like I do believe that there's some sort of memory. I bet there is. Makes sense. I think that 6-7 had found this really chilling message. One of Mexico's safest regions. And what part of Mexico is this?
And of course, it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew in region. And so there was like an economic.
Yeah, Puebla, I mean, it's a beautiful place. You go to Puebla, visit Puebla. It's beautiful, but this is don't be there at the wrong time. They just don't work for the cartels, I guess. So this is an interesting thing that I heard long ago from somebody. One of the first jobs I did was cut somebody off a bridge. And under duress, they would give one of the older guys that was with me, I was like horrified by this kid, 16, 17-year-old kid, told me, oh, they're being kind. And I'm like, what's kind about leaving somebody hanging from a fucking bridge naked?
show the artifact.
His family's going to get something.
It's a device like this that could be inserted.
It dawned on me that that was an act of kindness. So having something beheaded is even so normal. It's even crueler, because they have no body. They have no body bears. And there's a lot of coffins with just the head, or not even that, in Mexico, buried in the ground. But just think about how insane it has to be to where hanging someone from a bridge is an act of kindness. At least you find the body. It is the evolution of
said that she was afraid she might have
displayed in this one woman who was here together that will just go back to work. It's every magic and something they're never that's the start of boring lives. I gave that to them. I mean, some of them tomorrow morning, but the memory comes to them. It's not that
woman said that she was afraid she might have
in terms of
one of the women who was
our understanding of Mexico and cartel culture. This is not something that was ever talked about when I was in high school. It was never talked about when I was a young man. It never came up. It wasn't a thing in the news. Cartel violence was not. I think the first time people started getting like an inkling of this was in the 90s. The phenomenon of this guy Adolfo Constanzo happened. This was on the border between Texas and Guadalajara area. He was they called him the narco satánico, the Satanist narc. He was a high-level practitioner of something called Palo and Santeria, and he would do rituals like in cartels. And he started his own cartel because he was pretty successful at social engineering and folk magic, basically, is what he was doing. And at some point, he started believing in his power, and he instructed some of the members of his gang to abduct an American because he needed a way for his cult, where he would do some of these rituals. And I think that's the first time I ever like a small glimpse of the underground brutality, monster, religious occultism, and just torture and murder that has been going on down there for many years. But it has gotten really bad in the past 20, 30 years. So this has always been going on. And in a lot of ways, yes, brutality in Mexico has been going on for a while.
But cartel brutality, when did the cartels really start gaining power?
I think the 70s and 80s is when we start seeing the formation of the first large organizations and federations working to produce and or to traffic substances through Mexico up into the United States.
Was it originally cocaine?
Marijuana. I think originally heroin actually was at the start or the initiation of a lot of this stuff. I think
Where were they getting the heroin?
They were planting poppy in the Sierra for the war effort, apparently, for the Americans, because they were running out of shortage of morphine, so they needed a place to plant it. And that's one of the places where they kind of started like, oh, they can grow this here. And people started getting ideas.
This is the Vietnam War?
Yeah, around this is Vietnam, World War II era. That's when you start seeing the initiation of like people planting certain things. So
40s, 50s, 60s, 50s,
I'd say 50s, yeah.
Wow. It's like Vietnam itself is connected to heroin.
Yeah,
because that's the dirty secret about why we were interested in that whole area of Vietnam. That was the trafficking area.
Yeah, and the Golden Triangle.
Yeah. Coincidentally, a lot of people got insanely rich somehow or another connected to that, but we had to be over there to stop communism or something.
It's an interesting point you bring up of Vietnam, because it has something to do with, remind you, Mexico. Mexico has been a place that has been ruled over by a single party for 80 years, if that. The PRI, and then it went through its democratic period, and now we have other parties coming into play, and now we have a ruling party all over Mexico called Morena, who is, this is the party of the Abrazos Balazos. That's how they started, hot bullets against the cartels policy, which allowed them to grow, and also super effective.
Hugs, not bullets.
but this is coming off Mexico's liberals too, I guess. Yes, we do. Mexico's three things. Southern Mexico, that's rural Mexico. Central Mexico, that's where all the woke comes from. Capital Mexico, that's Mexico City. That's where all the gender pronouns get issued into law. That's where violence against women specifically, and feminicide is now a thing cataloged under law. You can kill a dude, you slide, you can kill a woman, that's femicide, which is white. So that's where a lot of that policy comes from. And then northern Mexico, where I'm from, that's where, I guess, conservative, that's where all the factories are, that's where all the people, hardworking people, people that kind of like go into politics that are woke. That used to be the case, but now it is all people all over the country. And a lot of the policies they're bringing with them are to the left. Mexico was very tired from the drug war that it had been going on for 20 years, that I was part of for 12 of those years.
Portugal initially allowed us.
They saw Felipe Calderon bring the military into this fight to fight the cartels, just keeping a check. He really didn't have a clue what he was about to kind of kick off. He had the idea that if you just put the military out, which are not corrupted, he thought that were corrupted, and he militarized a lot of policing going on around it. You can eliminate all these cartels. This guy's gone, and we're going to just now secure this area and control it. It's been just basically gremlins. One gremlin will turn into 4 or 5. He cut one head off and it's a hydra. Just a bunch of heads come out now. So Mexico has been going through that for a while. And this president comes in with Lopez Obrador with this plan of like, we'll just leave them alone. And their violence will stop because we'll stop fighting.
And so that gave Jews in Portugal sort of
he has one of the most violent presidencies in history. His main criticizes Calvin on the drug war or his handling of it. He outmatches him from death during his administration. What we saw in his administration was a politicalization, and they were already in politics, but now they're really overt about it. Now cartels are like, we have their own candidates running for office. The mayor of a city and the police chief of the city are all cartel members, and the police force are all cartel members. Parts of Mexico. All of the political killing that happen in Mexico don't happen because there's a bunch of John F. Kennedys out there that are trying to change things, right? It's because that cartel is sponsoring that candidate. This cartel is sponsoring that candidate. I don't want your candidate to win something. Well, there was some insane amount of murders during the last election. Wasn't it like 30 plus murders? See if you can find out how many murders there was. That sounds about right. It is. Again, these criminal organizations have politicized. They figured out that, how can we operate in this region without having too much issues? Right. Let's make the mayor our guy. Right. Let's elect the governor. So we like to think that we're innocent over here, but how much different is it with what we do with pharmaceutical drug companies sponsoring people? Because they pay for people's campaigns, and those people get in with a specific understanding of what kind of laws you need to push through, what kind of mandates you need to make in terms of mandating the use of certain medications. It's a different type of corruption. It's a different type of corruption, but it's still drugs. Yeah. Up to 60 politicians in the 2024 election. 60 politicians were assassinated during pre-campaign and campaign periods. Fucking imagine if that going on in America. Marjorie Taylor Greene's getting whacked. The AOC's getting whacked. That'd be fucking crazy. This episode is brought to you by Visible. I want to let you in on something. Your current wireless carrier does not want you to know about Visible because Visible is the ultimate wireless hack. No confusion. confusing plans with surprise fees, no non-speeds, great coverage without premium cost. With Visible, you get one-line wireless with unlimited data powered by Verizon's network for $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Seriously, $25 a month flat. What you see is what you pay. No hidden fees on top of that. Ready to see? Join now and unlock unlimited data for just $25 a month on the Visible plan. Don't think wireless can be so transparent? So Visible? Well, now you know. Switch today at visible.com/Rogan. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details.
And it is a clear sign that whatever division people in their heads about the cartels or this organization here, they're not openly at least involved in any of this political stuff. And no, all that shit's gone. Something happened last year. The arrest of the biggest cartel heads in history from Mexico, Elias Alvarez. He was arrested in Texas. They flew into a private airfield under pretty interesting circumstances, and then handed himself over to the authorities. He arrested there. I mean,
although the initial forced conversion
that kicked off a lot of violence in Mexico. Why was he willing to fly in? So there's different stories around that. He's told his own story. He's actually talked about this many times openly with his drivers and stuff like that, driving around. So he just speaks about it. He's older now. He was a ghost. This is Elmayo Zambada was the legitimate leader of the Sinaloa cartel. The U.S. would say that he was Chapo. Not really. The Sinaloa cartel is a federation, and a lot of the bigger, older parts of that cartel were kind of headed up by this figure, Elmayo Zambada. 50 years was never grabbed, never caught them about him vaguely in certain circles, but everybody knew that guy's the head of the Sinaloa cartel, or he's the bigger guy in that organization, which is a federation of groups. Last time I was here, it was after the Canaso, the incident where they rescued Ovidio, one of Chapo's sons. 2 years ago, they finally caught up to him. The army did this operation, same thing happened. All the cartels burned the city, blocked roads, stuff like that. A lot of special operations soldiers died in his arrest, a few of them. And he was finally arrested and extradited to the United States. Conversation probably happened within the United States with the media when he was finally in U.S. custody. And El Chapo Guzman is in home, and he's not going to get it out of that. His sons probably figured out that if they don't want to get into a home too, they probably need to cut a deal. And I think, and the theory is that deal would probably include hanging over the head of the Sinaloa cartel.
So, a U.S. law enforcer for more than 2 decades, he was taken into custody after arriving at a private plane at Texas airport with Guzman's son, Joaquin Guzman Lopez. Guzman Lopez has pleaded not guilty to federal drug trafficking charges in Chicago. His brother, Ovidio Guzman Lopez, pleaded guilty last month. Zapata said that he was kidnapped in Mexico and hauled to the U.S. Guzman Lopez, whose lawyer denies those claims. So, the shady stuff that happened. Elmayo gets brought into a meeting.
So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly in one of the other points. So you mentioned the 4 major periods,
not really into the drug. He's
and
not
how it
powerful
looks like
brothers
there's
of
lots
the Chapo Guzman brothers.
intrusion of all sorts
He's kind of like
of
flying out,
variety of
basically.
influences
So
into
it's
it.
someone who cuts a deal. And in this deal, he said, I'm going to get
other
this guy
areas
on a
overlap
plane, and
between the
I'm going to fly him
influences
over.
of the area of the
We're going to make a deal.
our oppressors.
That's the story.
In like art, music, and
He has Elmayo coming to a meeting between the governor of Sinaloa, which is known
more
publicly.
influence. They
The governor of
sort
Sinaloa
of
is going to
go
get
more
meeting with
inward.
Elmayo Zambada, head of Sinaloa cartel, who is a member of Morena, a ruling party all over the country. Also no investigation, also he's still in power, which is shady as fuck. Between him and a man named Gwen, who was, I think he was the director of the, they had some sort of political dispute, and Elmayo was being brought in to negotiate or like that, which tells you a lot about the cartels and
politics and the university are tied, right? At that meeting, Nemesio Gwen, who is a friend of Amayo, the guy who's the director of the university, gets killed. They shoot him. There's a video published of a gas station shootout where supposedly this man, director of the university, gets killed. But it's fucking made up by the state prosecutor. You know, they're trying to make this shit go away. Meanwhile, all this stuff starts unraveling. Oh, they abducted Ohio at that meeting, and that's why they killed this guy. We don't know, or at least I don't know if there's any specific confirmation that the governor of Sinaloa was there. But he said he went to the U.S. He was in the U.S. He wasn't there, but there's no travel logs of him being in the U.S. It's a shit. They somehow overtake his bodyguards, Elias bodyguards. They're gone. Nobody knows where they went. Dead somewhere. Got Elmayo on a plane and flew into Texas. Homeland Security was apparently involved. FBI says that they may have been involved. But I was talking, last time I was here, I was talking about at some point we're going to see either a direct U.S. intervention or military action in Mexico that's going to kick off things. And I think that was it. After that happened, sons cut deals. 17 members of the Guzman family were secretly flown to Tijuana and crossed the border with suitcases. And we're put into
it looks like a question came in the chat after that. What happened
they rescued members and they took him out of the country, so they're in the U.S. Under some kind of protective custody. Yeah, of course. And if you want to talk about people that everything, like all the ins and outs, Elias Amales wasn't motivated by he knows where I think he's in New York, and I think he just declared himself guilty, and probably he's older, he's
all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy
which is why how long he was running shit, people died, international he learned his trade in LA. It's August 25th, so soon.
The Brooklyn federal judge on Monday scheduled the August 25th change of plea hearing for Zapata, long-time Mexico City law cartel. Development comes 2 weeks after federal prosecutors said they wouldn't seek the death penalty against him. There's a deal there. They're still in the same prison as Glenn Maxwell. I don't see him jogging, but yeah, probably doing yoga. There's a deal coming, and there's this sense in the U.S. that Trump came into power and declared these organizations terrorist organizations. And there was an expectation that meant gloves off and going to see military actions pretty soon. But what we've seen has been a very calculated surgical operation. It looks like, I don't know. I mean, you see. They took out the head of the Sinaloa cartel. Has been on fire ever since. It is warfare between the last remaining sons of Chapo and the sons of Orion. Where now I've seen video. It's wars on the streets. See if you can find some of that Sinaloa video, Jim. When this between these two factions, it's, schools closed. Yeah, people didn't want to go out because their cars were going to get jacked to get burned and put in the middle of the street. Companies closed. All of the luxury environment around these criminal organizations that they built up. I mean, these were criminal organizations that had Louis Vuitton stores and gun, and exotic cars, sold in dealerships, and all the bands that played live music at their places, and all these exotic seafood places, all these places just how are they going to sustain themselves? This economy started crashing, and
the Mexican government comes out, the current president, Sheinbaum, comes out and she blames this state being on fire. The U.S. Like the U.S. came in here and abducted a Mexican national, and George Joaquin Guzman, who was involved in the operation to pick up El Mayo, they charged him with high treason in Mexico for abducting Eliza Line and putting him in the U.S., which is he's charged with high treason. So for abducting a drug, yes. Whoa, which is like, I don't know, like I'm doing the math on all that. Wow. But you have this situation now where she's blaming the U.S. for basically causing us instability. Give me some thought. This is the members of Amayo's family shooting up all the luxury houses of Los Chapitos.
These guys are using ear protection.
No, they're not. We'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, you can probably sneak up on all those motherfuckers. They're probably all deaf.
But they're basically shooting up all the luxury apartments that they know are owned by the Chapos in that area. They love 100-round drum magazines in Mexico for some reason. That's a 50 cal. No hearing protection.
Other Jews, I guess Jews saw other
those guys are deaf. All of them have a severe hearing loss, and we recently went to Jalisco with a friend of mine who has a YouTube channel called The Connect. Johnny mentioned. He talks to drug dealers and people in that life. There's a friend of mine in Mexico. He's basically the Mexican Sean Ryan. Agave 423 is his handle. And he interviewed cartel members and people from that life. And they wear masks. Yeah. He talked to a kid that was sick of working with them. What is currently, I think, priority one should be priority one for the new generation cartel. This militarized cartel.
Very good. Really appreciate your time. Read the book you were able to share with us and look forward to continuing to learn. I wish everyone in Ireland
when we went down there, he introduced us to this kid who was freshly off. Basically, he was involved in tank warfare on the borders between Jalisco and Zacatecas against Los Mayas, who you see there firing at these houses. Tanks. They're making their own tanks. If you get your truck standing up here, it's probably get driven to Mexico. They're going to make a tank out of it, probably. They're making these artisanally made tanks, basically. Mostly what they are that's a pretty old one. I think that's the Zeta period. It's like a fucking Mad Max vehicle. But what they do is they make these tanks. And his job was to be in the back of one of these with a 50 cal rifle. So what they do is you'll get into a dirt road, and they'll put their trucks like this with their backs turned 45. And I was like, why don't you just run with the front? The engine will go out. You have it with the back of the truck. So they'll just go into like this destruction group in the head and shoot at each other until there's
what's the story?
Clear winner. It's what they do basically. And their main weapons are 50 caliber. So they'll be in the back of the truck and they're like, now. And they'll just put somebody's on radio inside the cabin trying to call out what's going on. And they'll pop out and start to crash. How come no one's figured out your protection? Like they put bullets in their ears. I've seen that. They put like plastic things in their ears, but realistically, if they're expensive, that's why there's no ears. You get like a pair of walkers came here on Amazon. It's not that expensive. No, that is down there. This kid walked us through how he was all the way from his road was initially his training through this tank warfare thing that he did, and now into his life where he's like. One way about ear protection is I was the first person that showed him what tinnitus was and what hearing loss was because he kept
What'd you say?
Then in 1497, as we discussed many times, was a
just you have severe hearing loss from when you went there.
Entirely different kind of environment where
these tanks going after each other. Yeah, this is, you'll see this in different. I mean, they're fighting over drug routes basically and territory, and just so close to each other. It's
50 caliber and like 10-foot distance,
and reasonably tolerable on some level.
The drones are now involved in this as well, because why not? Of course. So.
Harboring
and the way he was recruited was pretty interesting.
200 years
He was an Uber driver. This kid, again, you will look at it. If you found him somewhere, he's 23 right now.
Was among those who was converted. He fled
Uber driver crashes into somebody in an accident. Doesn't have enough money to pay the extra for the insurance.
Gets together with the Spanish exiles there. As their rabbi, he spent the majority of later years of his life in Somalia.
He's in
very well respected rabbi,
for like, hey,
many of the great rabbis
this is how much
you pay, including the Spanish Rabbi Joseph
Cartel advertisement. The cartel uses TikTok. Yeah. Yes. Facebook and TikTok, of course. Totally makes sense. But specifically, TikTok is one of their biggest recruiting messages. And it's in the open. It's not like you have to access this private page. No, it's like, hey, what kind of work for the 4 letters? Is there a way to call themselves? Yeah.
Massive document.
Just call this number.
Thousands and thousands of pages.
So he called this number.
It has a very
told to meet somebody at a bus.
Like a stream of consciousness discussion.
These people at the bus station, they put a car, they check them, like, give me your phones, like, we don't want to be tracked.
Actual,
and then they drive them to a place where they're going to be trained, I guess, is what he said. And then the cops stop them in the road, beat the shit out of them, all the actual torture a few of them. What are you doing? Where are you going?
They're all kinds of like discussions that are like philosophical.
And after they got the beating of their life, they got past the test. And now you're going to go.
Stories, biographies, jokes, recipes,
and the police
observations on the natural world.
Places where
amazing, wonderful.
So it's just to see if you crack
with the rest of the discussion. Now, for many rabbis, several hundred
these training camps, and it's not like, I remember seeing the Al-Qaeda training camps where the guys are tourists and stuff like that. These are military compounds that are related to terrorism.
And so you have collections.
There was a case recently where they thought they found these mass graves that turned out to be actually training camps for dead people there. They found all these shoes in Mexico, Colombia, Mexican Auschwitz. What they actually found is some process of space. Like you go there and they strip off all your clothes and your shoes, and they leave them there because they give you new shoes because they're less tracked. So it's just one of those processes.
The law is
you end up in training camps.
Experiences
he describes
so what
active duty military personnel trained in the hills.
A lot of
generation of military personnel trained in the hills. Former special operators from Colombia. Some former special operators from Mexico. Some from America as well, right? There's rumors, and again, I have not talked directly to anyone that knows of that, that had eyes on them, but there are rumors, things like that. At least 2 American specialists of some sort, because I've heard Delta Force and SEALs, and I don't know. But there is a clear communication of methods and technologies. IEDs are a thing in Mexico now. Like IEDs are reminiscent of things that you would see in Afghanistan and Iraq. And the only way that they come over here is not from an Afghani Iraqi coming over and showing how IEDs is from an EOD tech of some sort from the US that has an experience and knows how to make some of these. That's one place where they were running their trade craft. Another one is Colombia. Colombia's Colombian operators showing up in weird parts of the world fighting. I mean, they're in the Ukrainian war right now, learning about drone technology. Some of those operators from Mexico that went to fight in front are now back in Mexico, showing the cartels what they learned about drone warfare in the Ukraine war.
So you finished it.
So this kid describes his training camp where it's the army, people marching around, people in uniform, people getting trained, and you don't get people brought into this training camp and like, hey,
that was left to his son.
let's see if you're
Levy, like his father, was born in Spain, and he made his way to Portugal,
kill some random person. And this kid describes how that's the first thing they killed, just an unarmed dude that was dragged to that camp.
Followed his father to Salamanca.
So they just tried to do just to see if you're capable of taking some. I think he was one of the guys that tried to run. Because it's I mean, it's like basically it's like the military, but they'll kill you there if you fuck up or
generation.
It is job. It is like a structured job. You get up, you get money paid to you on every week, 7, 15 days, whatever it was. You get that. You know, you get selected for certain activities. He was selected for 10 duty at the 7 months, fucking tank to fight in the hills. Some people get selected to manage some on drugstores.
He was the opponent of Rabbi
Rothschild. Get managed look out.
Was trying to
it's a giant network
historical
that they this region, this generation cartel is one of the largest and fastest growing cartels in Mexico, and it is now probably operating all over
many,
including myself.
Okay, I hope you found this useful.
Is TikTok, yes. Open, and again, it's not. You don't have to search for it. It's there. That's like people smugglers advertising on TikTok constantly as well. Like they'll have videos of people here in Texas that went through the border recently, with a newspaper like, "Hey, I'm in Texas now. Look at the newspaper." And like they were in Mexico like a few hours later, a few hours before with the newspaper, and like this is someone's the best smuggler out there. Hire him for like a safe crossing. This is on top. I mean, it's in the open. People don't realize how big of that's being utilized in Mexico as a recruiting towards propaganda as well. That's what they'll talk shit to each other to that medium. How did this kid get out? He ran. I think he managed to prove himself a bit, and he managed to get the favor of one of their leaders, and he told them, like, hey, I know you don't want to be here. Run, I guess. Don't come back. Don't look back. Also, let him run.
15 years,
but not everybody gets that opportunity. So it's just somebody who like him. He got organization, he got favor, and eventually, I have a wife and a kid that to get back to his side of their way. How long was it? I think he said something about 6 or 8 months. And he went through was well underway, and most of what he went was inside the border between all these ones like a decade where illegal miners are trying to fight over that territory. It's basically one of the corridors up into the border
apparently this young man had Jewish background, although it would have been very, very minimal, because
he
in
came
the
back
conviction document that we
PTSD, hearing
refers to him having
and all these things are unknown, and he's a Mexican kid without health insurance. How is he going to
say
I talked to him for a bit, and he's like, well, that makes sense. Oh, yeah. You drink a lot? Yeah. I know why. Drink a shit ton.
So it's not clear whether he had many all
sounds like
there must have been some
PTSD, dude. Sit down.
But anyway, he was brought up
But he's one of thousands kids out there who are gone through some of these things. Both on the military and police side and all this stuff. Highly traumatizing the victims. But there's nothing for them. If they talk about what they did, they're in trouble. If they're help, there's no help out there. So this kid is trying to reform his life without this fucking damage. He lost his family. He fought so much to get back to
many of whom were true believers in Christianity, many of whom were just, like,
it's one small story and tragedy.
And they kept their Judaism.
You go to Jalisco, and they have a roundabout there in Jalisco. Well, there's somebody see with a missing arm. And
the building right behind me
was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. It's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and remodeled, but essentially gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th century. What happened at Salamanca was largely cleared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night.
That's another aspect of this.
But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas and theories of perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse. But essentially, the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting at that time, and there's pressure to turn over the three synagogues in the town, and especially this base medrash to the university. Eventually handed over as our one of those guys mentioned. It became a hospital, a student hospital, visiting student housing, and later became a faculty of mathematics and linguistics, and now is the office of the rector. It's quite ironic, the background here, you see Friar Leon, one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we should discuss tonight, when we talk about Christos, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually born in that faith who was choosing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him in trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he turned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word, leaf. In fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says olive leaf. But the Vulgate insisted was a branch, right? Like obviously wood. And for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years? 4 years. Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he ended and hopefully inside, and you said, as we were, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then you pick it up and you can say, Amar Rabbah. Let's have a look inside.
That's the one I told you that people were trying to make it seem like this was like an extermination camp. How do you say high concentrations of vast industrial presence of clandestine crematoriums. Bodies were disposed of there, not a big volume of an Auschwitz level thing. But yeah, there were definitely people getting burned there. So they're just killing people all the time. Yeah, I mean, body disposal to a level where there's nothing left is something you do worried about the government catching you. But this is Guadalajara, this is because it's new generation cartel territory. They're not worried about body disposal. There's no forensic services in some of these places. Right? Here's some casings from this murder. Oh, thank you. Those giant hell casings that they have in this evidence locker, right? They're overwhelmed. There's no, so you can't solve crimes. You're dead 90% of them. Imagine your job. If you do it well, you're dead. Yeah. Exactly. You're not going to do well. 90% of all murders in Mexico. 90. It only turned out the British Museum from the beginning of the 20th century, and he published an article on it. You have the original Portuguese cartel that is sworn, and you have Omar Zapa's gone. Or Chapo's sons are cutting the deal. One of them apparently has made an alliance with the head of the new generation cartel, and by Nacho, then they were interrogated. Last time I was here, it was like 5 years ago. There were questions about if he was even alive or not. People thought he was being kept alive as this low figure because he's low key. Very low key, not flat. Everything's militarized. He's very publishes trained. But recently, he's very good to very much situation.
and the federal police really tipped off his security about the operation again. He's arrested. He's the biggest target for the recently learned Trump's
Saturday,
that's like none of this is certified as Americans in general, all the way up to Mexico. And the issue with this military operation, they ended up I'm going to see like people, Delta Force guys showing up in Tijuana, going on a raid on their own without permission of the local authorities. What's this going to look like? I don't see a direct trust between Mexico and the United States anymore. There's issues there. The U.S. has realized that are compromised at high level in Mexico completely. The example of the recent arrest of you see that the federal forces are compromised as well. So I don't even trust as an American force that's trying to cut the stem of drugs into this country. This is kind of the excuse that they're utilizing for this designation. Who do you trust now? I posted, I have some friends with a bunch of dorks, and they're all looking at flight tracker and intelligence and stuff like that, and I would talk to. And one of them sent me this suspicious drone, American drone flying over the state of Mexico in circles. And I posted it immediately. I think I was one of the first ones to post it online. And the press briefing happened almost immediately. And the head of public safety in Mexico, who said, like, oh, yeah, this particular story for this drone to fly over the early 17th Europe. This is not but we asked for it to fly societies which I don't think he knows what the fuck's going on. I don't think he knows why there's a drone flying over wherever it's part of Mexico. I don't know. It seemed like, or either he didn't want to reveal this drone, but there have been many times recently of drones just flying close to the border or over Mexico. They're clearly drawing those back of turning to Mexico. So something is coming, I think. But what is it going to look like, though, is the question that people are asking. I don't know. Speaking to somebody like Gafe down in Mexico, he was a former director of the special operations. And what is the military going to do? The U.S. says, like, we're going in without your approval. He said, well, if you start fighting the cartels without approval of the Mexican government, you will turn criminal organizations into freedom fighters. First of all, and they're already integrated into the military in certain ways because some of them are working for them and some of them are working for us. So you will make the whole force against you. He's going to run back, maybe take the safety. You got to go after him. He's running back. O'Donnell throws the ball out of the end zone. He's going to stop the clock with 10 seconds left. Safety will make it 60 to 12. Why is it racing the whole board for? Mexico has pressed the whole. Shortly thereafter, the U.S. is responsible for this, and they're kind of wiping their hands from it. And the U.S. keeps pointing their finger at the high-level government. Something again, 5 years ago, I spoke about this on this podcast, and I got watching for it. I said, there's no way of going after cartels in Mexico without going after the government, because they're one and the same in a lot of places. And that was back then, and now it's more clear as how tied they are.
If nothing happens, if the United States doesn't do anything, how much bigger can the cartels get? This is the question. It's like, what is going to happen to just this entire country? If you have this is what, that's when you have a lot of conflicts happening in routes that are leading towards
persecuted on religious grounds or questioned
the single cartel operated in a very old-fashioned way. You know, they wouldn't shoot it was their politics, don't shit or you listen to all of this go out to all of these people. You saw a change in this when the brutality aspect, how this shit changed Mexico. There was an incident members of the cartel, the cartel, or in direct conflict with elements of the Chapo, Guzman's organization. And
scholars today
prefer
the term assassin or crypto Jew or even
they had an assassin basically infiltrate the church circle of those main guys of what about and he seduced his wife, killed her, and abducted his kids, and threw them off a bridge and sent that video to what about.
But he derived it from,
and I think after, brutal shit had happened after that, before that, but I think that set off this
bitter force. They had been forcibly
at some point that whole
what did he do?
That happened. You start getting the element of the Zetas coming in, who were former special operator guys who basically said, like, no, we can start our own cartel, which a lot of them were brag trained individuals that went out, you know, some of them went through the Great Marine course. Foreign nationals go through the course a lot, so they went to the Great Marine course, and then they go back to Mexico, and then as soon as they get back to Mexico, they go, oh, congratulations, I'm here. Great Marine, all this training. Come train our guys, or come work for us. So, at some point, all of this started militarizing the conflict in Mexico. It went from gang against gang violence, which is like very reminiscent of some of the stuff that kind of happened up here during the gang era, or something like Al Capone era.
A newspaper that lasted for decades called Anakin, the Torch, that you can see here on the map. He is listed as the editor. And he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today. It's on Korkai, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you can see it's really quite a beautiful synagogue inside. I especially appreciate visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after long absence. Absolutely fascinating. He created
Rabbi Rothschild. Yo, what's going on, Pimp? How are you?
Why are you looking at every call?
Because I'm amazing.
Yo, who are you, dog? Why?
Because I'm the biggest pimp of lime. Do you mind if I tell to you about who I am?
Yo, who is this, gang?
Well, firstly, dog, what the fuck, man?
Because Swifties tend to be around that age, well, probably younger than 25, but women 25, 44 single, that's the Swiftie right there. Is she single and reversing course and making marriage cool? Talk about it all coming up next. Better as in John Cobell on KFI AM 640. Now let's see the latest. KFI 24 hours.
Here is the latest. The parents of a 7-month-old reported kidnapped from Kaima have been charged with murder. The city of LA's legal bill to a court case over homelessness has gone way up. We'll have more top of the hour. Southland weather, KFI, sunny highs up into the 90s. This report brought From your from your Toyota dealer's traffic center, find the Toyota hybrid sedan, truck, or SUV that is right for you at Toyota.com. We have a car fire Glendora. Riverside Drive. Got an accident due to the shoulder. Santa Monica, 10 is found right after Cloverfield Boulevard. We've got a stall in the Lansing Village in Santa Ana. 55 northbound Judea Road. They did get that crash cleared from the lanes. With Southern California's most accurate traffic alongside Jenny Harman. For picks, for playlists. The app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. One app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app radio.
Birthday parties. Back to the moments where this starts with Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
She's in the US. Taylor Swift and Chelsea are engaged. The superstar singer-songwriter made the announcement in a post on Instagram. The caption reads, "Your English teacher and Russian teacher are married." Started dating in 2023. Lil Nas X following his arrest in LA last week. His legal name, Montero Lamar Hill, hospitalized over suspicion of
Stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberations for anyone who's affiliated for his understanding hearings. One of the really interesting debates heard while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, who himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study, he published in his newspaper many articles on Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of Rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant of many of the practices that these crypto Jews had developed over 500 years, which were not in harmony with rabbinic law. And the captain's position was that they had to be treated with certain